Section 12 of the Girls' Book of Famous Queens by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Queen Anne, A.D. 1664 to 1714. A partial world will listen to my lays, while Anna reigns and sets a female name, unrivaled in the glorious lists of fame. Young. Some monarchs make their reign illustrious by their own individual characters and famous deeds. Other sovereigns are illustrious only because their reigns have been important epochs in the annals of history, irrespective of any merit of their own or any renowned actions or policies on their part. Upon the importance of certain political and religious aspects of the times of the good Queen Anne rest all her claims to be enrolled upon the lists of fame. One kind and generous deed, however, must be credited to her own good-hearted nature. Without possessing any of the refined tastes and mental capabilities of the Stuart royal line, of which she was the last representative upon the English throne, she nevertheless inherited the generous disposition of her race, and she has made her individual name to be held in loving remembrance by her people, by the liberal fund which she relinquished from her own entitled rights in favor of the poor clergy, whose petty livings, or rather starvings, had made the lives of some of the most excellent and worthy in the profession really objects of charitable commiseration. The fund set apart for the relief of poor clergymen was called Queen Anne's Bounty, and surely this beautiful charity, which placed her name high upon the list of royal foundresses in the Christian Church, must needs cover many of her glaring defects of mind and character beneath the shining mantle of unselfish benevolence. Another claim which makes Queen Anne personally illustrious is the fact that she was the first monarch crowned as the sovereign of United Great Britain. Scotland had been united with England under James I, but only during the reign of Queen Anne was the union made complete, and in October 1707 the Parliament of Great Britain sat for the first time. Quote, "To have first thought of the union was William III's last title to glory. To Queen Anne's councillors, in particular to Lord Somers, belongs the honour of having accomplished the work and achieved the enterprise, in spite of much violence and many obstacles. The representation of Scotland in the United Parliament of Great Britain was decided rather by its historical status as an independent kingdom than by the proportion of its population. 45 representatives and 16 Scottish peers were to sit in Parliament." End quote. Thus, Queen Anne is known in history as the first sovereign of Great Britain. Anne Stuart was the second daughter of James, Duke of York, younger brother of Charles II of England. Her mother was Anne Hyde, the daughter of the illustrious Lord Chancellor Clarendon. The Princess Anne was born in 1664, and at the age of 5 years she was sent to France on account of her delicate health, and while she was in the country in 1671, her mother died. In 2 years after, her father, Duke James, was married to Maria of Modena. This duchess was a kind and estimable lady, but as she was a Roman Catholic, and as Duke James had also embraced that faith, Charles II ordered that the Princess Anne and her elder sister, the Princess Mary, should be educated in the Protestant religion as his prospective successors after their father. Their father never attempted to interfere with their Protestant education, though they were allowed to reside in the same palace with him. In 1667, the Princess Mary was married to William, Prince of Orange, and in 1679 her father was driven into exile, and the Princess Anne and her stepmother were permitted by Charles II to reside with the exiled Duke of York for some months in Brussels. Previously to this time, the friendship between the Princess Anne and Sarah Jennings had been formed, which in after years exerted so important an influence upon the destinies of both lives, and even became a remarkable factor in determining the result of various portentous political changes in Europe. The elder sister of Sarah Jennings had been a maid of honor to the first Duchess of York, the mother of Anne, and when that princess was about 9 years of age, Sarah, who was then 12 years old, became the constant companion of the young princess. Even in childhood, Sarah Jennings manifested many of the strong characteristics of mind and will which gave her the overpowering ascendancy over the weak and good-natured Anne, which she maintained with such remarkable influence after Anne became Queen of England and Sarah the Duchess of Marlborough. In 1678, Sarah Jennings married Colonel Churchill, afterwards Duke of Marlborough, a gentleman attached to the service of the Duke of York, and when Duke James was sent into exile, the Churchills accompanied his family, and thus Anne was still permitted to enjoy the presence of her favorite friend. When James was recalled to England, his daughter Anne and Sarah Churchill returned to their native land, and upon the marriage of the Princess Anne to Prince George of Denmark in 1683, King Charles of England settled upon his niece and her husband the sum of £20,000 a year, and gave to her as a residence the Cockpit, a capacious building which had formerly been the theatre of Whitehall Palace. Prince George Louis of Hanover, afterwards George I of England, had been a former suitor for the hand of the Princess Anne, but on account of mutual aversion, when the royal couple met for the first time, the match was broken off, and the Prince of Denmark became the successful suitor. The Prince of Denmark was poor and was possessed of little influence, but he was a Protestant, and that was esteemed a sufficient merit in his favor. He is described as a fair, good-natured, heavy-looking young man who spoke bad French, loved good wine, and was rather awkward and bashful in his manners. He succeeded, however, in pleasing the gentle Lady Anne, and as they were both endued with good dispositions and equal tempers, and neither of them very capable of discovering each other's deficiencies, this marriage proved extremely happy, and they lived together in uninterrupted harmony. Though, like most royal marriages, the princess and her future husband were allowed a very short time to make each other's acquaintance, for the marriage took place 9 days after the Prince of Denmark had been welcomed to London by the King and Queen of England and the parents of his future bride. The nuptial ceremony was celebrated with great pomp in the royal chapel at St. James by the Bishop of London at 10 o'clock at night. The bride was given away by her merry uncle Charles II, who delighted in being present at marriages and christenings. The chapel was brilliantly lighted, and as the King, the Queen, the Duke and Duchess of York, and the leading nobility then in London were present, the scene was magnificent, dazzling, and joyous. The citizens of London also took their part in the nocturnal festivity. Throughout the metropolis, the bells rang all night, bonfires blazed at every door, the conduits ran with wine, and showers of fireworks and other popular sports and pastimes were provided for the amusement of the people. The Lady Anne, although not a peerless beauty, possessed considerable personal attractions. She was of middle size, but not so majestic as her sister Mary, and her hair was a deep chestnut brown, her complexion ruddy. Her face was round, but rather comely than handsome. Her features were strong and regular. The only blemish in her face was that of a defluxion, which had affected her eyes when young, and left a contraction in her upper lids and given a cloudiness to her countenance. Her bones were small, her hands beautiful. She had an excellent ear for music, was a good performer on the guitar, and her voice being strong, clear, flexible, and melodious, she took pleasure in the practice of vocal harmony. When Anne's establishment was appointed by her uncle, King Charles, after her marriage, Sarah Churchill was permitted to become one of her ladies. The death of Charles II in 1685, which placed her father upon the English throne as James II, caused very little immediate change in the household of the Princess Anne. She became one of the central figures at her father's court, but possessed no particular influence, and occupied herself with court gossip and card-playing in the society of her favorite, Lady Churchill, when not engaged with the cares of her nursery. The Princess Anne was a good wife and devoted mother, and although all her children but one died in early infancy, it was not through neglect on her part, but Anne was poorly fitted by taste or nature to play the brilliant part in history which fortune afterwards decreed to her lot. She was simply a good-natured, commonplace, and very weak-minded woman, led by the stronger minds of her favorites, and swayed by every political breeze around her. Her favorites, to her credit be it said, however, were women and not men admirers, so that although her character was undeniably weak and petty, her life as a wife and mother was blameless, and her heart was kindly. And yet such were the circumstances which environed her after years, that the name of this simple-minded queen, whose narrow understanding might have been compassed by the circumference of her thimble, and who put on her crown as she would have put on her cap, the name of this unaspiring, unqueenly woman, who would have been more at home as a fishwife than as a sovereign, was pronounced with awe from one end of Europe to the other, and even the Grand Monarch himself, hitherto the insolent arbiter of the world, the magnificent, the matchlessly imperial Louis Quatorze, trembled on his throne before Queen Anne and her victorious general, the Duke of Marlborough. The French general, the Duke of Vendôme, who replaced the defeated Marshal Villeroy, wrote concerning Anne's illustrious military leader, quote, "Everyone here is ready to take off his hat at the very mention of Marlborough's name." End quote. When, in after years, the daring generalship of Marlborough had been replaced by the daring ambition of Bolingbroke, whose marvelous and impassioned eloquence caused even Mr. Pitt in later years to exclaim, when asked what treasures he would especially like to snatch from out of the shadows of the past, "I would choose one of the lost decades of Livy in a speech of Bolingbroke's." No wonder that with such generals and such orators the name of Queen Anne was reflected to the world in shining glory. And what was the woman herself doing in the midst of such stirring times and brilliant opportunities? Quarreling with the haughty, arrogant-willed Duchess of Marlborough, bickering over some contested point of favoritism, or becoming a puppet in the hands of an ignorant bedchamber woman who ruled the queen because this politic but petty Mrs. Masham knew enough to hold her tongue when her royal mistress desired to rave against her overbearing Duchess of Marlborough, and because Mrs. Masham was smart enough to use her little stock of brains in scheming to entrap the favor of the wily politicians who courted her smiles, because her ignorant but keen cunning had gained the friendship of the queen. Observing such a state of things, it is little wonder that the quick-witted Addison flashed the scintillating sparks of his keen humor all over the pages of his famous Spectator papers, which appeared at that time. Great Britain had been for some time divided into two strong parties, known as the Whigs and Tories. The Tories held that the rights of kings were divine, while the Whigs contended a king ruled for the good of his subjects, and that by illegal or oppressive acts he forfeited his right to reign, and could be justifiably dethroned by his people. The Tories upheld the English Protestant Church, but detested the Presbyterians and Dissenters, while they feared the Roman Catholics. While the Whigs maintained that the Reformed religion being the religion of the state, a Roman Catholic could not lawfully be placed at its head. There was also a third party called the Jacobites, who were more violent Tories, being partisans of the deposed James II, who, on account of his Roman Catholic principles, which caused him to entertain certain designs against the religion of liberty and of the state, had been obliged to fly from England upon the appearance of his Protestant son-in-law William, Prince of Orange, who had invaded England at the head of an army and been placed by the English people upon the throne in conjunction with his wife Mary, the eldest daughter of James II, who had been educated a Protestant. Notwithstanding the benefit to the country arising from the accession of the Protestant William and Mary to the throne in place of the Catholic James II, the unfilial plottings and intrigues of the princesses Mary and Anne, abetted by their husbands William, Prince of Orange, and George, Duke of Denmark, against the indulgent and kind-hearted James II, their father was outrageous and dastardly. Looking at the kingdom, it was well that James II was dethroned, and that his Catholic son, called the Pretender, the half-brother of Mary and Anne, was forever debarred from gaining his ancestral rights of succession. But looking at the side of the treatment which King James received at the hands of his daughters, upon whom he had lavished every indulgent kindness, the treacherous scheming, which in the course of events resulted in vast benefits to England and to Europe, have at the same time forever covered the names of the children of James II with the stigma of the most contemptible and unfeeling and wicked ingratitude. James II having been deposed, William and Mary of Orange ascended the throne of England, and William is to be commended for several wise measures, and England was much the gainer by her change of masters. But his usurpation, which is called in history the Revolution, is somewhat to be questioned upon the grounds of justice. That it was highly beneficial, no Protestant can for a moment doubt. That the change of government caused by the celebrated Act of Parliament called the Bill of Rights, which raised William and Mary to the throne, to be succeeded by the Princess Anne, and in the case Anne died without heirs, that the right should then be descended to the Electress of Hanover, which succession afterwards brought in the Protestant Georges of Hanover in place of the Catholic House of Stuarts. That a revolution which caused this change of government was beneficial to England and the world is not to be underestimated. This extraordinary but bloodless revolution occurred in 1688, just 100 years before the bloody and terrible French Revolution of 1789. But leaving political questions and turning to the personal history of the Princess Anne, we find her engaged in an ignoble squabble with her sister, the Queen Mary, over the allowance which shall be allotted to the maintenance of the household of the Princess Anne. The princess had schemed with her sister Mary and the Prince of Orange to dethrone their father, and now that Mary is queen, Anne finds her allowance given by her indulgent father cut off, and in being treacherous to her father, she has only worsted her own condition. So disgraceful was the sisterly quarrel, augmented by the haughty Lady Churchill, now the Countess of Marlborough, who fomented the disputes between the sisters, that at last the king and queen were forced to make a compromise with Anne and allow the princess £50,000 a year. As Lord and Lady Marlborough were known to be enthusiastic partisans of Anne, they fell under the displeasure of King William and Queen Mary, who demanded that Anne should banish them from her household, and the Earl of Marlborough was deprived of his offices. But this opposition only increased the power of Lord and Lady Marlborough over the princess, and she strenuously refused to part with her overbearing favourite. The Lord Chamberlain, having been sent to Lady Marlborough with the royal order to remove from Whitehall, Anne immediately left Whitehall herself, declaring that she would live on bread and water between four walls with her dear Mrs. Freeman, rather than that her friend should ever be separated from her faithful Mrs. Morley. These assumed names of Freeman and Morley had been chosen by the Princess Anne and Lady Marlborough that they might converse and write to each other with greater freedom from conventional restraints, and their respective husbands were also called by them the Lord Marlborough, Mr. Freeman, and the Duke of Denmark, Mr. Morley, and many were the political intrigues as well as friendly secrets, which they disclosed to each other under these false names. These confidential letters became a powerful weapon in the hands of the proud Lady Marlborough in after years, for when she found her influence over Queen Anne was waning and another was usurping her place as royal favorite, the arrogant Lady Marlborough threatened to publish these secret epistles, which would reveal all of Anne's treachery against her father and various other political intrigues. The fear of this exposure made Anne a puppet in the hands of the self-willed but brilliant Duchess long after Anne's intense liking had turned to intense detestation. The death of Queen Mary in 1694 somewhat changed Anne's position. When Anne heard of her sister's dangerous illness, she sent a request that she might be allowed to come and see her, but their quarrels had never been forgotten, and though Mary refused to see Anne, she sent a message of forgiveness. Anne now succeeded in becoming reconciled to King William, and she received the greater part of her sister's jewels in token of friendliness. Of many children, Anne had only one son remaining. He was a very bright and interesting boy of 11 years of age. He had been treated with great kindness by King William and Queen Mary, even throughout the disgraceful family quarrels. But this beautiful boy, around whom so many fond hopes clustered, died suddenly with scarlet fever in 1700, having just celebrated his 11th birthday. The loss of this only child, the last of 6, was a terrible blow to the fond heart of the Princess Anne, but she was soon called from private griefs to public duties. In 1702, King William died, and Anne was immediately proclaimed queen. In the commencement of the reign of Anne, the Earl of Marlborough was a Tory, but his wife became a Whig, and, as a natural consequence, Marlborough was soon drawn over to that party. Admiral Churchill, his brother, was a violent Tory. Lord Sunderland, his son-in-law, was a violent Whig. Lady Tyrconnel, the sister of Lady Marlborough, was an enthusiastic Jacobite, and was at this time one of the court of the exiled king. This one instance will give some idea of the manner in which not only the nation but private families were divided by the spirit of faction. A continued series of disputes and intrigues agitated the country, and among several minor events was the trial of Dr. Sacherval for preaching a seditious sermon, a circumstance unimportant in itself, but which was made to serve the purposes of a faction and to inflame the populace almost to frenzy. Never, perhaps, did party spirit rage in a manner at once so disgraceful, so vicious, and so ludicrous. It was not the strife of principles, it was not, like the civil wars of the preceding century, a grand struggle between liberty and despotism. It was a vile spirit of faction, which had filled the nation with spleen and rancor, and extinguished the seeds of good nature, compassion, and humanity, which had affected at once the morals and the common sense of the people, and even interfered with the administration of justice. The women, instead of tempering the animosities of the time, blew up the flame of discord. Addison, in some of the most elegant papers of the Spectator, attempted to mitigate this evil spirit. He attacked the men with grave humor and graver argument. He endeavored to bring back the women to the decorum and reserve of their sex by the most exquisite raillery, that delicate mixture of satire and compliment in which he excelled. He reminded these petticoat politicians and viragos of the tea-table that party spirit was in its nature a male vice, made up of many angry passions, which were altogether repugnant to the softness, modesty, and other endearing qualities proper to their sex. He assured them there was nothing so injurious to a pretty face as party zeal, that he had never known a party woman who kept her beauty for a 12-month, and he conjured them, as they valued their complexions, to abstain from all disputes of this nature. Everyone will recollect the admirable description of the Whig ladies and the Tory ladies drawn up in battle array at the opera, and patched by way of distinction on opposite sides of the face. The perplexity of the Whig beauty, who had a mole on the Tory side of her forehead, which exposed her to the imputation of having gone over to the enemy, and the despair of the Tory partisan, whom an unlucky pimple had reduced to the necessity of applying a patch to the wrong side of her face. But it was all in vain. A transient smile might have been excited at such palpable absurdity. Some partial good was perhaps effected, but fashion and faction were far too strong to be acted upon by wit, or argument, or eloquence, or satire. At a time when a low-bred, artful, ignorant bedchamber woman, with no more sense than would have sufficed to smooth a crumpled ribbon or comb a lapdog, possessed supreme power, and Swift, Arbuthnot, Harley, and Bolingbroke were dancing attendants in her anteroom, it was in vain to preach to women the forbearance and reserve proper to their sex, to point out the confined sphere of their duties, or to remind them of the advice of Pericles to the Athenian woman, not to make themselves talked of one way or another. Mrs. Masham ruled the queen, but she was herself the contemptible tool of a set of designing men. In the end, she and her tutor Harley triumphed. The Tories prevailed, the Whigs were all turned out. Marlborough was not only disgraced at court, but by a sudden turn of feeling produced in the popular mind by the calumnies and contrivance of his enemies, he became an object of contempt and hatred. And he whose victories had been hailed with such national pride and exultation found himself baited with the rabble's curse. This might have been contemned, for mere popular clamor dies away and leaves no trace on the dispassionate page of history. But when Swift, the political gladiator of that time, collected all his terrible powers of invective and satire and sarcasm and fell upon the devoted general, branding, stabbing, and slashing at every stroke, he left the Duke standing like a column scathed by the thunderbolt, and the lapse of a century has hardly enabled us to distinguish the truth from falsehood of his rancorous libels. The brilliant victories of the Duke of Marlborough in alliance with the German princes under Prince Eugene had filled all Europe with wonder. In 1704, the victory of Blenheim was achieved, and notwithstanding Marshal Villars' heroism at the Battle of Malplaquet in 1709, the victory was gained by Marlborough and Prince Eugene, though so great was the loss of the allies that Villars wrote to Louis XIV, "If God permits us to lose such another battle, your majesty can count on your enemies being destroyed." Marlborough had joined the Whigs because they were in favor of war, but now the Tories were gaining the ascendancy in England, and with their coming into power, peace was declared, and the Marlboroughs were deposed from their high places. Wearied of the ill temper of the haughty Duchess, which broke out in most violent language even in the presence of the Queen, Anne at last determined to rid herself of her overbearing companion, whose strong will had for so long a time awed her into submission, while the necessary military generalship of the illustrious Duke had long kept the Queen from daring to dismiss the insolent Duchess, who at length forgot even her politic behavior in her fits of anger, and endeavored to scold back the favor of the Queen, which had been lost to her by her own impolitic arrogance. And through the wily cunning of her own relation, Mrs. Masham, whom she had herself recommended to the Queen for the position of bedchamber woman, never imagining that this poor ignorant relative would usurp her own place as royal favorite. Before Anne had ascended the throne, a little incident occurred which eventually led to the downfall of the Duchess. The Princess Anne was one day alone in her private drawing-room at St. James. The Duchess of Marlborough entered the anteroom where the princess's waiting woman, afterwards Mrs. Masham, was in attendance. Observing a pair of gloves upon the table, the Duchess, thinking they were her own, drew them upon her hands, whereupon the attendant remarked that the gloves belonged to the princess, who had sent her to get them, as her mistress was about to enter her carriage. "What? Have I touched anything that has been upon the hands of that odious woman?" exclaimed the Duchess in a fury of ill temper, and tearing them from her fingers, she threw them on the floor and retired, little thinking that the insulting words had been overheard by the princess in the adjoining room. From that moment, the ultimate disgrace of the imperious Duchess was determined upon, although owing to her husband's victories and her own threats of publishing the confidential letters of her loving Mrs. Morley, her downfall was long delayed. Queen Anne had not ceased to be a loving wife when she became a sovereign, and the death of her husband in 1708 was a terrible blow to her. As the Queen sat by her dead, though she was the monarch of a vast realm, she was a slave of court etiquette, and as the Duchess of Marlborough still held her office as mistress of the robes, this tyrannical etiquette required that the hated Duchess should invade even the sanctuary of Anne's beloved dead, and lead the Queen from the funeral chamber. But the days of the ascendancy of the brilliant but terrible virago were nearly numbered. In 1710, the Whig ministry was deposed and the Tories came into power. Anne could not cope with her discarded favorite in eloquence and violence, but she could resist and disassemble. Above all, she could hold her tongue. Influenced by the Tories, who gained the ear of the Queen through the connivance of Mrs. Masham, it was secretly arranged that the Whig ministry should be forced to retire, that the Marlboroughs should be disgraced, and that peace should be negotiated with Louis XIV. The proud Duchess had not yet been publicly informed of her impending downfall, but rumors had reached her of the Queen's animosity. Hastening to Kensington, she forced herself into the presence of the Queen, and demanded with the air of a sovereign rather than a subject of what she was accused. The Queen, aware that her only weapon against the sarcastic and voluble tongue of the Duchess was silence, remarked with cutting composure, "I shall make no answer to anything you say." This was more than the enraged Duchess could bear, and she launched forth into such a terrible tongue-lashing of violent vituperation that the incensed Queen turned to leave the room, whereupon the Duchess exclaimed, "I am confident you will suffer in this world or the next for so much inhumanity." "That is my business," retorted the Queen as she lifted the portiere and retired, leaving the discomfited Duchess to weep in a fury of rage and humiliation. They never met again. When the Duke of Marlborough returned from his campaign, not all his condescension in begging on his knees that the golden key, his wife's badge of office, might be retained by her for a few weeks sufficed to appease the Queen. "I will have it in 2 days," exclaimed the angry Anne, and upon reporting his failure to his indignant wife, she also hurled upon his poor head her invectives of wrath, and throwing the golden keys upon the floor, the haughty virago, who had lost all power over the Queen, but still maintained her ascendancy in her husband's heart in spite of all her outbursts of temper, sullenly retired, leaving her humiliated spouse to pick up her tardily relinquished badge of office and meekly bear it back in shame and sorrow to her offended sovereign. Hard fate for a man to fall into the snare of playing the go-between of two angry women, especially when one is his wife and the other his sovereign. The Duke and Duchess of Marlborough afterwards went abroad, and their history is no longer connected with that of Queen Anne. The famous Peace of Utrecht was signed in 1713. The remainder of Queen Anne's reign was unmomentous. After her experience with the Duchess of Marlborough, she determined to assert her own will, but she had deceived no one but herself, as she was now alternately swayed by her two favorites, the Duchess of Somerset, who was appointed mistress of the robes, and Lady Masham, whom she had raised to a title and made the keeper of the privy purse. Swift says of Anne at this time, quote, "Often, out of fear of being imposed upon by an over-caution, she would impose upon herself. She took a delight in refusing those who were thought to have the greatest power with her, even in the most reasonable things, and such as were necessary for her service, nor would let them be done till she fell into the humor of it herself." End quote. In her best days, Anne was merely a dull, uninformed woman without the slightest literary taste, and yet her reign is called the Augustan Age of Anne, and the wits of Queen Anne's time are held only second to the poets of the Elizabethan age. No one would probably have been more surprised than Anne herself to have been thus classed with the glorious names of literary fame, for she never read, and was hardly cognizant of the existence of the brilliant minds which gave her reign its brightest luster. Sir Isaac Newton, Pope, Dryden, Addison, Steele, Swift, Defoe, Gay, Prior, Arbuthnot, Congreve, Young, Parnell, Granville, and Bishop Atterbury were the most celebrated among the literary lights in her time. The daily etiquette of the court life of Queen Anne is thus described. Quote, "The bedchamber woman came into waiting before her majesty arose, and previous to prayers. If a lady of the bedchamber were present, the bedchamber woman handed her the queen's linen, and the lady put it on her majesty. Every time the queen changed her dress in the course of the day, her habiliments made the same formal progress from hand to hand. When the queen washed her hands, her page of the back stairs brought and set upon a side table a basin and ewer. Then the bedchamber woman placed it before the queen and knelt on the other side of the table, over against the queen, the lady of the bedchamber only looking on. The bedchamber woman poured the water out of the ewer on the queen's hands. It was also her duty to pull on the queen's gloves when her majesty could not do it herself, which was often the case, owing to her infirmity of gout. The page of the back stairs was always called to put on the queen's shoes. When Queen Anne dined in public, her page passed the glass to her bedchamber woman, and she to the lady in waiting. In due time it reached the lips of royalty." End quote. There was little of the pomp and ceremony which distinguished the court of the proud Elizabeth. Indeed, Anne herself was too careless and dull-witted, and the imperious Duchess of Marlborough was too defiant of all restraints to have ensured that subservient obeisance which Elizabeth demanded and received. Having been obliged, even in her coronation procession, to be borne in a low armchair on account of her gout, which prevented her walking in regal majesty as all her predecessors had done, she continued subject to this infirmity, which her gross eating and drinking greatly increased. The stormy disputes between her ministers, Oxford and Bolingbroke, became so violent that at length the fear of having to submit to a third terrible council with them after 2 hot disputes had been interrupted by her attacks of violent illness, caused a burning fever which threatened her life. Submitting to the old remedy of bleeding, she was found to be no better, and it was evident that her end was near. Oxford having resigned his office of Lord Treasurer in a rage, it became necessary to appoint someone in his place. The Duke of Shrewsbury was suggested for the office, but he would not accept the staff unless the Queen herself laid it in his hand. Accordingly, the white wand was placed in the stiffening fingers of the dying Queen, and the Duke of Shrewsbury, approaching her bedside, asked, "Do you know to whom you give the white wand?" "Yes," murmured the still conscious Queen, "to the Duke of Shrewsbury, and for God's sake use it for the good of my people." Thus perished the last of the sovereigns of the House of Stuart. The British sovereign is dead and the throne is vacant, were the few but expressive words sent to George of Hanover, and without opposition King George I ascended the throne of Great Britain. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Girls' Book of Famous Queens by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Maria Theresa, A.D. 1717 to 1780. 'Tis beauty that doth oft make women proud. 'Tis virtue that doth make them most admired. 'Tis government that makes them seem divine. Shakespeare. On the 13th of May, 1717, in the royal palace at Vienna, a baby princess first opened her wondering eyes upon this world, in whose history she was destined to play an important and what is still better, a highly commendable part. This illustrious infant was christened by the titles Maria Theresa, Valpurga Amelia Christina. Her father was Charles VI of Austria, Emperor of Germany. Lady Wortley Montagu, who, as Mary Pierpont, had figured as one of the young ladies appointed to bear the train of Queen Anne during her coronation ceremony, afterwards visited the court of Vienna shortly before the birth of Maria Theresa, and describes the mother of that princess, the lovely Elizabeth Christina of Brunswick, as an empress of sweet and gracious manners and amiable character. But Maria Theresa far outshone both her parents in beauty of person, strength of character, and marvelous executive abilities, which have placed her in the very front rank of female sovereigns. Yea, still more, on account of the rare combination of virtues and strength which her character manifested, she stands at the very head of the list of famous queens, equaled only perhaps by Isabella of Castile. In making this assertion, we refer only to Maria Theresa's individual claims to greatness, not to any importance of the times or concomitant circumstances which formed so large a part of Elizabeth's acknowledged powers. Not upon great statesmen, great generals, or great political or religious questions depends the fame of Maria Theresa. It was not the vast political importance of her achievements, or the place which her kingdom held in the rank of nations, but it was the mind and nature of the sovereign herself, irrespective of any and all surroundings, which makes her character luminous with a stronger and more effulgent light than shines forth from the name of any other female sovereign of the world. In herself alone, in her own virtues, her strong and well-balanced mind, her undaunted courage, her unswerving allegiance to what is true and pure and lovely in womankind, joined to an almost masculine executive ability, which woman's usually narrow horizon often weakens by sacrificing grand and comprehensive policies to a pettiness of details, an executive ability as statesman and general, which made her no mean foe for the vaunted greatness of Frederick II to combat. These traits betokening a mind peerless among women, a character peerless among sovereigns, abilities ranking her with the greatest of her times, and best of all, virtues which placed her individually first upon the list of female monarchs of the world, virtues which surrounded her name with an undying halo of glory. Such are the rightful claims of Maria Theresa to the most honored place among the famous queens of history. And yet, we do not give this illustrious character as much space as others in this book, because the events of her reign were not as vital upon the history of Europe and the world as other epochs, and because the very beauty and purity of her character demands no long panegyric to prove her greatness. Therefore, her reign will be summed up in a few words. Catherine II of Russia was probably equal to Maria Theresa in executive ability, but Catherine is so revolting as a woman, so devoid of every virtue of heart or soul, that her fame is rather infamous notoriety than commendable greatness. Elizabeth doubtless possessed as strong a mind and keener cunning, and was undeniably far more liberally educated, but Elizabeth was so pitiably weak in her jealous vanity and heartless and condemnatory gallantries that she must rank beneath Maria Theresa when they are individually compared. Isabella of Castile stands nearer to Maria Theresa in individual greatness than any of the other famous queens. We have not included a sketch of her life in this volume because her history is so indissolubly intertwined with that of Ferdinand V of Spain, and in giving his life in the companion book of famous rulers, we also there outlined a brief sketch of Isabella of Castile. Maria Theresa is the most illustrious example of an imperial woman of business. She was big-brained and energetic, having none of the mental weaknesses of voluptuous natures, lacking thereby, perhaps, somewhat in warm emotions, but by her own inherent nature she was exempted from falling into error. She was a model of virtue both in public and private life. Maria Theresa was an embodiment of executive regality. She had the promptitude, forethought, and vigilance of a detective officer, and discharged duty with the rigid precision of a policeman. She was essentially practical and thoroughly industrious-minded. She was ready in an emergency, equal to a difficulty, and sturdy for order and regulation. She met reverses with boldness and fortitude, and used prosperity for instituting reforms. She was greatly remedial, remedying sudden mischances by encountering them firmly, and remedying existing evils with the strong hand of eradication. Frederick the Great, although politically her foe, said of her, "Although I have made war against her, I have never been her personal enemy. I have always respected her. She was an honor to her sex and the glory of her throne." Maria Theresa was not only immaculately virtuous herself, but she enforced the strictest rule of moral and decorous demeanor both in her court and throughout her dominions. Rigorous etiquette and staid decorum were marked features of her imperial household and her own conduct. Only once did she deign to notice one of the profligate notoriety when she desired to enter into friendly alliance with France. She found the effeminate Louis XV unwilling to listen to the proposals of her ambassador. Well knowing where the chief influence over the mind of this weak king could be reached, she condescended to write a letter to Madame de Pompadour with the courteous address, "Ma chère amie." This produced the expected effect. Madame de Pompadour's self-love and vanity were so much flattered by such a mark of attention from the imperial Maria Theresa that, employing her most seductive arts, she won the consent of Louis XV to enter into an alliance with Austria. But this political policy must have cost the pure and exalted character of Maria Theresa a sharp pang of personal mortification. In 1736, Maria Theresa was married to Francis, Duke of Lorraine. This marriage was one of love rather than policy, and the union was a happy one. Francis was much inferior in mind to his beautiful and accomplished wife, but Maria Theresa's affection for him was sincere and very constant through a long wedded life. The death of her father, Charles VI, left Maria Theresa in her 24th year, Queen of Hungary and Bohemia, Archduchess of Austria, Sovereign of the Netherlands, and Duchess of Milan, of Parma, and of Placentia, in her own right. And in right of her husband, she was also Grand Duchess of Tuscany. But notwithstanding these numerous titles, her cause was in truth desperate. Her father had endeavored to secure her undisputed succession by means of the Pragmatic Sanction, which declared Maria Theresa the heiress of the House of Austria. This sanction had been ratified by several European powers, but no sooner was Charles VI dead than claimants arose in all directions. Within the first few months of her reign, the Pragmatic Sanction, so frequently guaranteed, was trampled underfoot. France deferred, and at length declined to acknowledge her title. The Elector of Bavaria, supported by France, laid claim to Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia. The King of Spain also laid claim to the Austrian succession, and prepared to seize on the Italian states. The King of Sardinia claimed Milan. The King of Prussia, not satisfied with merely advancing pretensions, pounced like a falcon on his prey and seized up the whole Duchy of Silesia, which he laid waste and occupied with his armies. The perils which surrounded Maria Theresa at her accession were such as would have appalled the strongest mind. She was not only encompassed by enemies without, but threatened with commotions within. She was without an army, without a treasury, and in point of fact without a ministry. For those who composed the Conference or State Council of Vienna agreed but in one thing, in jealousy of the Duke of Lorraine. But Maria Theresa was never so great as in the midst of apparently overwhelming adversity. Hungary clung firmly to the young and dauntless queen, and to Hungary she turned for aid. On the 13th of June, 1741, she was crowned Queen of Hungary at Presburg. The coronation was attended with all the national pomp and peculiar ceremonies of that country. The iron crown of St. Stephen was placed upon the head of the dazzlingly beautiful Maria Theresa, then in the height of her fascinating charms. Over her gem-encrusted royal robes was thrown the sacred tattered mantle, which was regarded by the Hungarians as a reversed insignia of the regal office. Mounted on a superb charger, she then rode gallantly up the royal mount, which was a rising hillock near Presburg, consecrated to this ceremony, and having reached the summit, Maria Theresa, according to ancient custom, drew forth her glistening saber and waved it around her head, signalizing the idea of defiance to all the four quarters of the world. The coronation ceremonies having been completed, Maria Theresa returned to the great hall of the palace, where a magnificent feast had been spread for all the high dignitaries of the realm. The beautiful queen sat in the place of honor, and, as the day was warm and the iron crown was heavy, she lifted the ancient diadem from her brow, whereupon her luxuriant hair fell upon her shoulders in picturesque abandon, making her such a vision of beauty with her glowing cheeks and sparkling eyes and regal bearing that the old knights and gallant lords could scarce refrain from shouting their enthusiastic admiration for the lovely woman and patriotic reverence for their adored queen in resounding acclamations. Still greater was their enthusiasm when they were assembled in the great hall of the castle, and the stately queen, wearing the Hungarian mourning costume in memory of her late father, entered the spacious apartment and ascended the platform from whence the kings of Hungary had been accustomed to address their council of lords. Imperial indeed was the graceful Maria Theresa. Majesty sat enthroned upon her regal brow, and the sovereign as well as the gracious woman beamed in her magnetic eyes, while the melodious and alluring tones of her pathetic voice seemed to commingle the inspiring resonance of a bugle call with the melting sweetness of the rich chords swept from harp strings, as she alternately appealed to their patriotism and her helpless condition as queen, woman, and mother. Her stirring address to them was made in Latin, and as she impressively committed herself and children to their fidelity, lifting her infant son Joseph in her arms and presenting him to the assembled lords, 1,000 warriors drew their sabers from their scabbards and shouted with wild enthusiasm, "Moriamur pro rege nostro, Maria Theresa." We will die for our sovereign, Maria Theresa. Overpowered by this enthusiastic devotion, the lustrous eyes of the noble-spirited queen filled with grateful tears, and as she pressed her handkerchief to her face, a moment to regain her composure, sobs were heard throughout the assembly of Hungarian nobles, and every heart throbbed with admiring devotion. Hungary was roused as one man, and the dauntless and beautiful Maria Theresa was queen of every heart as well as queen of swords and purses. Nor was the fame of her heroic courage limited to the boundaries of Hungary. England did her honor. The helpless situation of this young queen excited the liveliest interest in her cause. The Parliament voted large subsidies to support her, and the ladies of England, with the old Duchess of Marlborough at their head, subscribed £100,000 for her relief. But Maria Theresa graciously declined this private gift, accepting only the aid of the king and Parliament. The enthusiasm in her behalf spread over all the states of Austria, and semi-savage bands flocked to her standard from all quarters. Vienna was strongly fortified, and Germany and Prussia looked on in astonishment. This helpless young queen, without money, armies, or powerful ministers, they had supposed would be an easy prey. But marvelous to relate, Austria, with only an inexperienced, weak woman at its head, defies their vaunted strength, and Frederick, the arrogant, fallen somewhat from his pitch of pride, deigns to manifest some desire for a conciliatory arrangement, providing that he can keep his coveted Silesia. To this concession, Maria Theresa is forced to agree, for while she was defending herself against Prussia, the French and Bavarians were overwhelming her own Bohemia. The Elector of Bavaria having seized Prague, he was elected Emperor of Germany and crowned at Frankfurt by the title of Charles VII. But within a few months the French were defeated. Maria Theresa entered Prague and was there crowned Queen of Bohemia in May 1743. In Italy she was also victorious. In 1744 she again lost Bavaria, but in the following year Bohemia and Bavaria were recovered, and Charles VII, dying soon after, Maria Theresa was enabled to fulfill her proud ambition by placing the imperial crown of emperor upon her husband's head. Francis was proclaimed Emperor of Germany at Frankfurt, and Maria Theresa was the first to exclaim, "Long live the Emperor Francis I." Thus had been fulfilled one of her dearest ambitions, and she had secured the restoration of the imperial crown to her family, by whom it had been worn for an uninterrupted period of above 300 years. Henceforth, Maria Theresa, uniting in herself the titles of Empress of Germany and Queen of Hungary and Bohemia, is known in history as the Empress Queen. By the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748, Maria Theresa retained possession of all her ancestral inheritance except Silesia, Parma, Placentia, and Guastalla. She recovered the imperial dignity which had been nearly wrested from the House of Austria and obtained the guarantee of the pragmatic sanction from the principal powers of Europe. Her father had left her without a single florin in the treasury, and after 8 years of war and the loss of several states in 1750, her revenues exceeded those of her predecessors by 6 millions. All the new laws and regulations, the changes and improvements which took place, emanated from Maria Theresa herself, and they were all more or less wisely and benevolently planned and beneficial in their efforts. Her first war was purely one of self-defense, and the sword was drawn in a just cause. Her enemy, Frederick the Great, acknowledged that the Austrian army acquired, under the auspices of Maria Theresa, such a degree of perfection as it had never attained under any of her predecessors, and that a woman accomplished designs worthy of a great man. Maria Theresa was a conscientious Catholic, but she did not allow the Pope of Rome to dictate the affairs of her kingdom, and she realized the necessary distinction between temporal and spiritual jurisdictions. She suppressed the pensions charged at Rome upon benefices, and forbade the alienation of property in favor of ecclesiastical bodies. She entrusted the spiritual governments of convents to bishops, but placed their secular matters in the hands of magistrates. She so restrained the power of the Inquisition, then existing in her Italian dominions, that the check she placed upon the despotic operations of that diabolical institution led to its final abolishment in Lombardy and Tuscany at a later period. Maria Theresa was ever ready to make sacrifice of personal ease for the good of her subjects. She was heard to say, "I reproach myself with the time I spend in sleep as so much robbed from my people." No sooner did Maria Theresa find herself settled in peaceful security than she prepared to carry out her systems of internal reform. The vestiges of war were effaced, agriculture was revived, commerce and the arts were encouraged, shipping interests were regarded, roads constructed and repaired. Vienna was enlarged and embellished. Manufactories of woolen clothes, of porcelain, of glass, and of silken stuffs were established. Science flourished in the foundation of several universities and colleges, while one of them, still enjoying celebrity, bears its sovereign name in gratitude to its foundress, Collegium Theresianum. Special schools of drawing, painting, and architecture were instituted, while Prague and Innsbruck had public libraries endowed. Observatories enriched with valuable apparatus and instruments arose in Vienna, in Graz, and in Tierno. Van Swieten was summoned to regenerate the study of medicine and surgery, and Metastasio was invited to help in disseminating a cultivation of the Italian muse on the banks of the Danube. Measures of importance and magnitude were effected by Maria Theresa in the government of her people. She introduced great amelioration into the feudal system as it then existed in Bohemia. She abolished the torture in her hereditary states, Hungary and Bohemia. Severe penalties were attached to literary piracy. She exerted herself to promote popular education throughout her dominions, establishing a general system and taking means for its efficacious operation. She divided into 3 classes the schools she instituted. Firstly, normal schools, one in each province, to serve as a model for all the other schools in the province. Secondly, principal schools in the large towns, and thirdly, commercial schools in the smaller towns and villages. The normal schools were superintended by a director, those of the large towns were under the superintendence of a magistrate, and the commercial schools under that of a parish priest or an assessor of the communal council. She granted extra emolument to those teachers whose wives taught the girls sewing, knitting, and spinning, so that children thus taught were able to earn a daily addition to the family income. The system worked admirably and formed the basis of that extended popular education which operates so beneficially throughout the Austrian monarchy. Her second war with Frederick the Great, which lasted 7 years, was in the end productive of little besides a terrible loss of life and money to both contestants. By the treaty at its close, not a foot of territory was gained or lost by either party. In this war, Austria's allies were France and Russia. Maria Theresa was 48 years of age at the end of this war. For 24 years, all Europe had watched her with wonder and admiration. She had replaced the incapable Bartenstein by the able minister, Prince Kaunitz, and for nearly 30 years he ruled the councils of Austria as prime minister. Maria Theresa was not satisfied short of knowing and comprehending all things pertaining to her government. She often devoted 10 or 12 hours together to state business, and notwithstanding this close attention to governmental affairs, she still found time for society and the amusements of her court, as well as to be the mother of 16 children. Maria Theresa was possessed of great beauty and a fine presence. The dignity of her exalted rank was worn with regal grace. Her figure was tall and formed with perfect elegance. Her deportment imposing and majestic. Her features were regular, her eyes were gray and full of luster and expression. She had the full Austrian lips, but her mouth and smile were beautiful. Her complexion was transparent, she had a profusion of fine hair, and to complete her charms the tone of her voice was peculiarly soft and sweet. Her strict religious principles, or her early and excessive love for her husband, or the pride of her royal station, or perhaps all these combined, had preserved her character from coquetry. She was not unconscious of her powers of captivation, but she used them not as a woman but as a queen, not to win lovers but to gain over refractory subjects. It is recorded to her praise that she desired to be informed of every act of the administration, that she afforded the poor and humble as well as the noble and rich free access to her presence, that she listened benignantly to all, either granting their petitions or, if she denied them, giving reasons for her refusal without delusive promises or vague evasions. During a 40 years' reign, she invariably showed a love of justice and truth, and she stated as a principle of her conduct that it is only the pleasure of alleviating distress and doing good to the people that can render the weight of a crown supportable to the wearer. In the year 1765, the Emperor Francis I died. His loss was sincerely mourned by Maria Theresa, who was devotedly attached to her husband. She ever after wore mourning for him and frequently visited the imperial mausoleum where he was entombed. In anticipation of her own death, she caused her coffin to be made and secretly sewed upon her own shroud. She was afterwards buried in the grave clothes thus made by her own hands. Upon the death of the Emperor Francis, her eldest son received the imperial crown as Joseph II, but Maria Theresa continued to hold the first place in the government until her death. Maria Theresa gloried in her power of being able to be a public benefactor. It pleased her to bestow benefits. She richly deserved her title of Mother of her People, and she declared just before her death that, if anything reprehensible has been done in her name, it was certainly without her knowledge, as she had always desired the welfare of her subjects. Her annual private charities and donations amounted to more than 80,000 a year, and so great was her benevolence that when her son Joseph was accused of not being generous, he replied, "If I gave like my mother, we should soon have nothing left to give away." Her benefactions included all classes of her subjects. She founded large hospitals for the infirm and wounded soldiers and opened asylums of comfort for the widows of officers and young ladies of impoverished families. With such a belligerent neighbor as Frederick the Great, Maria Theresa could not feel assured of any continued period of peace, and she therefore maintained a large army of disciplined troops and founded military academies at Vienna, Neustadt, and Antwerp. The simplicity of her court life was a great contrast to the most extravagant ostentation of Elizabeth and the dissolute splendor of Catherine II. In the morning, an old man, who could hardly be entitled a chamberlain, but merely what is called on the continent a frauteur, entered her sleeping room about 5 or 6 o'clock, opened the shutters, lighted the stove, and arranged the apartment. She breakfasted on a cup of milk coffee, then dressed and heard Mass. The floor of her room was so contrived that it opened by a sliding parquet, and Mass was celebrated in the chapel beneath. On Tuesdays, she received the ministers of the various apartments. Other days were set apart for giving audience to foreigners and strangers who, according to the etiquette of the imperial court, were always presently, singly, and received in the private apartments. There were stated days on which the poorest and meanest of her subjects were admitted indiscriminately, and they could speak to her in private if they so desired. At other times she attended to her letters, memorials, dispatches, signed papers, etc. During the summer, which was spent mostly at her palaces of Schönbrunn or at Laxenburg, she would often walk in a shaded avenue communicating with her apartments. A box was buckled round her waist, filled with papers and memorials, which she carefully read as she promenaded, noting with her pencil necessary answers or observations to each. She usually dined alone to economize time. After dinner she attended to public business until 6 in the evening, as she dined at noon, and until her hour of retiring her daughters joined her, when she held a drawing-room or engaged in games with her children. Her daughters were all expected to present themselves at evening prayers, which the Empress held before retiring, and nothing but sickness was allowed to interfere with this family regulation. About 2 years after the death of her husband, she was attacked by smallpox, which was very fatal in her family, she having lost several children by this dread disease. Upon her recovery, her marvelous beauty was greatly marred, and being thrown from her carriage soon after and severely wounding her face, her scarred complexion and altered features entirely destroyed her former beauty of countenance, though her queenly bearing and imperial grace continued to charm, and her voice lost none of its melting sweetness. Experiencing the dread effect of smallpox, she established a smallpox hospital and introduced inoculation in her kingdom. She paid great attention to the purity of her coinage, and so strong was the faith of her subjects in the money coined under her supervision that as late as 1830 the workmen at the Mint at Milan were coining dollars with the head of the Empress Queen and the date 1780. These dollars were intended for the Levant trade, the people of the Greek islands, being accustomed to trust in the purity of the coinage bearing the effigy of Maria Theresa, took it in exchange more readily than that of any other potentate. The alliance of Maria Theresa with France was productive of dire evils to her family in after years, as the fate of the beautiful Marie Antoinette, the youngest daughter of Maria Theresa, fully exemplifies. Regarding her other children, several of them were distinguished in after life. Besides her eldest son, the Emperor Joseph II, Leopold, another son, was Grand Duke of Tuscany for 25 years when he succeeded to the empire in 1790. Ferdinand, her third son, married the heiress of the House of Modena and became Duke of Modena. Maximilian became Elector of Cologne. All of her daughters were beautiful and accomplished. The Archduchesses Mariana and Elizabeth remained unmarried. The Archduchess Christina, her mother's favorite, married Prince Albert of Saxony, which union, like that of her mother's, was for love rather than political expediency. Christina exercised great influence over her younger sisters, Marie Antoinette, Queen of France, and Caroline, Queen of Naples. The Archduchess Amelia, another beautiful princess, married the Duke of Parma. Two other sisters, Joanna and the lamented Josepha, died with smallpox in their early womanhood. The death of the Archduchess Josepha was particularly harrowing, as she contracted the dread disease by obeying her mother's wishes that she should enter the family burial vault, previous to her departure for Naples, as she was then betrothed to the King of Naples, and go through with certain religious ceremonies which Maria Theresa considered to be binding upon a member of this illustrious family. The lovely Josepha expressed great alarm regarding this exposure to contagion, as her sister had lately died from smallpox. But for once Maria Theresa allowed her religious bigotry to supplant her better reason, and the sad and tragic result of this filial obedience wrung the mother's heart with anguish, all the more bitter as her own commands had doubtless occasioned the death of her idolized child. A third daughter, Caroline, was then betrothed to the King of Naples in place of her two sisters, whose successive deaths had prevented the contemplated union with the royal family of Naples, both of them having been affianced, one after the other, to King Ferdinand. The great blot upon the otherwise illustrious name of Maria Theresa was her participation in the iniquitous partition of Poland. She has been rescued from the charge of having originated the unjust plan, since the document of the secret convention signed at St. Petersburg on the 17th of February 1772 exists to prove the contrary, wherein it is stated that if the court of Austria refuses consent to the plan of partition, Prussia and Russia will combine against her. Amid the general outcry that arose in Europe against the crowned spoliators, Frederick the Great slyly observed, "As to me, I fully expected all this uproar of blame, but what will they say of her saintship, my cousin?" Maria Theresa was now at the height of her grandeur and power as a sovereign. She had largely extended her territories. She had so increased her revenues that, notwithstanding her immense expenses, she laid by each year in her treasury 200,000 crowns. She maintained an army of 200,000 men, and lived in harmony with her ambitious and accomplished son, in whose name the imperial power was vested. When war with Prussia was again threatening her dominions, her skillful negotiations with Frederick the Great, which resulted in the Peace of Teschen, covered her name with glory and her life with honor. Maria Theresa often declared that no event of her long reign had ever caused her such unmingled satisfaction as the Peace of Teschen. It was a peace bought without bloodshed. It was entirely her own work, originated in her own benevolent heart. It was the means of continuing to her kingdom the blessing of peaceful prosperity, and it surrounded her dying head with a halo of glory. Death had long been insidiously approaching this illustrious sovereign, but she felt no alarm and prepared to meet the end with calm resignation. Dropsy had at length rendered her existence a continued torture, and she welcomed the relief of death. Upon the last night of her life, she was engaging in signing papers and in giving necessary directions to her successor. When her son urged her to rest, she replied, "In a few hours I shall appear before the judgment seat of God, and would you have me sleep?" Upon expressing her anxiety regarding those who had long been aided by her private charities, she said, "If I could wish for immortality on earth, it would only be for the power of relieving the distressed." A short time before she breathed her last, attendants thought that she slumbered, as she had closed her eyes, and one whispered, "The Empress sleeps." She immediately opened her eyes, saying with impressive calmness, "No, I do not sleep. I wish to meet my death awake." Surely such a deathbed scene harmonized with the exalted and illustrious life of Maria Theresa. She expired on the 29th of November, 1780, in her 64th year. Her biographers justly style her the most blameless and beneficent sovereign who ever wore a crown. The earthly dower of Maria Theresa was certainly the richest ever granted to any female sovereign of the world. A strong mind and feeling, heart, royalty, and beauty, long life and prosperity, a happy marriage, a numerous family, illustrious children, her people's love, and the admiration of the universe. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Girls' Book of Famous Queens by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Catherine II, A.D. 1729 to 1796. Here's to the flaunting, extravagant queen. Sheridan. In mighty Russia, that land of violent extremes, that land of lavish wealth and utter poverty, whose frightful climate conquered the otherwise invincible Napoleon, and with its keen frosts snapped the pillars of his throne, where millions tremble before a despot whose will is fettered by no constitution, whose prisons are the ice realms of Siberia, whither so many trains of wretched captives have passed to linger hopelessly in living tombs, whose smoldering fires of discontent and hatred, fanned by the ardent breath of nihilism, are constantly breaking out into rebellion and assassination. In the land of splendor and of barbarism, behold St. Petersburg, the city of the Tsars, founded by Peter the Great in 1703, and risen out of the desolate marshes of Ladoga to be the worthy capital of a great empire. St. Petersburg, the city of palaces, with its royal and princely residences adorned with Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian columns, surmounted by massive friezes, entablatures, and sculptures, with its Grecian and Gothic temples, its great squares, its splendid, spacious streets, its monuments, its warehouses and docks, its gardens and boulevards, Kronstadt with its frowning bastions and painted spires, and in the midst giving to all an air of space, of freedom and dignity, the Neva, thronged by craft of all kinds and sizes, from the tiny gondola to the man of war, and from the mighty merchant ship to the rude barge laden with timber or with grain, presents a scene of opulence and magnificence which makes it difficult to realize that the foundations of this great metropolis were placed in the quaking bogs of Lake Ladoga. Upon the banks of the Neva, midway between the Senate House and the Admiralty, stands that most famous of the monuments of St. Petersburg, the equestrian statue of Peter the Great. A splendid statue, this, of bronze and of colossal size. Peter, astride a mighty charger, reins back his steed upon the brink of a precipice and stretches forth his scepter, while he seems to survey with proud triumph the wonderful growth of the city, of which he is the creator, and of which he might exclaim, as did Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, quote, "Is not this great Petersburg that I have built by the might of my power and for the honor of my majesty?" End quote. Little did Peter think, when he laid aside the scepter of his empire, that 5 women would reign after him in almost direct succession, and that the last, the greatest of them all, would rear to him this costly monument upon the borders of the Neva. Peter I was succeeded by his wife Catherine, who governed for 2 years. Then Peter II, a poor boy of 14, who had the privilege of ruling nominally for a few months. Then Anne, niece of Peter I, was placed upon the throne. Anne reigned 10 years, or rather her favorites reigned for her, and in 1740 she ended her insignificant life. Then baby Prince Ivan was proclaimed Emperor Ivan III, but his mother, Anne of Mecklenburg, thirsted for imperial power. So Biron, the regent, went to Siberia, and Anne of Mecklenburg ruled in his stead. It was only for a year, however, for in 1741 Elizabeth, cousin of Anne, headed the imperial guards who had revolted, and declared herself Empress Elizabeth I. Elizabeth ruled for 20 years and commenced by declaring that, quote, she would never put a subject to death upon any provocation whatever, end quote, a principle all very fine in theory, but never put in practice, and since it so affected her tender heart to take the lives of her dear subjects, she contented herself by sending them to Siberia, which answered her purpose quite as well. Joanna, she said to her lady of the bedchamber, who one day reproached her for the miserable manner in which she educated her nephew, the Grand Duke, Joanna, knowest thou the road to Siberia? Joanna took the hint and henceforth held her peace. On the 2nd of May, 1729, at Stettin in Prussia, was born Sophia Augusta Frederica, Princess of Anhalt-Zerbst-Bernburg, who, in 1762, resigned all these sonorous and illustrious titles to be called simply Catherine II. In 1747, the Empress Elizabeth married her nephew, the worthless Grand Duke, to this Princess of Anhalt, and at the death of the Empress in 1761, he became Peter III. Things went smoothly enough for the first few months, but soon Sophia Augusta Frederica, Princess of Anhalt, desired to reign alone and undisputed upon the throne of the Romanovs, and in that highly moral and virtuous assembly, the Imperial Court of St. Petersburg, there were many who, in the hope of self-aggrandizement, would not scruple to terminate the mortal career of the Emperor Peter III. There were 3 separate conspiracies against the life of Peter, and Catherine, who appeared to do nothing herself, was in reality the mover of all. Peter was spending a few days at his country palace of Oranienbaum, from whence he was to proceed to the palace of Peterhof, where the conspirators intended to seize and carry him off. But all these fine plans were overthrown by a soldier of the guard who innocently asked his captain on what day they were to take up arms against the emperor. The terrified captain, who knew nothing of this conspiracy, gave notice to his superiors. Then all is terror in the ranks of the conspirators, and the Princess Dashkoff, when she learns of the discovery of the plot, hastily gives intelligence to her party. The Empress Catherine sleeps at Peterhof, where she has gone to meet her husband. At 2 o'clock in the morning a soldier stands at her bedside. It is Alexis Orloff. "Your Majesty," he says, "has not a moment to lose. Rise and follow me." The Empress and her maid dress in haste. Orloff conducts them to the garden gate, where a carriage is in waiting. The Empress and her maid are placed in it. Alexis seizes the reins, and they are off at a gallop. Before they have gone far, the carriage breaks, and Catherine is compelled to continue her journey on foot. When they have walked about a mile, they meet a peasant driving a country cart. Immediately, Alexis Orloff seizes the horses, places the Empress in the cart, and drives at full speed toward the capital. The Emperor Peter III sleeps quietly in his palace at Oranienbaum, while his wife Catherine II drives madly along the road from Peterhof to Petersburg to place upon her head the imperial diadem of Russia. At 7 in the morning, Catherine reached St. Petersburg. She immediately presented herself to the soldiers, assuring them that the Tsar, her husband, intended to put her to death that very night, and that they were her only protection. This lie was believed at the moment, and the men swore to die in her defense. The Orloffs raised a cry of "Long live the Empress Catherine!" and the soldiers echoed the shout. Their officers encouraged them, and whence Villebois, general of artillery, ventured to remonstrate, Catherine turned upon him haughtily, told him she wanted no advice of his, but to know what he intended to do. The general, confounded at her assumed air of command, could only stammer, "To obey, your Majesty," and immediately delivered the arsenals and magazines of the city into her hands. Thus, in 2 hours did Catherine find herself upon the throne, with an army at her command and the capital at her feet. Meanwhile, Peter III, totally unconscious of the usurpation of his unfaithful spouse, ordered his carriage and set out for Peterhof, where he was informed of the revolt. This news threw him into such horror and confusion that for a time he lost the use of his faculties. He could resolve on nothing, and his imbecility was like that of a terrified child. Finally, however, he sat down and wrote a submissive letter to Catherine, acknowledging his errors and proposing to share the sovereign authority with her. To this letter Catherine gave no reply, except to send Count Panin to the Tsar, who persuaded him to sign a declaration that he was not fit to reign, and that he voluntarily abdicated the throne. Having done this, the poor, weak prince was carried off and locked up in the palace of Ropsha. It was necessary that some apparent reason should be given for such extraordinary proceedings, and a short manifesto was accordingly set forth, proclaiming the accession of Catherine without any mention of the unhappy emperor, but alleging as her only motives for assuming the government her tender regard for the welfare of the people, and above all for the holy and orthodox Greek religion, which she feared was exposed to total ruin. And this notable document of state villainy thus concludes: "For these causes, etc., we, putting our trust in Almighty God and in His divine justice, have ascended the imperial throne of all the Russias, and have received a solemn oath of fidelity from all our faithful subjects." Dated June 28, 1762. Thus, by a revolution which never could have occurred under any other government than that of Russia, which few could account for and no one seemed to comprehend, which was accomplished in the course of a single day, without injury to individuals, and without tumultuous violence, did a young woman, a foreigner, and a stranger to the imperial blood, spring into the throne of the Tsars. Catherine II, having thus established herself upon the throne, began to consider how she could best retain her newly acquired power. The first obstacle which presented itself to her mind was the Tsar, Peter III. She had him under lock and key at Ropsha, it is true, but then he had his friends and his faithful Holstein guards, who had seen his downfall with grief and indignation. So Peter III must be made an end of, and those most accomplished of villains, Orloff and Baratinsky, were sent to Ropsha to make an end of him, which deed they performed very satisfactorily, both to themselves and to the Empress, by strangling him in his dining apartment with a napkin. The news of his death was announced to the Empress as she was on the point of holding her court. But, as the proper precautions had not been taken, she did not choose to make it public, and went on with her audience with every appearance of cheerfulness and tranquillity. On the following day, while dining in public, the death of the Tsar was formally announced, and immediately she rose from the table all bathed in tears and retired to her apartment, where for several days she feigned the greatest grief. She afterward published a manifesto in which she announced to her subjects that it had pleased Almighty God to remove the late Emperor Peter III from this world by a violent attack of a malady to which he had heretofore been subject, and desiring them to consider it as an especial act of Providence working in her favor. None were stupid enough to believe this monstrous lie, and none were bold enough to contradict it, and this was answer sufficient for the Empress Catherine II. But what a sight for the nation itself, a calm spectator of these events! On one side, the grandson of Peter I, dethroned and put to death; on the other, the grandson of the Tsar Ivan, languishing in fetters, while the Princess of Anhalt usurps the throne of their ancestors, clearing her way to it by a regicide. As a sovereign, Catherine displayed marked ability. She effected several useful reforms, established important institutions, encouraged national intercourse, founded schools and hospitals, and erected arsenals and manufactories. During her lifetime, she published a list of 245 cities which she had founded in her dominions. This sounds very grand, but we may look as vainly for her cities as for those of Babylonian Semiramis. In some instances, she merely indicated the spot where she intended a city should be erected. In others, she gave the name of a city to some hamlet or village. When she made her famous voyage down the Dnieper in 1787, Joseph II accompanied her to lay the foundations of a city to be called after her name, Ekaterinoslav, and which, in her imagination, already rivaled St. Petersburg. The Empress laid the first stone with great pomp, and the Emperor laid the second. On returning from the ceremony, Joseph remarked in his dry, epigrammatic manner, "The Empress and I have this day achieved a great work. She has laid the first stone of a great city, and I have laid the last." His speech was prophetic. The city never proceeded farther, nor was it thought of again. Catherine had one overmastering passion, ambition, and since the basis of her character was selfishness, her ambition began and ended with herself. She was shrewd in principle, astute in judgment, hard in character, and hopelessly corrupt in morals. But she knew how to make herself looked up to, if not with respect and liking, at least with deference, and Frederick the Great, Louis XV, Maria Theresa, and George III, each in their turn, learned to regard her acts with attention. The principal fame of Catherine rests on her celebrated code of laws, and on her title of legislatrix of her dominions. "If," said Frederick of Prussia, "several women as sovereigns have obtained a deserved celebrity, Semiramis for her conquests, Elizabeth of England for her political sagacity, Maria Theresa for her astonishing firmness of character, to Catherine alone may be given the title of a female lawgiver." But how much of this was fulsome flattery, and how much honest praise, is it not very difficult to discern, considering the gross nature of Catherine and the cunning diplomacy of Frederick? Catherine is said to have doubled the resources and revenues of her empire. Undoubtedly, she increased the resources by the extension of her commerce, and by her conquest over the Turks, which threw open the trade and navigation of the Mediterranean, she added greatly to the power of Russia. But she exhausted her resources much faster than she could create them, and she wasted her revenues more quickly than she could replenish them. She doubled and trebled the taxes of her oppressed people, and the legal pillage of her tyrannical officers drove whole provinces to desperation. "Kings and queens," she wrote in her letter to Queen Marie Antoinette, "ought to proceed in their career undisturbed by the cries of the people, as the moon pursues her course unimpeded by the howling of the dogs." A fine sentiment truly, and one which she took good care should not grow dull for want of use during her lifetime. To find some parallel for the criminal profusion of Catherine, a profusion which exceeds all calculation, we must go back to the days of Caligula and Heliogabalus. Her favorites were countless, her lavishness towards them almost incredible. Upon them she squandered a sum equal to $100 millions. She bestowed estates equal in extent to provinces, and by a word, by a stroke of her pen, she, who called her people her children, and, by her royal clemency, had substituted the word subject for slave, gave away thousands, tens of thousands of serfs, poor wretches, transferred like cattle from one proprietor to another. She gave diamonds by handfuls, and made gold and silver as common as pebbles. Yet when we read over the names and qualifications of those who were her confidants and ministers, or of those who were particularly distinguished by her munificence, it is like looking over the peerage of Pandemonium. For where, but in the court of Russia, with a female Louis XV in the person of Catherine II upon the imperial throne, could such an assemblage of fiends and savages, ruffians and reptiles, demons and cormorants, have been congregated together to fatten on the blood and tears of an oppressed people? In pursuance of the mighty plans which she had formed, Catherine kept two objects steadily in view. First, to extend her dominions on the west by seizing Poland, and secondly, to drive the Turks from Constantinople. She began with Poland, marched an army into that country, forced upon the Poles a king of her own choice, dictated laws at the point of the bayonet, intimidated the weak by threats, and massacred and exiled all who resisted. The Poles could not endure this usurpation of their country, and they rose against the Russians, and from 1765, when Catherine first invaded the country, till its final seizure in 1795, Poland presented a scene of horror, calamity, and crime. The Poles besought the aid of the Turks, and thus began the first Turkish war declared in 1768. Fierce and bloody was this war, and in 1774 the Turks were compelled to sue for peace, acceding to the humiliating conditions which Catherine haughtily demanded that the Ottoman Porte should recognize the independence of the Crimea and yield to Russia the free navigation of the Black Sea and the Archipelago. In 1774 also, the Empress Queen disgraced Gregory Orloff and raised to the post of favorite and chief minister Potemkin, afterward Prince Potemkin, of infamous renown, who for more than 20 years held the highest honors of the empire. He was neither a great statesman nor a great general, but he was certainly an extraordinary man. He had all the petulance, audacity, and wilfulness of a spoiled boy, yet he possessed a genius fit to conceive and execute great designs. His character displayed a singular union of barbarism and grandeur, and of the most inconsistent and apparently incompatible qualities. He was at once the most indolent and the most active man in the world, the most luxurious and the most indefatigable. No dangers appalled and no difficulties repulsed him, yet the slightest caprice, a mere fit of temper, would cause him to abandon projects of vital importance. At one time he talked of making himself King of Poland, at another of turning monk or bishop. He began everything, completed nothing, disordered the finances, disorganized the army, depopulated the country. He lived with the magnificence of a sovereign prince. At one moment he would make an aide-de-camp ride 200 or 300 miles to bring him a melon or a pineapple. At another he would be found devouring a raw carrot or cucumber in his own antechamber. He scarcely ever opened a book, yet he learned everything and forgot nothing. His wonderful quickness in appropriating the knowledge of others served him instead of study. Altogether, his great qualities and his defects precisely fitted him to obtain the ascendancy over such a mind as that of Catherine. She grew tired of others, but his caprices, his magnificence, and his gigantic plans continually interested and occupied her. Under his administration, all things did not go on well, we may be sure, but all went on, and the Empress was content. The Second Turkish War, having ended in 1783 with the annexation of the Crimea and Kuban, under the classic name of Towdria and the Caucasus, Potemkin persuaded Catherine to go and admire herself in her new dominions, a thing which she was only too ready to do. So on the 18th of January, 1787, the imperial cortege set out from St. Petersburg. There were 14 carriages upon sledges for the Empress and her court, and 160 for the attendants and baggage. 560 relays of horses waited them at every post, and the luxurious carriages flew over the frozen plains at the rate of 100 miles a day. Wherever they stopped, a temporary palace was erected for the Empress, fitted with every luxury, and arranged as much as possible, like her palace at St. Petersburg. When they arrived at Kiev, the Empress embarked on the Dnieper, and with a fleet of 50 galleys sailed down the river to Cherson. Here, money, provisions, and troops had been conveyed from every part of the empire. The Borysthenes was covered with magnificent galleys. 150,000 soldiers were newly equipped. Deserts were peopled for the occasion, and palaces reared for the Empress Queen in the midst of trackless wilds. The King of Poland came to do her homage, and the Emperor Joseph was content to mingle among the herd of her courtiers and swell the splendor of her state. Catherine herself scattered diamonds and honors with her usual liberality. In her traveling carriage she had a large green sack full of gold coins, and her courtiers were kept busy throwing handfuls out of the window to the people, who lay groveling on the earth as her carriage passed by. After 6 months spent in this sort of traveling, the Empress returned to St. Petersburg. As a refuge from the cares of state, Louis XIV had built his Trianon, and Frederick the Great his Sans Souci, and Catherine II, oppressed like them, reared the splendid palace of the Hermitage, within whose portals she laid aside the imperial diadem of all the Russias, and became a patron of literature and the fine arts. Beneath a great portal supported by colossal granite giants is the entrance to this hermitage, over whose steps has often passed those discarded favorites of the Empress Queen, smothering under forced smiles and honeyed words their inward rage and indignation, for when Catherine wearied of her favorites, she sent them in order to travel. "I am tired of him," she would say. "His ignorance makes me blush. He can speak nothing but Russian. He must travel in France and England to learn other languages." The courtier who received this intelligence was not long in preparing his traveling carriage. At the Hermitage, Catherine surrounded herself with men of letters. Here were Lamazanoff, the poet, Sumakarov, the dramatic author, Kirsakov, the writer of tragedies, Sherbaratov, the historian, and Pallas, the naturalist. She especially affected the friendship of French writers. She entertained Diderot with royal magnificence and purchased his library. She gave the education of her grandsons Alexander and Constantine to the care of the Republican La Harpe, and she kept up a constant correspondence with Voltaire. Catherine herself had no real love for the arts, but she patronized them as all subservient to her glory and her power. Thus, she not only had no taste for music, but she was destitute of ear to distinguish one tune from another, as she often frankly acknowledged, but nothing less would serve her than an Italian corps d'opera attached to her domestic establishment. She had no taste for painting, yet she purchased at a high price some beautiful collections, and in the gallery of her palace of the Hermitage hung some magnificent specimens of the Italian and Flemish schools purchased in France and Italy. 15 miles from the capital of Russia is the beautiful palace of Tsars Selo, the Versailles of St. Petersburg. Catherine II was very fond of this place and spent enormous sums on its embellishment. Originally, every ornament and statue upon the facade of the palace, which is no less than 1,200 feet in length, was heavily plated with gold. After a few years, the gilding wore off, and the contractors engaged to repair it offered the Empress nearly $500,000 for the fragments which remained. But the extravagant Catherine answered them scornfully. "I am not in the habit, gentlemen," she said, "of selling my old clothes." The main avenue leading to this palace of Tsars Selo is ornamented with several Chinese statues. One morning, as the Empress was taking her usual promenade along the avenue, she thought she detected a faint smile upon the face of one of the heathen images. She observed it more closely. Surely it was no fancy. The eyes returned her gaze, and that, too, with an expression remarkably human. Catherine II was not a woman to be afraid of anything. Accordingly, she walked straight towards the statue, determined to solve the mystery. She was startled for a moment, however, when all the figures leaped from their pedestals and, hats in hand, begged her to pardon the little surprise with which they tried to enliven her morning walk, for her favorite Potemkin and 3 other courtiers had, in jest, exactly copied the dress and attitude of the Chinese figures. When Prince Bismarck was Prussian ambassador at the court of Alexander II, he was one day standing with the Tsar at a window of the Peterhof Palace, when he observed a sentinel in the center of the lawn with apparently nothing whatever to guard. Out of curiosity, he inquired of the Tsar why the man was stationed there. Alexander turned to an aide-de-camp. "Count," said he, "why is that soldier stationed there?" "I do not know, your Imperial Majesty." The Tsar frowned. "Send me the officer in command," he said. The officer appeared. "Prince, why is the sentinel stationed on that lawn?" "I do not know, your Majesty." "Not know?" cried the Tsar in surprise. "Request, then, the general commanding the troops at Peterhof to present himself immediately." The general appeared. "General," said the Tsar, "why is that soldier stationed in yonder isolated place?" "I beg leave to inform your Majesty that it is in accordance with an ancient custom," replied the general evasively. "What was the origin of the custom?" inquired Bismarck. I do not at present recollect," stammered the officer. "Investigate and report the result," said Alexander. So the investigation began, and after 3 days and nights of incessant labor, it was ascertained that some 80 years before, Catherine II, looking out one spring morning from the windows of this palace of Peterhof, observed in the center of this lawn the first Mayflower of the season, lifting its delicate head above the lately frozen soil. She ordered a soldier to stand there to prevent its being plucked. The order was inscribed upon the books, and thus for 80 years, in summer and in winter, in sunshine and in storm, a sentinel had stood upon that spot, no one, apparently, until the time of Bismarck, caring to question the reason of his doing so. Such was and is the absolutism of the government of the Tsars. Catherine had long resolved that one of her granddaughters should be Queen of Sweden. Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, was already affianced to a princess of Mecklenburg, But with Catherine to will was to do, so she contrived to have this marriage broken off, and brought the young king to St. Petersburg, where she thought her own consummate address and the charms of the intended bride would accomplish the rest. For once, however, Catherine, the crafty, deceived herself. Proposals of marriage were speedily made, the treaty drawn up, the day of the betrothment fixed, and a splendid fete prepared. The appointed time arrived. The Empress, surrounded by her court, sat in the audience chamber of the Winter Palace. Alexandrina, adorned in bridal pomp, stood at the side of her imperial grandmother. All was in readiness, but the royal bridegroom came not. They waited. There was a depressing silence. The bride turned pale, the Empress turned red, the courtiers looked at one another ominously. A very different scene, however, was being enacted in the apartments of the King of Sweden. The Chancellor Markov had brought the articles of marriage to him for a signature. As a mere matter of form, he read them over rapidly, but the young king who listened became aware that certain articles were inserted which had not been previously agreed upon. It was a law of Sweden that the queen of the country must profess the faith of the nation and exchange the Greek for the Lutheran Church, but the haughty and imperious Catherine had decided that her imperial granddaughter should be made an exception to this law, and had introduced into the marriage treaty a clause to that effect. The king refused to sign the contract. The chancellor was thunderstruck. A mere boy to resist the will of the empress? It was preposterous. He flattered, he entreated, he implored, but all in vain. Gustavus was immovable, and enraged at the attempt to deceive him, he flung the papers away. "No," he cried furiously, "I will not have it, I will not sign," and he shut himself up in his own apartment. Here was an unexpected contremps. Who would dare to relate this pleasing news to the Empress Queen, surrounded by her expectant court? For some time, no one could be prevailed upon to do it, but finally her favorite, Zuboff, approached Catherine and whispered to her. The blood rushed to her face, and attempting to rise, she staggered, but she controlled herself with a mighty effort, and dismissing her court under the pretense that the King of Sweden was suddenly indisposed, retired to her cabinet. The poor Princess Alexandrina was conducted to her apartment, where she fainted away. In her tender heart a sad and crushing sorrow mingled with mortification and wounded pride. But Catherine the Imperial, Catherine the Imperious, what were her sensations? Braved on her throne, insulted in her court, overreached in her policy, she could only sustain herself by the hope of vengeance. Pride and state etiquette forbade any expression of temper, but the effect on her frame was perhaps more than fatal. The King of Sweden took his departure a few days afterward, and Catherine, who from that instant meditated his destruction, was preparing all the resources of her great empire for war on every side, when the death stroke came, and she fell like a sorceress suffocated among her own poisons. Upon the 9th of November, 1796, she was found by her attendants stretched upon the floor of her apartment, struck by apoplexy. All attempts to reanimate her were in vain, and on the following day, without having had one moment granted her to think, to prepare, or to repent, this terrible and depraved old woman was hurried out of the world, with all her sins upon her head. Such was the end of her whom the Prince de Ligne had pompously styled Catherine la Grande. Though her political crimes and private sins were such as to consign her to universal execration, she seems to have possessed all the graces of an accomplished Frenchwoman. In her personal deportment and in the circle of her court, she was kind, easy, and good-humored. Her serenity of temper and composure of manner were remarkable, and the contrast between the simplicity of her deportment in private and the grandeur of her situation rendered her exceedingly fascinating. She possessed so many accomplishments, was so elegant and dignified, and performed with such majesty and decorum all the external functions of royalty, that none approached her without respect and admiration, but her selfishness and her depravity spoiled all, and made her what we have seen her. Among all the famous queens of history, there is not one, save Catherine de' Medici, whose career is so utterly devoid of noble acts, so entirely dictated by selfishness, lust, and sordid greed, as that of Catherine II, removed by the grace of God on the 10th of November, 1796, from being longer Empress of all the Russias, and from the world which she had done so much to pollute. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Girls' Book of Famous Queens by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Marie Antoinette, AD 1755 to 1793, Part 1. Quote, "It is our royal state that yields this bitterness of woe," end quote. Wordsworth. In the grand salon of Trianon stood King Louis XV, and near him, on a gold and crimson sofa, sat the Marchioness of Pompadour. In his hand the king held a letter which vividly depicted, far too vividly for royal ears, the desolation of the kingdom and the ruinous states of the finances, and his majesty frowned gloomily as he gazed upon it, for it was not the habit of King Louis the Well-Beloved to concern himself with the interests or the wishes of his subjects, or with what took place within his wide domain of France. Turning suddenly to Madame de Pompadour, the king read aloud the missive. "Sire, your finances are in the greatest disorder, and the great majority of states have perished. Through this cause, your ministers are without capacity. Open war is waged against religion. Lose no time in restoring order to the state of the finances. Embarrassments necessitate fresh taxes, which grind the people and induce toward revolt. A time will come, sire, when the people will be enlightened, and that time is probably near at hand." Then, turning upon his heel, he added angrily, "I wish to hear no more about it. Things will last as they are as long as I shall." And Madame la Marquise de Pompadour, rising from her gold and crimson sofa, cried gaily, "Right, Manoir! Things will last as long as we shall, and après nous le déluge." Madame la Marquise de Pompadour spoke truly, and when at last the storm burst in all its fury, and the Duc de Liancourt announced to Louis XVI that the Bastille had fallen, and upon its smoldering ruins a people bid defiance to their king, his Majesty, astonished and alarmed, exclaimed, "It is a revolt, then?" "Nay, sire," replied Liancourt, "it is a revolution." A revolution! Aye, a revolution truly, and King Louis leaves his splendid, proud Versailles, and Queen Marie bids sad adieu to Trianon. The royal diadem of France, torn from a kingly brow, is trampled in the dust, and the blood-red emblem of the Jacobians appears upon the gilded portals of the Tuileries Palace. Anarchy, confusion, chaos, government, philosophy, religion, all are hurled headlong into the dark abyss, and fury reigns supreme. But amid this overthrow of men and things, a daring soul arises who grasps the helm of state and stands erect beneath the weight, who chains revolution in France and unchains it in the rest of Europe, and who, having added to his name the brilliant synonyms of Rivoli, Jena, and Marengo, picks up the royal crown and, burnishing it into imperial splendor, places it triumphantly upon his head to found for a time a kind of Roman Empire, himself the Caesar of the 19th century. All the palace, all Vienna was full of excitement. The loyal affection and sentimental lamentation of the inhabitants gave vent to themselves in cries of grief for the fair young daughter of their empress, in whose coming exaltation they took the utmost pride, who was to do them such honor and service at the court of France, she whose bright face ever beamed with smiles, was on this 21st of April, 1770, departing on her long journey, and as many without much prophetic insight might have perceived, her difficult career. When the great coach rolled from the palace courtyard, the bride-girl covered her face with her hands, which yet could not conceal the tears that streamed through her slender fingers. Again and again she turned for a farewell look at the mother, the home, and the early friends, which she was never to see again. The carriage rolled away, and Marie Antoinette Jeanne Josephine de Lorraine turned her back forever on the Prater and the Danube, Schönbrunn and the moated Laxenburg. Springtime in sunny France. The birds are singing merrily, the trees are putting forth their leaves, and all nature wears a look of happiness and joy. The Château de Compiègne is filled with guests, a brilliant assemblage of the haute noblesse, composing the court of Louis XV. Upon the terrace stands the king, and with him his three grandsons, the Dauphin, Louis XVI., Monsieur de Comte de la Provence, Louis XVIII., and the Comte d'Artois, Charles X., and an eager, anxious crowd surrounds them. All gaze in one direction, for Louis the Dauphin awaits his bride, she who is to be the future Queen of France. But little like a bridegroom looks the timid, fat Louis upon this bright spring morning. He wears an air of resigned indifference, contrasting strongly with the eagerness of His Majesty King Louis XV., who, notwithstanding his 60 years, makes a far more gallant knight than he. There is a cloud of dust upon the horizon, the avant-courriers arrive, the king and the Dauphin mount their horses, and with a numerous retinue ride forth to meet and welcome the approaching bride. And now the old state traveling carriage is in sight. Putting spurs to his horse, the king leads the way, and hat in hand rides up to the side of the cumbrous vehicle. The door flies open, and before him, in all the freshness of her 15 summers, is Marie Antoinette Jeanne Josephine de Lorraine, Archduchess of Austria. The introductions follow, and the young bride and her bashful fiancé are conducted back to Versailles, where, on the 16th of May, 1770, the nuptial benediction is pronounced by the Archbishop of Paris in the chapel of the palace. Then followed the fates, and notwithstanding the exchequer was in the usual chronic state of exhaustion, 20 millions of francs, a mighty sum for that period, was spent upon them. Fêtes magnifiques, they were termed, from their surpassing in splendor anything witnessed in France since the days of Louis le Grand. For weeks the public rejoicings continued. On the 30th of May they were to close with the fête of the Ville de Paris, in the evening a display of illuminations and fireworks on the Place Louis XV, now the Place de la Concorde, which were to surpass all that had preceded them. Thousands of people filled the square and all the approaching avenues. Most unfortunately, through some mismanagement, the scaffolding supporting the fireworks took fire and burned rapidly. No means were at hand for extinguishing the flames, and the terror-stricken multitude rushed in all directions. Crushing upon each other, hundreds were suffocated by the pressure. Those that fell were trampled to death. Groans and screams and frantic cries for help that none could render filled the air. Nothing, in fact, could be done until the fire had burnt itself out, and the extent of the calamity was ascertained. The Dauphin and Dauphiness, distressed at so sad a disaster, gave their entire year's allowance towards mitigating the misery that had fallen upon many poor people, and the Fêtes Magnifiques, with all their splendor and rejoicing, ending thus in lamentation, mourning, and woe, seemed to have been, as it were, a foreshadowing of the career of her for whom they had been given, the unfortunate Marie Antoinette. It is the 10th of May, 1774, a lovely evening following a bright spring day. The sun has sunk below the horizon, the brilliant hues of the western sky have faded into the dark shades of the advancing night, and the Château of Versailles, in its sombre grandeur, looms larger in the increasing gloom. On the terrace are saunterers and earnest conversation, carriages and horses, and a throng of attendants in the marble court, a group of impatient pages, ecuers booted and spurred, an escort of the household troops, eager for an order to mount. All are watching with anxious eyes the flickering glare of a candle that faintly illumes the window of a chamber in the chateau. In that chamber lies Louis, once the well-beloved, in the last stages of confluent smallpox. As the clock of Versailles tolls the hour of 12 at midnight, the flame is extinguished, the king is dead, Louis XV has breathed his last. Instantly all is movement and animation in the courtyard, while through the gilded galleries of Versailles resounds the cry, destined to be heard never again within its walls, "The king is dead! Long live the king!" as, with a noise like thunder, the courtiers rush from the antechamber of the dead monarch to the apartments of the Dauphin to hail him King of France. This extraordinary tumult, in the silence of midnight, conveyed to Louis and Marie Antoinette the first intelligence that the crown of France had fallen upon their brows, and overcome by the violence of their emotions, they fell upon their knees, exclaiming, "O God, guide us, protect us, we are too young to govern." Preparations had been made for an immediate flight, for all alike were anxious to escape the infectious air of the Petit Appartements and Grande Galerie, whose deadly atmosphere claimed yet a hecatombs of victims. 3 hours after the king's death, Versailles was a desert, for the young king and the queen, with the whole court and retinue, had set out in their carriages for Chaussat. A few underservants and priests of the inferior clergy remained to pray beside the body, which was ultimately placed in a coffin filled with lime, thrust into a hunting carriage, and followed by a few attendants. With no signs of mourning, the cortège set out a grand trot for Saint Denis. There were none to mourn the departed monarch, and in an hour Louis the Well-Beloved was forgotten, or remembered but to be despised. But a single Fontenoy veteran, inspired by the memories of other days, rushed forward and presented arms as the scanty funeral cortège of the once vaunted hero of a brilliant fight passed through the gates of Versailles in the dead of night on the 13th of May, 1774. "What matters it?" murmured the old soldier regretfully. He was at Fontenoy. It was a momentous crisis in the history of the nation when Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette ascended the throne of France. The time had arrived when the abuses of the old regime could no longer be tolerated and sweeping reforms were demanded. The nation, hitherto politically a nullity, had awakened to a sense of its rights, while absolute sovereignty, with its arbitrary dictum, "L'État c'est moi," and its right divine to govern wrong, had lost its prestige and had apparently no prospect of regaining it. The people, indeed, regarded the young monarch as the hope of the nation and named him Louis le Désir, a testimony to the ardor with which they had looked forward to his accession, and it is probable that, had a more able pilot, a king more a king than the feeblest of monarchs, Louis XVI, been called to the helm at that period, the vessel of state might have been safely guided through the shoals and quicksands surrounding her, and escaped the eddies of that devastating whirlpool in which she was eventually engulfed. Indeed, if sincerely wishing to see his people prosperous and happy could have made them so, France would have had no more beneficent ruler than Louis XVI. But his good wishes and intentions were rendered of no avail by his utter want of energy and ability to carry them out. Infirm of purpose at the first, he remained so to the end. The decree, "Let there be light," unfortunately never went forth to quicken his mental faculties. The queen, on the other hand, possessed all the courage and resolution of her imperial mother, Maria Theresa, and had she been able to control affairs, the revolution would have been crushed in its infancy with an iron hand. Again, had the king been able to hold to his milder measures, to maintain on the following day that which he declared the day before, it is possible that France might have passed quietly from an absolute to a constitutional monarchy. But the self-will and determination of the one and the weakness and instability of the other rendered a union of ideas impossible and the revolution inevitable. Little was known by the nation at large of the mental qualities of the young king. He was now in his 20th year, and it had been noised among the people that he had inherited all virtues of his father, le Grand Dauphin, to which they were added the frugal taste, the genial temper, and the air of bonhomie, to which the gallant Henry IV owed so much of his popularity. No wonder, then, that the accession of Louis XVI was hailed throughout France with general delight, or that the enthusiastic people, their many expected reforms already conceded in imagination, should have written in conspicuous characters, "Resurrect it," beneath the statue of the gallant Henry, whose jovial humor and pliant conscience enabled him to gratify his Catholic subjects with his presence at Te Deum. When the king made his public entry into the capital, the joyous demonstrations of the Parisians affected him deeply. "What have I done," he exclaimed, "that they should love me so much? Ah, Louis, you have as yet done nothing, but much, very much is expected from you." But Louis XVI possessed no energy, and the torpid action of his mind was but too plainly evinced by the sluggish inactivity of his heavy frame, as, stolid in his immense corpulence, he sat lolling in his chariot. Perhaps in their eagerness for reforms, the Parisians displayed unreasonable impatience, but when a few weeks later the young monarch again passed through Paris, he remarked, though unfortunate the lesson was lost on him, that the acclamations of the people were far less frequent and fervid than on the former occasion, and his eyes were filled with tears when he perceived that the conspicuously displayed Resurrexit was transferred from the statue of the gallant Henry to that of the slothful Louis XV. Still, with all his vices, Louis the well-loved, on those rare occasions when he appeared in public, had always commanded the respectful homage of his subjects simply by the dignity of his bearing. By the same means, he imposed silence on his courtiers when in license of speech they infringed the limits within which it was sometimes his bon plaisir to restrain them. Occasionally, too, when the Parliament opposed its edicts, or the dissentient opinion of a minister aroused him from his habitual indolence, he could at once assume the arbitrary tone of "Je l'ai vu" of the absolute monarch, and carry out his purposes with all the hauteur of his royal ancestor, the Grand Monarch. And it is probable that his handsome person and majestic air, for, whatever may have been his shortcomings in other and more essential qualities, in appearance he was every inch a king, may have gone far in preventing the utter extinction of the enthusiastic affection which on several occasions during his reign the people so singularly, yet so generally, expressed towards the royal debauchee. A lingering spark of that once ardent feeling must have smouldered on in their hearts to the end, for, grievously oppressed though they were, and vicious as they knew him to be, they still toiled on under their burdens, not exactly uncomplainingly, yet in a spirit of toleration towards him, while the yearned for relief was, as if by the tacit consent of his subjects, to be claimed only from a successor. Truly, indications were not wanting of the approaching storm, but après nous le déluge, cried Madame de la Pompadour gaily, and the king and the court echoed the cry. Madame la Marquise was right, the deluge came, and the royal authority which Richelieu, Mazarin, and Louis XIV had raised to such gigantic heights, and which Louis XV had so shamefully abused, was hurled prostrate in the dust. Bright shines the sun on this 10th day of June, 1775, and heavy in its massive architecture, the grand old cathedral of Reims looms up against the clear blue sky. The interior is hung with crimson cloth of gold. On the right of the altar, arrayed in their red and violet robes, point lace, gold crosses, chains, and mitres, sit the great grandees of the church. On the left, in their mantles of state, stand the temporal peers on the realm, and a brilliant crowd of gold-embroidered naval and military uniforms surrounds them, while above, in the lofty galleries of the nave, in the midst of pearls and diamonds, gold and precious stones, and lofty waving plumes, is Marie Antoinette, proud and radiant, surrounded by the ladies of her retinue. For on this 10th day of June, good Louis XVI, as the country people say, is to be crowned. Maria Theresa was anxious that Marie Antoinette should be crowned with the king, but she evinced not the slightest inclination, and indeed it was only at Vienna that such an event seems to have been expected or desired. But among the glittering throng which fills the cathedral, one sees not the king. He waits in the sacristy, whither two of the dignitaries of the church proceed to lead him to the front of the altar. The door forthwith flies open, and Louis XVI appears in all the insignia of royalty. The mantle of state is placed upon his shoulders, and anointing him with the 7 unctions of the Sacer, the archbishop cries aloud, Vivat Rex in aeternum. The grand old organ peals forth as he approaches the altar, and the fresh young voices of the choristers swell through the aisles and naves as they sing in the choral service. How startling is the effect when, during a sotto voce passage of the service, the archbishop places the crown upon the king's head, and he, suddenly raising his hand, thrusts it aside, exclaiming, Elle me gêne. Poor Louis! Truly he was destined to find it gênant in every sense. Henry III had said, Elle me pique. All knew what had been his end. The queen, who had been a deeply interested spectator of the scene, exhibited so much agitation at the moment of the king's exclamation that she was near fainting and was conducted from the cathedral. The ceremony is concluded, and the clanging of bells, the roaring of cannon, the lively chirping of thousands of birds freed from their cages to symbolize the Vive Française of France, and the tumultuous shouts of Vive le Roi proclaim to the multitude that Louis le Désiré is crowned King of France. Marie Antoinette had been reared in all the freedom of the Austrian court, and it was some time before she could habituate herself to the etiquette-laden atmosphere of Versailles, where every look, every motion, every gesture were governed alike by the inexplorable rules of la grande politesse, laid down with such precision and exactitude by King Louis XIV, from the cradle to the tomb, in sickness and in health, at table, at council, in the chase, in the army, in the midst of their court, and in their private apartments. Kings and princes in France were governed by ceremonial rules. The pomp and glitter at Versailles dazzled the beholder. They all breathed of greatness, of exaltation, and of unapproachableness, and the people, awestruck at the splendor and gorgeous trappings of royalty, fell prostrate before the throne. Madame Campan thus describes her feelings upon first entering this charmed spot. The Queen Marie Lenzingsa, wife of Louis XV, died just before I was presented at court. The grand apartments hung with black, the great chairs of state raised on several steps and surmounted by a canopy adorned with plumes, the caparisoned horses, the immense retinue in court mourning, the enormous shoulder knots embroidered with gold and silver spangles which decorated the coats of the pages and footmen. All this magnificence had such an effect upon my senses that I could scarcely support myself when introduced to the princesses. How well was the potent magic of grandeur and dignity, which ought to surround sovereigns, understood at Versailles. Marie Antoinette, dressed in white with a plain straw hat and a little switch in her hand, walking on foot, and followed by a single servant, through the walks leading to the Petit Trianon, would never have thus disconcerted me, and I believe this extreme simplicity was the first and only real fault of all those with which she is reproached. The illusions of etiquette were necessary to Louis XV, and Louis XIV might have dispensed with them. His throne, resplendent with the triumphs of arms, literature, and the fine arts, was glorious enough without them. But he would be more than a great king, this mighty Louis, and so this demigod, when age and calamity had taught him that he was but human, endeavored to conceal the ravages of time and of disease beneath the vain pomp of ceremony. He, Louis the Magnificent, the most accomplished of gentlemen, habitually exacted and received from the noblest of his realm adulations and menial services better becoming the palace of Isfahan than the chateau of Versailles. All service to the king and queen, and in a lower degree to the dauphin and dauphiness, was regarded as an honor to the persons serving, an honor to be keenly contended for by persons of the highest rank, no matter what delay or inconvenience or unutterable weariness of spirit was experienced by the individuals thus served. Her Majesty the Queen could not pass from one apartment to the other without being followed by the lords and ladies of her retinue. The ceremonies of rising and dressing were accompanied by laws and rites as irrevocable as the decrees of the Medes and Persians. The petite entrées and the grand entrées had each their appropriate ceremonies. At the former, none but the physicians, reader, and secretary had the privilege of being present, whether Her Majesty breakfasted in bed or out of it. At the grand toilet, the toilet table, which was always the most splendid piece of furniture in the apartment, was brought forward, and the queen surrendered herself to the hands of her hairdresser. Then followed the grand entrée. Sofas were arranged in circles for the ladies of the household. The members of the royal family, the princes of the blood, and all the great officers having the privilege paid their court. Only grandes dames of the haute noblesse could occupy the tabouret in the royal presence. There were well-defined degrees of royal salutation, a smile, a nod, a bending of the body, or leaning forward as if to rise, which was the highest form of acknowledgment. If Her Majesty wished her gloves or a glass of water, what she desired was brought by a page upon a gold salver, and the salver was presented in turn with solemn precision, according to the rank of the persons present, by the femme de chambre to the lady-in-waiting. But if the chief Dame Leonor, or a princess of the blood, or any member of the royal family entered at the time, the salver was returned to the femme de chambre, and by her offered again to the Dame de l'Honneur or to the princess that she might have the privilege of presentation, till at last the article reached its destination. One winter's morning, Marie Antoinette, who was partially disrobed, was just about to put on her body linen. The lady-in-waiting held it ready, unfolded for her. The Dame de l'Honneur entered. Etiquette demanded that she should present the robe. Hastily slipping off her gloves, she took the garment, but at that moment a rustling was heard at the door. It was opened, and in came Madame la Duchesse d'Orleans. She must now be the bearer of the garment, but the laws of etiquette would not allow the Dame de l'Honneur to hand the linen directly to Madame la Duchesse. It must pass down the various grades of rank to the lowest, and by her be presented to the highest. The linen was consequently passed back again from one to another, till it was finally placed in the hands of the Duchess. She was just upon the point of conveying it to its proper destination, when suddenly the door opened and the Comtesse de Provence entered. Again the linen passed from hand to hand until it reached Madame la Comtesse. She, perceiving the uncomfortable position of the queen, who sat shivering with cold without stopping to remove her gloves, placed the linen upon her shoulders. Her Majesty, however, was quite unable to restrain her impatience and exclaimed, "How disagreeable! How tiresome!" Such was the etiquette of the court of Versailles, and its inexorable rules governed alike every action in the lives of the king and queen, while the cavaliers and grandes dames observed with the greatest minuteness every punctilio of la grande politesse et la grande galanterie, that by doing so they might widen the gulf already existing between them and the new ideas of liberté and égalité which were beginning to pervade the realm. You love flowers. I give you a bouquet of them by offering you les petites trions entirely for your own private use. There you may reign sole mistress, for the trions by right belong to you, having always been the residence of the favorites of the kings of France. For Louis XVI this speech was a great effort of gallantry. It delighted Marie Antoinette. Here, then, was that for which she so often longed, a place which she could retire from the cares of state and throw aside the pomps and punctilios of etiquette. She loved not the grand old gardens of Versailles with their terraces and clipped yews. She would have an English garden of the day, with its thickets, waterfalls, and rustic bridges, such as the Prince de Ligny had made at Belle-Isle and the Marquis del Cameron at Roissy. The Grand Simple is to take the place of the Grand Magnifique, and attired in white muslin and with a plain straw hat and followed by a single attendant, the queen roams through the gardens and groves of the Petit Trianon. Through the lanes and byways she chases the butterfly, picks flowers free as a peasant girl, and leaning over the fences, chats with the country maids as they milk the cows. This freedom from restraint was etiquette at the court of Vienna. It was barbarism at the court of Versailles. The courtiers were amazed, the ceremony-stricken dowagers were shocked, and Paris, France, and Europe were filled with stories of the waywardness and eccentricities of Marie Antoinette. And mesdames, the king's aunts, from their retreat at Bellevue, and Madame du Barry, from her domain of Lucivienne, lost no opportunity to gather reports unfavorable to the reputation of the queen and spread them far and wide. Still another surprise was in store for the nobility, for upon one occasion at Trianon, when the queen seated herself, she requested in a lively, nonchalant manner the whole of the ladies, without distinction, who formed her intimate circle, to seat themselves also. What a blow to those who held so dear the privileges they derived from distinction of office and superiority of rank! La haute and la petite noblesse, in spite of their cherished distinctions, all are to sit down together. It is terrible. How many enemies are made and allies added to the circles at Bellevue and Lucivienne by that little act. Poor thoughtless Marie Antoinette! But she proposed to reign at Trianon not as Queen of France, but simply as a lady of the manor, surrounded by her friends. And so she built the Swiss cottages with their thatched roofs and rustic balconies, for it was her good pleasure that she, her king, and her friends should be country people for the nonce. The queen's cottage stood in the center, and she was the fermier. The king was the miller and occupied the mill, with its joyous tic-tac. Monsieur le Comte de Provence figured as schoolmaster, while the Comte d'Artois was in his element as gamekeeper. However, one may be sure that these simple country folk had no want of retainers to do their behests. In the dairy, where the cream was put in the blue and white porcelain of Trianon, on marble tables, diligent dairymaids skimmed and churned and displayed fresh butter and eggs. Down by the lake were more masqueraders, washerwomen this time, and Madame la Comtesse de Chalon beat the clothes with ebony beaters. In the stable, the sheep, unconscious of the honor to be done them, stood ready for clipping with golden shears. The Duc de Guines may not assist at this time, because he was so stout and so desperately bent on resorting to art to restrain his bulk, that his valet, in selecting his master's garments every morning, was fain to ask, "Does my lord the Duke sit down today?" But there were other helpers, the big jovial Duc de Cournet, and the rough-voiced, stiff-jointed Comte d'Admer, who could, at least, hoist sacks of corn up the mahogany steps to the granary. Madame l'Éphémère distributed refreshments as she overlooked and encouraged her workers, and so the dainty work which was the idlest pastime went on the accompaniment of gay jest and rippling laughter. This descent from the throne, which was so congenial to the Queen, was loudly condemned. In their first efforts for reform, the people had no wish to distract from the hereditary splendor of the crown or the divinity which for so many centuries had hedged the kings of France. It was the King and Queen who took the first steps. Winter comes, and with it a heavy fall of snow, and Marie Antoinette longs again for the merry sleigh rides of Vienna. The old court sledges are brought forth, these being professedly economical times, for examinations as to their possibly serviceable conditions. A glance, however, suffices to show that disuse and neglect have put them completely hors de service. So new ones of great magnificence are prepared, with abundance of painting and gildings, trappings of embroidered crimson, leather, and velvet, with innumerable tinkling bells of gold or silver. The horses with nodding plumes and gorgeous caparisons dazzled the eyes of the Parisians as they swept through the Champs-Élysées, drawing their loads of lords and ladies enveloped in furs. The people frowned disapprovingly. It was a new amusement, an innovation, and angry, envious tongues declared that the Antoinette had taken advantage of the rigor of the season which had caused such widespread misery to introduce her Austrian pastimes into the capital of France. Marie Antoinette was imprudent, very imprudent, that was her only crime. But much allowance must be made for one who at the age of 15 years was made la première dame in a court that most gorgeous, and after that of Catherine II of Russia the most dissolute in Europe. The people had already begun to compute the cost of equipages, palaces, crown jewels, and courtiers, and some few of the grand seigneurs even had begun to recognize the growing power of the vox populi, but Marie Antoinette did not yet know that public opinion was of any importance to her. The slanderous tongues of mesdames and the pious circle of Bellevue, the innuendos of Lucivienne, and the insidious attacks of Monsieur le Comte de Provence, all this she understood and resented. It seemed a matter of course that it should be thus, but the right of the people to interfere with her amusements and to call in question their propriety was something she could not understand. Alas, poor Queen, the dreadful significancy of that expression, the people, and the vengeful acts to which an infuriated populace could be driven were two terrible lessons she had yet to learn. On the 22nd of October, 1781, a child is born at Versailles. The king advances towards the queen's couch with a profound bow, and in a voice that falters with emotion he exclaims, "Madame, you have fulfilled the dearest wishes of my heart and the anxious hopes of the nation. You are the mother of a dauphin." Nothing could exceed the public rejoicings. The triumph became well nigh frantic, for it is recorded that their superabundant joy found expression in a sort of delirium. People of all grades, and who had no previous acquaintance with each other, indulging in fraternal embraces in the street. The king himself went through a similar display of excessive joy. He laughed, he wept, the tears streaming down his fat face. He ran in and out of the antechamber, presenting his hand to kiss or to shake, or both if they pleased, to all and each indiscriminately, from the solemn grandees who were there to attest the birth, to the humblest lackey in attendance. The royal infant, splendidly arrayed and with the grand cross of St. Louis on his breast, was placed in his satin and point-laced bassinet to receive the homage of the great officers of state. It is recorded that he replied in a most suitable manner to the many flattering speeches addressed to him, and this being the first opportunity he had of exhibiting the power of his lungs, he availed himself of it freely. Madame Royale had been born 3 years before. 2 other children were subsequently added, the Duc de Normandy and the Princess Sophie, but only Madame Royale and the Duc de Normandy were destined to survive to endure those woes which eventually overwhelmed the royal family. Marie Antoinette was now in the flower of her beauty on which French biographers loved to dwell. Tilly said, her eyes recalled all the changes of the waves of the sea, and seemed made to reveal and reflect the blue of the sky. Her fine throat and the lofty carriage of her head were remarkable, and she once said laughingly to Madame Lebrun, "If I were not a queen, should not I look insolent?" As one would have offered a chair to another woman, one would have offered a throne to her, and when she descended the marble staircase at Versailles, preceded by the officers who announced her approach, saluted in the great court by the beating of drums and the presentation of arms, all heads were uncovered respectfully, all hearts were filled with admiration of the woman as well as with loyalty to the queen. Who shall tell the true story of the diamond necklace? It will probably never be told. The papers of the Cardinal de Rohan, which may have thrown much light upon the subject, were unfortunately destroyed. Little did Marie Antoinette think, as she entered Strasbourg in triumph on her marriage journey, that she would encounter in the magnificent robes of a cardinal's coadjutor a man who was to prove her deadly foe, the insolent and profligate Prince Louis de Rohan. He had been ambassador at Vienna, where he had disgusted Maria Theresa by his profligacy and arrogance. She had procured his withdrawal. He had not been allowed to appear at the court of Versailles, and now for 10 long years he had fretted and fumed under a sense of the royal displeasure. Boehmer, the crown jeweler, had for a period of years been collecting and assorting the stones which should form an incomparable necklace in row upon row, pendants and tassels of lustrous diamonds, till the price had reached the royal pitch of $350,000. This costly collar he offered to the king, who would willingly have bought it for the queen had she desired it, but Marie Antoinette replied that if the money were to be spent, it had better be used in fitting a frigate for the royal navy. His most Christian Majesty concurred exactly in this sentiment, and, returning the necklace to Boehmer with the words, "We have more need of ships than of diamonds," thought no more about the matter. Not so did the Cardinal de Rohan and the entrained Madame de la Motte. They had made up their minds to possess the $350,000 represented by the glittering gems. So they laid their clever heads together and, by forging notes of the queen and sundry other little plots, which were wonderfully successful, obtained the necklace, leaving Boehmer to look to the queen for payment. Of course payment was not forthcoming, and in his distress the jeweler related the affair to Madame Campan, telling her he feared he had been duped. Madame Campan proceeded at once to Versailles and laid the matter before the queen. It was the 15th of August, 1784, Assumption Day, and Prince Louis de Rohan, in full pontificals and wearing the Grand Cross of St. Louis, arrived at Versailles to perform mass in the royal chapel, but he had scarcely entered the Cbteddy when he was summoned to the cabinet of the king. As he entered, Louis XVI turned upon him suddenly, inquiring, "You have purchased diamonds of Boehmer?" "Yes, sire," was the trembling reply. "What have you done with them?" the king added. "I thought," replied the cardinal, "that they had been delivered to the queen." "Who commissioned you to make this purchase?" "The Comtesse de la Motte," was the reply. "She handed me a letter from Her Majesty requesting me to obtain the necklace for her. Indeed, I thought I was obeying Her Majesty's wishes by taking this business upon myself." "How could you imagine, sir," indignantly interrupted Marie Antoinette, "that I should have selected you for such a purpose when I have not addressed you for 8 years? And how could you suppose that I should have acted through the mediation of such a character as Madame la Comtesse de la Motte?" The cardinal was in the most violent agitation. He drew from his pocket a letter directed to the Comtesse de la Motte and signed with the queen's name. Her Majesty glanced at it and instantly pronounced it a forgery, and the king added, "How could you, a prince of the church and grand almoner of my household, not have detected it? This letter is signed Marie Antoinette de France. Queens sign their names short, and it is not even the queen's handwriting." Then, drawing a letter from his pocket and handing it to de Rohan, he said, "Are you the author of that letter?" The cardinal turned pale, and leaning upon a table, appeared as though he would fall to the floor. "I have no wish, Monsieur le Cardinal," the king added, "to find you guilty. Explain to me this enigma. Account for all these maneuvers with Boehmer. Where did you obtain these securities and these promissory notes signed in the queen's name?" The cardinal was trembling in every nerve. "Sire, I am too much agitated now to answer your majesty. Give me a little time to collect my thoughts." "Go into my cabinet," replied the king. "You will there find papers, pens, and ink. At your leisure, write what you desire to say to me." But the written statements of Monsieur de Rohan were as unsatisfactory as his verbal ones. In half an hour he returned with a paper covered with blottings, alterations, and erasures. Louis's anger was aroused, and throwing open the folding doors, he cried out in imperious tones, very unusual for him, which resounded through the Salle des Bœufs and Grande Galerie, "Arrest the Cardinal de Rohan." The Baron de Bertreau approached through the crowd of astonished courtiers, and summoning the officer on guard, he indicated the cardinal with the words, "De par le roi, monseigneur. You are arrested at your risk, officer." But before the cardinal could be removed, he had spoken 3 words in German to one of his officials and given him a slip of paper. The horse on which the man rode post-haste to the cardinal's palace in Paris fell dead in the courtyard, but the red portfolio containing the supposed autographs of the queen's letters lay in ashes before it could be sealed up in the name of justice and of the king. The cardinal was taken to the Bastille. More arrests followed, including that of Comtesse de la Motte. For 9 months the trial lasted before the council of the Grand Chamber. The Pope protested against a prince of the Church being made accountable for his acts to any but the highest ecclesiastical tribunal, an assembly of the cardinals at Rome, while the haute noblesse looked on the cause of the Prince de Rohan as their own, considering the rights and privileges of their rank entrenched upon when a near relative of the princes of the blood was put on his trial before the council of the Grand Chamber. So the cardinal was eventually acquitted, and Madame de la Motte alone was severely punished by flogging and branding on both shoulders. Their Majesties were chagrined at the acquittal of Monsieur de Rohan and shocked at the punishment of the Countess. The former was an insult to the king, the latter to the queen, for Madame de la Motte boasted a descent from the house of Valois, and royal blood within her veins. Such was the affair of the diamond necklace, which, though apparently trivial in itself, involved consequences of the most momentous importance. "Mind that miserable affair of the necklace," said Talleyrand. "I should be in no wise surprised if it should overturn the French monarchy." Whoever were the guilty ones, Marie Antoinette was entirely innocent. She, however, experienced all the ignominy she could have encountered had she been involved in the deepest guilt, and the affair furnished a fine theme for the malevolence of Bellevue and Lucivienne. Respect for royalty was on the wane. The king, of course, had shared with the queen in the disrespect which mesdames, his aunts, were desirous should rest on her alone, and the insulting conduct towards him of his brothers, Messieurs le Comte de Provence and the libertine the Comte d'Artois, who, according to an eyewitness, on occasions of great state or solemnity, will pass before the king 20 times, push him aside, tread on his feet, and this apparently without any thought of apology or excuse, together with the affair of the diamond necklace, were well calculated to debase him further in the eyes of his courtiers and in public opinion. Nowhere was this more evident than when the court assembled in the Grand Gallery of Versailles, where once the Grand Monarch held his reunions called apartments. At such time, a stranger would have found it difficult to recognize the king by any particular attention or any deference paid to him. What then must have been the agonized sensations of the perturbed spirit of the superb Louis Quatorze, if ever, to look on his degenerate posterity, he revisited the scene of his former greatness and grandeur, where once he sat enthroned like Jupiter among the inferior gods, and where all around him were but too willing to fall down in the dust at his royal feet, had it been his bon plaisir that they should do so. Ah, those were palmy days for church and state. Brightly dawned the 5th of May, 1789, and Versailles, with its tapestries, its garlands, and its throngs of gaily dressed visitors, wore a festive, smiling air. To many it was indeed a joyous day, a day of hope, for the king had granted the States General. Such an assemblage France had not witnessed for more than 150 years. No wonder, then, it was looked forward to as the dawn of national liberty. But as the procession winds its way along the vast streets of Versailles, the people see with pain how marked are the distinctions of rank and costume which divide their representatives from the nobles and the clergy. To the episcopal purple, the croziers and grand mantles of the dignitaries of the church succeed the long black robes of the inferior clergy. Then, in all the splendor of velvet and cloth of gold, lace ruffles and cravats, floating plumes and mantles of state, come the haute noblesse. Then follow the modest third estate of the realm. The absence of finery in their humble garb is atoned for in the eyes of the populace, who receive them with hearty cheers, which they have refused the nobles who have preceded them. One only is generally known. It is the plebeian Count de Mirabeau. The cortege of the princes, who are surrounded by courtiers, is allowed to pass in silence. Louis XVI appears as usual. He moves without dignity, simple in spite of his cross of St. Louis and his cordon bleu. Marie Antoinette moves with her accustomed majesty, but her face wears an anxious look. Her lips are closely pressed as if in a vain effort to dissemble her trouble. But not only is her Dauphin, whose birth had been so proudly hailed, at the point of death, but she is this day greeted not with the only loyal shouts of Vive la Reine, but with new insulting cries of Vive d'Orleans. Monsieur le Comte de Provence is grave and pensive, and apparently impressed with the importance of the occasion. He walks with difficulty, owing to his extreme corpulency. The Comte d'Artois shows evident signs of ennui and bad temper, and casts disdainful glances to the right and left upon the crowd that lines the streets, and so, although they little think of it, those high-born men and women march onward to their fate. For although no really hostile sentiments can be said to have then animated that vast throng, nevertheless, alike among those who formed the procession and those who were only its spectators, there was a lurking latent feeling that something strange, something hitherto unknown, coming from the past and pressing on to the future, was moving onwards towards France. It was the revolution to be decreed by the États Généraux. On the 23rd of June, the king held a séance royale at Versailles. It was attended with all the apparel and state of the bed of justice of the old regime. The noblesse had determined, if possible, to crush the Third Estate, but the king hardly knew how to utter the arrogant and defiant words which had been put into his mouth. It was the lamb attempting to imitate the roar of the lion. J'ai vu, j'ai ordonné, j'ai commandé, was the burden of the king's speech, which was read by the keeper of the seals upon his knees. One may imagine how it was received by the tiers état. The address closed with the following words: "I command you, gentlemen, immediately to disperse and to repair tomorrow morning to the chambers appropriate to your order." The king and his attendant court left the hall. The noblesse and the clergy followed him. Exultation beamed upon their faces, for they thought that the tiers état was now effectually crushed. The commons remained in their seats. The crisis had arrived. There was now no alternative but resistance or submission, rebellion or servitude. The Marquis de Breze, Grand Master of Ceremonies, perceiving that the assembly did not retire, advanced to the center of the hall, and in a loud, authoritative voice, a voice at whose command nearly 50,000 troops were ready to march, demanded, "Did you hear the command of the king?" "Yes, sir," replied Mirabeau, with a glaring eye and a thunder tone. "We have heard the king's command, and you, who have neither seat nor voice in this house, are not the one to remind us of his speech. Go, tell those who sent you that we are here by the power of the people, and that nothing shall drive us hence but the power of the bayonet." And the Grand Master of Ceremonies went out backwards from the presence of the orator of the people, as it was etiquette to go from the presence of the king. The noblesse, in the meantime, were in exultation. They deemed the popular movement effectually crushed, and hastened with their congratulations to the queen. Marie Antoinette was much elated, and presenting to them the Dauphin, she exclaimed, "I entrust him to the nobility." End of section 15. Section 16 of the Girls' Book of Famous Queens by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Marie Antoinette, A.D. 1755 to 1793, Part 2. The Marquis de Brézé now entered the council chamber to inform the king that the deputies still continued their sitting, and asked for orders. The king walked impatiently once or twice up and down the floor, and then replied hastily, "Very well, leave them alone." Louis XIV would have sent every man of them to the Bastille or the scaffold, but the days of Louis XIV were no more. It was the 14th of July, 1789. All Paris was in confusion. Mobs ransacked the city in pursuit of arms. Every sword, pistol, and musket from private residences were brought forward. The royal arsenal, containing mainly curiosities and suits of ancient armor, was sacked, and while all the costly objects of interest were left untouched, every available weapon was taken away. But why all this turmoil, terror, and excitement? Out at Versailles was Marshal Broglie, proud and self-confident, in conference with the court, and having at his command 50,000 troops abundantly armed and equipped, all of whom could in a few hours be concentrated in the streets of Paris. Upon the Champs de Mars, Benceval had assembled his force of several thousand Swiss and German troops, cavalry and artillery, and at any moment this combined force might be expected to pour, in the king's name, upon his good city of Paris, and chastise his rebellious subjects with terrible severity, while the enormous fortress of the Bastille, with its walls 40 feet thick at the base and 15 at the top, rising with its gloomy towers 120 feet in the air, with its cannon charged with grape shot, already run out at every embrasure, commanded the city. While that remained in the hands of the enemy, there was no safety. Could the Bastille be taken? Preposterous. It was as unassailable as the Rock of Gibraltar. The mob surged around the Hôtel de Ville demanding arms and the immediate establishment of a citizen's guard. But arms were not to be had. It was well known that there were large stores of them somewhere in the city, but no one knew where to find them. What is this? A rumor runs through the crowd. There are arms at the Hôtel des Invalides, muskets 30,000 and more, and now the discordant cries resolve into one long and steadfast shout, "Les Invalides! Les Invalides!" And in the bright sunshine of this July morning, upon the esplanade of the Invalides, 30,000 men stand grim and menacing, but there is no resistance. The gates are thrown open, and the mob rush in. They find in the armory 30,000 muskets and 6 pieces of cannon. And now, as by common instinct, resound the cry, "La Bastille! La Bastille!" The crowds across the scene take up the shout, while from the Champs-Élysées, the Tuileries Gardens, and the Palais Royal come back, as it were, the echo, indistinct at first, but in ever-increasing volume. "La Bastille! La Bastille!" as 100,000 men, shouting, swearing, and brandishing their pikes and guns, rush forward, a living torrent to assail, with these feeble means, that fortress par excellence of France, a fortress which the army of Monsieur le Prince, le Grand Conde, had besieged in vain for 23 days. Enormous, massive, blackened with age, the gloomy emblem of royal prerogative, exciting by its mysterious power and menace the terror and execration of every one who passed beneath its shadow, its 8 great towers darkening the air in gloomy grandeur, the world-renowned prison of the Bastille, the fortress par excellence, loomed lofty at the entrance of Paris, in the very heart of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Delaunay, the governor, from the summit of his towers had, for many hours, heard the roar of the insurgent city, and now, as he saw the black mass of countless thousands approaching, he turned pale and trembled. Monsieur Thurot was set by the electors of the Hôtel de Ville to summon the Bastille to surrender. The drawbridge was lowered, and he was admitted. Delaunay received him at the head of his staff. "I summon you," said Thurot, "in the name of the people." But Delaunay, who was every moment expecting the arrival of troops from Versailles, refused to surrender the fortress, but added that he would not fire upon the people if they did not fire upon him. Thurot, perceiving the cannon and knowing that the governor had received an order from the Hôtel de Ville to dismount them, exclaimed, You have not had the cannon dismounted. I had them drawn in, that is all. You will not have them dismounted, then? No, the king's cannon are here by the king's order, sir. They can only be dismounted by an order from the king. Monsieur de Launay, said Thoreau, the real king whom I counsel you to obey is yonder, and he showed to the governor the vast crowd filling the square before the fortress, and whose weapons glittered in the sunshine. Sir, replied de Launay haughtily, you may perhaps acknowledge 2 kings, but I, the governor of the Bastille, I know but one, and he is Louis XVI, who has affixed his name to a commission by virtue of which I command here both men and things. And, stamping his foot, he added angrily, in the name of the king, sir, leave this place at once. Thoreau withdrew, but he had hardly emerged from the massive portals and crossed the drawbridge of the moat, which was immediately raised behind him ere the people commenced the attack. Uproar and confusion ensued, 100,000 men filling all the streets and alleys, all the windows and housetops of the adjacent buildings, opened upon the Bastille in incessant fire, harmlessly flattening their bullets against the massive stone walls. Priests, nobles, wealthy citizens, ragged and emaciate mendicants, men, women, boys, and girls were mingled in the assault, pressing side by side apparently the whole of Paris, with one united will, combined against the great bulwark of tyranny. For 5 hours the attack continued. At 5 in the afternoon the French soldiers raised a flag of truce upon the towers. This movement plunged de Launay into despair. 100,000 men were beleaguering his fortress. The troops from Versailles had not arrived, and 3/4 of his garrison had already abandoned him and gone over to his assailants. Death was his inevitable doom. Seizing a match, he rushed toward the magazine, determined to blow up the citadel. There were 135 barrels of gunpowder in the vaults. 2 subaltern officers crossed their bayonets before him, and the lives of 100,000 people were saved. Gradually the flag of truce was seen through the smoke, the firing ceased, and the cry resounded through the crowd, and was echoed along the streets of Paris. La Bastille surrenders. The fortress, which Louis XIV and Turenne had pronounced impregnable, surrendered not to the arms of its assailants, for they had produced no impression upon it. It was conquered by the public opinion which pervaded Paris and which vanquished its garrison. While these scenes were transpiring at Paris, Versailles was in excitement. Courier after courier arrived, breathless, announcing that the Bastille was taken, that the troops in Paris refused to fire upon the crowd, that de Launay was slain, and that the cavalry of Lambesi were flying before the people. No eye was closed at Versailles that night, unless perchance it was that of King Louis XVI, for all felt the countershock of that terrible concussion with which Paris was still trembling. The French guards, the bodyguards, and the Swiss, drawn up in platoons and grouped near the openings of all the principal streets, were conversing among themselves, or with those of the citizens whose fidelity to the monarchy inspired them with confidence. For Versailles has at all times been a royalist city. Religious respect for the monarchy and for the monarch was engrafted in the hearts of its inhabitants, as if it were a quality of its soil. Having always lived near kings, fostered by their bounty beneath the shade of their wonders, having always inhaled the intoxicating perfume of the fleur-de-lis, and seen the brilliant gold of the garments and the smiles upon the august lips of royalty, the inhabitants of Versailles, for whom kings had built a city of marble and porphyry, felt almost kings themselves, and even at the present day, even now when the splendid palace of Louis XIV stands silent in its grandeur, when no longer the marble court is thronged with gorgeous equipages, and up the chestnut alley, all in flowers so white and pure, strut the red and yellow lackeys of the Madame Pompadour, when the vast gardens where once Louis the Grand Monarch, surrounded by his train of lords and ladies, moved majestic, monarch of all he surveyed, and of all who surveyed him, are silent and deserted. Even now Versailles must either belie its origin, or considering itself as a fragment of the fallen monarchy, and no longer feeling the pride of power and wealth, must at least retain the poetical associations of regret and the sovereign charms of melancholy. By his answer to the Marquis de Brézé, Mirabeau had struck the very face of royalty. By the taking of the Bastille, the people had struck to the heart, paralyzed its nerves of action, and given it a death blow. But the monarch of France, from his palace at Versailles, heard the thunders of the distant cannonade, and yet inscribed upon his puerile journal, nothing. Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad, and the adage applies fitly to the French court during the 6 months preceding the overthrow. Never had the nobles been so haughty and domineering. Never had they looked upon the people with such supreme contempt. Their arrogance passed all bounds. Even Marie Antoinette exclaimed in terror, "This noblesse will ruin us." The Flanders regiment had been stationed at Versailles, and on the 1st of October a banquet was given to the officers at the palace. Wine was liberally supplied from the royal cellars, and was so liberally partaken of that the banquet became a scene of riot and disorder. The revolutionary movement was cursed intensely, and the national cockade trampled underfoot. The tidings of this fête spread rapidly through Paris, exciting great indignation. The court was feasting, the people starving. Versailles was filled with rejoicing, Paris with mourning. The morning of the 5th of October dawns dark, cold, and dreary. The people of Paris are starving. About a baker's shop is a crowd of women and children crying for bread. Bread is not to be had. À Versailles, bonnes femmes, cries a man passing by. À Versailles. There is bread enough there and to spare. À Versailles. The land of plenty, feasting, and revelry. À Versailles. A young girl seizes a drum and cries aloud, "Bread! Bread!" Soon a mob is collected. 300 or 400 women presently increase to as many thousands. They follow their leader, echoing her cry, "Bread! Bread!" Onto the Hôtel de Ville they rush. But there is no bread there, and their cry is now, "À Versailles! À Versailles!" "We will give the men," they exclaim, "a lesson in courage. If they cannot support and protect us, we will do it for ourselves." And so along beside the Tuileries and through the Elysian fields rushes on this mighty mass, headlong towards Versailles. Couriers have been sent forward to warn the king and queen of the approaching peril. His Majesty King Louis XVI, for want of something better to do, has gone to chase hares at Meudon. He is sent for post-haste and returns to Versailles. About 700 gentlemen were then in the palace, all in full dress, chapeaux sous les bras, and armed only with dress swords. Some few had found pistols, and in that unmilitary fashion they declared themselves determined to defend the chateau if attacked. 5 minutes after the king's return, the women arrived, singing "Viva Henry IV," and more like furies than suppliants. All the shops were instantly closed, drums beat to arms, and the tocsin sounded, and the troops were drawn up on the Place des Armes. Entrance to the courts of the palace was refused, but finally the women sent a deputation of 15 to the king. He received them very graciously and promised what they desired, so that they came out of the palace shouting "Vive le Roi," and praising the goodness of the king to such an extent that their fellow Amazons, in rage, would have strung them to the nearest lamp-post, had not the soldiers interfered. At 9 o'clock, news was brought that General de Lafayette, at the head of the National Guards and the Gardes François, and followed by a crowd of the Parisian people, was on his way to Versailles. Monsieur de Saint-Priest immediately sought the king and urged him to leave the palace before their arrival. "The road is open," he said. "A picket of the household troops is at the gate of the Orangerie, and your Majesty on horseback at the head of an escort can freely pass whithersoever you wish." Poor Louis! He would wait the course of events, not from courage to face whatever might happen, but from want of resolution to depart. Rightly had the queen called him "le pauvre homme." In this hour of menacing danger she found no protector in her poor, miserably weak husband and king. But she needed none, for she alone among all women and all men wore a face of courage, of lofty calmness and resolve this day. She alone saw clearly what she meant to do, and Theresa's daughter dares to do what she means, were all France threatening her, abide where her children are, where her husband is. Near midnight, Lafayette arrived at the chateau, pale as death, wet through, and splashed with mud. He had ridden hard and fast in advance of his troops, that he might check any alarm felt by the royal family at the sudden incursion of the mixed multitudes of National Guards, Gardes François, and any volunteers of all sorts, whom he had unwillingly been made to lead. Assuming the guarding of the chateau, he prevailed upon the queen and her ladies to retire to their apartments and seek sleep without fear. Gradually quiet was restored, and tired, tempest-tossed Versailles lay down to rest. Alas for peaceful dreams! All know the story of that dreadful night, how the mob, prowling round the palace, found a door unguarded, how they rushed in, and pressing blindly on, came to the queen's door, how they fought, how the good guard who defended it poured out their life-blood upon the marble floor, how the queen had barely time to escape through the Ciel de Boeuf, when the howling mob rushed in and stabbed her bed again and again with bloody pikes and swords, and how at last the guards of Lafayette arrived and drove them from the palace. It was a night of horror. The queen was saved, but better for Marie Antoinette would it have been if in that short agony she could have died. It was not to be. A mysterious providence reserved her, after years of unutterable suffering, for a death more awful. The morning of the 6th was now dawning, and the whole multitude, swarming around the palace, demanded, as with one voice, that the king should go to Paris. As he could not very well do otherwise, the king decided to comply. Loud shouts now rose of "Vive le Roi," but threatening voices were raised against the queen. "Abbas la Autrienne! Abbas la Autrienne!" they cried. "Madame," said Lafayette, "the king goes to Paris. What will you do?" "Accompany the king," replied Marie Antoinette. "Come with me, then," rejoined the general. He led the queen up the balcony, from whence she looked upon the multitude, agitated like the ocean in a storm. Proudly she stood, a true daughter of her imperial mother, Maria Theresa, and calmly she gazed upon the mighty throng. The murmurs of the crowd were hushed at the sight of this fearless woman standing thus exposed to all their fury. Those who would have been torn in pieces, the daughter of the Caesars, were compelled to render homage. Lafayette, bending, took her hand and kissed it, while the marble court resounded with the shouts of "Vive la Reine!" A little after noon, the royal family entered their carriage, and slowly the melancholy cortege set out for Paris. As they passed through the gates of Versailles, the queen glanced backward for a moment upon that splendid palace, the scene of so much happiness and grandeur, which she was to see no more. and the carriage rolled on, bearing its occupants to a dungeon and the scaffold. Adieu to Versailles. Royalty was vanquished, and Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette at the Tuileries were but the captive slaves of their subjects. Months rolled by, months of insult and humiliation, until even the king was aroused and seriously contemplated flight, that escaping from the scenes of violence and danger to which he was exposed in Paris, he might draw around him his loyal subjects upon the frontiers of France, and there endeavored amicably to adjust the difficulties which desolated the kingdom. Gabriel Honoré de Mirabeau, the son of thunder, was the mightiest and most terrifying product of the Revolution. He was the ugliest man and the grandest orator in chaotic France. He swayed the multitude, and it seemed, as he himself believed, that if he would, he and only he might yet save the monarchy. It was at St. Cloud that Marie Antoinette held her famous interview with Mirabeau. As she felt the spell of his genius, so he rendered homage to her majesty. The interview lasted an hour, and Mirabeau closed it with the words, "Madame, when the Empress your mother admitted one of her subjects to the honor of her presence, she did not take leave of him without allowing him to kiss her hand." Marie Antoinette held out her hand. "Madame," exclaimed Mirabeau, "the monarchy is saved." But opportunity was not given him to keep or break his pledge. Under the sweet April sunshine of 1791, Mirabeau breathed his last. His death paralyzed the hopes of the king, and he now resolved to spare no endeavors to secure his escape. And so in the darkness of midnight, on the 20th of June, 1791, the king, the queen, Madame Elizabeth, the two royal children, and Madame Tourzel, their governess, escaped silently from the palace of Tuileries, and entering their carriages, which stood ready, drove rapidly away. Alas for fond hopes! Through the king's want of caution, the royal family were recognized at Varennes, arrested, and brought back to Paris. Ah, the humiliations of that long and weary, crowd-encompassed, dust-enveloped journey back to Paris! Threats, imprecations, and torrents of abuse were hurled upon the royal family from all sides. More than this they could not do, for a forest of glittering bayonets surrounded the royal carriage. It was by the glaring light of the torches that the sorrowful cortege entered Paris, and under a canopy of glistening steel the royal family ascended once more the marble staircase of the Tuileries Palace. A year has rolled away. The 20th of June, 1792 is past, that day of horrors on which the mob, with shouts of "Viva la Nation," broke into and rushed through the palace of the Tuileries, that day on which the queen was exposed for hours to insults, abuses, and derisive jests, that day on which the king was made to place upon his royal brow the red cap of the Jacobians, while the mob, exulting in their victory, cried loudly, "Vive le Roi!" Poor Louis! As he entered the apartment of the queen after the rabble had been cleared from the palace, he saw in the reflection of a mirror the bonnet rouge upon his head, and flinging it upon the ground, he turned to the queen, exclaiming with a burst of tears, "Ah, madame, it was not to see me thus insulted that I brought you from Vienna." How different were the days when the boy and girl met on that bright spring morning at Compiègne, and hunted, danced, quarreled, and kissed again, in the old luxurious times at Versailles, and Marly, Fontainebleau, and Choisy-le-Roi. The 10th of August has arrived. The streets are swarming with a frenzied multitude. All Paris is marching towards the Tuileries, for the mob have declared that unless the dethronement of the king is procured, they will sack the palace. The peal of bells, the clangor of drums, the rumbling of artillery wheels, and the shouts of the advancing bands fill the air. From every direction, east, west, north, and south, the portentous booming of the tocsin is heard, and the infuriated insurgents, in numbers which cannot be counted, through all the streets and avenues are pouring toward the palace. The spectacle aroused the energies of Marie Antoinette, and as she entered the apartment where her pauvre stood bewildered and submissive to his lot, she approached a grenadier, and drawing a pistol from his belt, presented it to the king, exclaiming, "Now, sire, now is the time to show yourself a king." But there was nothing imperial in the nature of Louis XVI. With a passive meekness, which it is difficult to understand, he took the pistol and quietly handed it back to the grenadier. It was 5 o'clock of one of the most brilliant of summer mornings as the king, followed by the queen and accompanied by 6 staff officers, descended the marble stairs and entered the courtyard to review the troops and ascertain the spirit with which they were animated. The music of martial bands greeted him, the polished weapons of the soldiers glittered in the sun as they presented arms, and a few voices rather languidly shouted, "Vive le Roi!" Others, however, shouted defiantly, "Vive la Nation!" thus showing that many of those who were marshaled for his defense were ready to unite with his assailants. Had the king been a spirited man in uniform mounted on horseback, he would have roused their enthusiasm, for the French have always loved the vrai chevalier, but fat, awkward Louis was well calculated to excite no other emotion than that of compassion blended with contempt. The appearance of the queen in this terrible hour riveted every eye, and excited even the enthusiasm of her foes. Her flushed cheek, dilated nostril, compressed lip, and flashing eye invested her with an imperial beauty, almost more than human. Her head was erect, her carriage proud, her step dignified, and she looked around upon applauding friends and assailing foes with a majesty of courage which touched every heart. Even the most ardent patriots forgot, for the moment, their devotion to liberty in the enthusiasm excited by the heroism of the Queen. On entering the palace, Marie Antoinette exclaimed in despair, "All is lost. The king has shown no energy. A review like this has done us more harm than good." The king had now passed into the garden to ascertain the disposition of the troops stationed there. With a small retinue, he traversed the whole length of the line. Some of the battalions received him with applause, others were silent, while here and there voices, in continually increasing numbers, cried, "Abbas les veto, abbas les tyrans." As the king turned to retrace his steps, menaces and insults were multiplied. Some of the gunners even left their places and thrust their fists in his face, assailing him with the most brutal abuse. The clamor penetrated to the interior of the palace, and the queen, turning pale as death, sank into a chair, exclaiming, "Great God! They are hooting the king! We are all lost!" The king returned to the palace, pale, exhausted, perspiring at every pore, and overwhelmed with the shame and confusion. He retired to his cabinet. Monsieur Roederer, chief magistrate of the department of the Seine, entered immediately. "Sire," said he, "you have not a moment to lose. Neither the number nor the disposition of the men here assembled can guarantee your life nor the lives of your family. There is no safety for you but in the National Assembly. Such a refuge to the high-spirited queen was more dreadful than death. It was draining the cup of humiliation to the dregs." "Go to the Assembly!" exclaimed Marie Antoinette. "Never, never will I take refuge there. Rather than submit to such infamy, I would prefer to be nailed to the walls of the palace." "It is there only," replied Monsieur Roederer, "that the royal family can be in safety, and it is necessary to escape immediately. In another quarter of an hour, perhaps, I shall not be able to command a retreat." "What?" rejoined the queen. "Have we then no defenders? Are we alone?" "Yes, madame," Monsieur Roederer replied. "We are alone. The troops in the garden and in the court are fraternizing with your assailants, and turning their guns against the palace. All Paris is on the march. Action is useless, resistance impossible." A gentleman present, who had been active in promoting reform, ventured to add his voice in favor of an immediate retreat to the Assembly. The queen turned upon him sternly, exclaiming, "Silence, sir, silence! It becomes you to be silent here. When the mischief is done, those who did it should not pretend to wish to remedy it." Monsieur Roederer resumed, saying, "Madame, you endanger the lives of your husband and your children. Think of the responsibility which you take upon yourself." The queen cast a glance upon her daughter, and a mother's fears prevailed. The crimson blood mounted to her temples. Rising from her seat, she said proudly, "Let us go." A guard of soldiers was instantly called in, and the royal family descended the stairs, entered the garden, and crossed it unopposed. The leaves of autumn strewed the paths, and the young dauphin kicked them before him as he walked along. It is characteristic of the weak mental qualities of the king that in such an hour he should have remarked, "There are a great many leaves. They fall early this year." Some writers have found in this expression the evidence of a deep and solemn mind reflecting upon the calamities which had fallen upon France. Reflections? What had Louis XVI to do with reflections at a time like this? His affairs demanded actions, not reflections. At the hall of the Assembly, they found an immense crowd blocking up the entrance. "They shall not enter here," was the cry. "They shall no longer deceive the nation. They are the cause of all our misfortunes. Abbas les veto, abbas les autrians, abdication au mort." But the soldiers forced their way through, and the royal family entered the Assembly. The king approached the president. "I have come hither," he said, "to prevent a great crime. I thought I could not be safer than with you." "You may rely, sir," the president replied, "on the firmness of the Assembly." But few of the excited thousands who crowded all the approaches to the Tuileries were conscious that the royal family had escaped from the palace. The clamor rapidly increased to a scene of terrific uproar. The volley of musketry, the deep booming of artillery, the cries of fury, and the shrieks of the wounded and dying filled the air. The hall of the Assembly was already crowded to suffocation, and the deputies stood powerless and appalled, for all now felt that a storm was beating against the throne, which no human power could allay. Suddenly the king beckoned to an attendant and spoke a few words to him in an undertone. The man started to leave the hall, but the terror-stricken deputies crowded around him. "What has the king said?" they anxiously inquired. "What new order has he given? Quick, quick, speak out." "Why, my friends," replied the messenger, laughing, "do you not know that you are dealing with a Bourbon? The king has simply ordered his dinner." And so, in the midst of the National Assembly, while outside a raging, howling mob was storming his palace of the Tuileries, and his good Swiss guard were pouring out their lifeblood upon the marble stairs, and while the throne of his ancestors hung tottering in the balance, King Louis munched his bread and drank his wine. Thus low had fallen the descendant of the Grand Monarch. The king munched on. The mob took and sacked the palace. Thousands lay dead in the Place du Carrousel, around the Tuileries, and in the Champs-Élysées. The throne was demolished, and the last vestiges of the old court regime and the monarchy of the superb Louis XIV disappeared forever. And now followed those long months of imprisonment in the Temple, months of unutterable suffering while the king was on trial for his life, and then that sorrowful night of the 20th of January, when for the last time the king was permitted to behold his family. Ah, what prayers, what groans, what tears were heard and seen that night! Then came that awful morning of the 21st of January, 1793, and while the king was suffering upon the guillotine, the queen, with Madame Elizabeth and the children, remained in their prison in the endurance of anguish as severe as could be laid on human hearts. As the deep booming of the artillery announced that the fatal axe had fallen, poor Marie Antoinette swooned dead away. But haste we on to the last act of the dreadful tragedy. On the 2nd of August, 1793, Marie Antoinette Jeanne Josephine de Lorraine, Queen of France and Navarre and Archduchess of Austria, the once brilliant sovereign of Versailles, now a prisoner and a widow, torn from her children and treated like a common felon, was removed from the prison of the Temple to that of the Concierge, there to linger until her release from human barbarity on the 16th of October. In one of the vast halls of this edifice, when occupied by the Parliament, Louis XIV had entered during a sitting, booted and spurred, and declared that he was the state. It was a strange fate that this building, once the dwelling place of the sovereigns of the House of Capet, when holding their state in the capital, should see a captive within its walls, the widow of their descendant, the widow Capet, as the Jacobians described her in their blood-stained edicts. The damp, foul dungeons were the most gloomy tombs imagination can conceive. Down the dripping and slimy steps the queen was led by the light of a tallow candle, until through a labyrinth of corridors she approached her iron door. The rusty hinges grated as the door was opened, and entering she struck her forehead against the low beam. "Did you hurt yourself?" inquired the gendarme. "No, nothing can further harm me." Poor Marie Antoinette! The candles gave just light enough to reveal the horrors of her cell. The floor was covered with mud, and streams of water trickled down the stone walls. A miserable pallet with a dirty covering of coarse and tattered cloth, a small pine table, and a chair constituted the only furniture. So deep was the fall from the salons of Versailles. Here for 2 long weary months the poor queen lingered, her misery being slightly alleviated by the kind-heartedness of Madame Richard, the wife of the jailer, and Rosalie Lamorlaye, an inmate of the prison, who did all the rigorous rules allowed them to mitigate her woes. The night of her arrival at the concierge, the queen had not so much as a change of linen. For days she begged to be allowed some, but it was not till the 10th day that her prayer was granted, when Michiones went to the temple and brought back with him a parcel of linen and some clothes, among others the white gown which the queen wore on the day of her execution. Little by little, everything was taken from the queen. The souvenirs of her happy past to which she clung were taken from her. First her watch, a gift of her mother's, and which had never left her since she left Vienna. The watch which had counted the happy hours of her youth and womanhood was taken from her. Bitterly she wept at having to part with it as if it had been a friend. There was not a moment that the queen could be out of sight of her gens d'armes. A little screen 4 feet high was the only separation between the space in which she changed her dress and those men. Imagine the misery of this state for a woman so delicately nurtured, so luxuriously brought up, having at her command a household of over 400 persons, and accustomed to the refinements of the most polished court in Europe. In the old days of splendor at Versailles, when her attendants were unable to find some article of dress or toilet, she had exclaimed pettishly, "How terrible it is not to be able to find what one wants." But now, in these last days of her life, when surrounded by every aggravation that could wound a proud spirit, treated like the worst of offenders, insulted as mother, wife, queen, and woman, she never uttered one word that could be construed into petulance, or gave one angry look. With threads taken from her bedding, she worked a kind of garter, and not being allowed any knitting needles, used a pair of toothpicks. When finished, she dropped it with a significant look when her jailer entered the prison. It reached, thanks to one of her loyalist followers, Monsieur Hugh, a faithful servant of Louis XVI, its destination, for he gave it to Madame Royale when he accompanied her 2 years later to Vienna. This was the richest legacy the daughter of Maria Theresa and the Queen of France could bequeath to her child. The queen was not so fortunate with another little relic that she hoped her daughter would receive. This consisted of a pair of gloves and a lock of her hair, which she slipped into the jailer's hand, but the action was observed by one of the gendarmes, and the little parcel was confiscated. The damp of the queen's underground prison was such that her black gown began to fall into rags. She had another, a white one, but this she wore only on the day of her death. The few other clothes she had were in a deplorable state and required constant repair. She was only permitted 3 shirts, but the Revolutionary Tribunal decided that but one of these should be given to the queen and worn 10 days before another was allowed her. Even her handkerchiefs were only allowed one by one, and a strict account was kept of every article as it came from or entered her prison. Not being allowed a chest of drawers, she placed her clothes in a paper box that Rosalie brought her, and which she received, says Rosalie, as if it had been the most beautiful piece of furniture in the world. Rosalie also procured her a little looking-glass, bordered with red, with little Chinese figures painted on the sides. This, too, seemed much to please the queen, and doubtless it gave her more satisfaction than had done all the miles of gorgeous gilded mirrors at Versailles. And now the 14th of October has come, and Marie Antoinette is summoned to appear before her judges. There are wretches present who cry as she enters, "Abbas l'Autrian!" Yet even the fear of the guillotine is not able to check the visible signs of pity and deep-felt sympathy her appearance elicits in others. How startlingly the sorrowful present contrasts with the gay and brilliant past, when in her bridal dress of satin, pearls, and diamonds, the Duc de Cossé-Brissac led her to the balcony of the Tuileries to gratify the eager desire of the dense multitude to see her, and bade her behold in them 200,000 adorers, while shouts of Vive la Dauphine rent the air. Marie Antoinette was then a youthful bride. 23 years have passed away, and she is now a widow. In a faded black dress, she stands in the theatre of that same place of the Tuileries, amidst a throng of canaille, to be tried for her life by men whose own lives would be the forfeit if either compassion or justice should move them to find her innocent. Alas, the daughter of the Caesars, she whom Edwin Burke had seen glittering like the morning star, full of life and splendor and joy, is hurled low indeed. And yet to me, as she stands there in her frayed and patched black gown, with her widow's cap upon her almost white hair before her judges and her jury and the crowded tribunes, Marie Antoinette is a far nobler, far grander figure than when a blooming bride she stood upon the Tuileries balcony, surrounded by the acclamations of the multitude, or when, as Queen of France, blazing with diamonds and in all the pomp and splendor of regality, she received the homage of her courtiers in the gilded galleries of Versailles. The tribunal which judged the Queen was composed of a president and 4 judges, the public prosecutor, Fouquet Tinville, a man who even at that time was notorious as being amongst the most inhuman of the monsters who then governed revolutionary France, the chief registrar, and 15 jurymen. Fouquet Tinville had himself drawn out at great length the act of accusation. He looked upon it as his chef d'oeuvre, and Chauveau Lagarde, the Queen's counsel, did not exaggerate when he called it a work of the devil. In it, the Queen was compared to Messalina, Brunhild, Fregon, and the Medici. He declared that since her arrival in France, she has been the curse and leech of the French nation, that she had maintained a secret correspondence with the King of Bohemia and Hungary, that her aim was the ruin of the country, that by her instigation and in concert with the brothers of Louis XVI and the infamous Calonne, formerly Minister of Finance, she had lavished the wealth of the nation, the spoils of the sweat of the people, in maintaining her criminal expenditure and in paying the agents of her treasonable intrigues. That she had sent millions out of the country to the emperor in order to maintain the war against the republic, and that she has thus exhausted the revenues of the country. Further, that since the commencement of the revolution she had not ceased an instant from maintaining a treasonable correspondence with the enemy, and by every means in her power aided and abetted a counter-revolution. He then went back and harped at great length upon the affair of the Gardes du Corps at Versailles in 1789, and also on the flight to Varennes, accused her of the loss of life on the 17th of July, 1792, at the Champs de Mars, and declared that owing to her and her alone the massacre occurred at Nancy and elsewhere. Thus this man raved on in an endless series of accusations which seem more as if they came from the disordered brain of a homicidal maniac than from a man in his senses. Indeed, one can only believe that some of the writings and actions of the actors in the year of terror 1793 were owing to a state of madness. It is said, and on good authority, that Fouquet Tinville ultimately confessed to being pursued by horrible visions, saying that he saw the spirits of those he had condemned to death menacing him, not in his dreams like Richard III, but in broad daylight. And well he might, for between the 10th of March 1793 and the 27th of July of the following year, 2,669 victims were sent from that tribunal to the guillotine. Then followed the second day. "What is your name?" inquired one of the judges. "Marie Antoinette de Lorraine d'Autriche," answered the Queen. "What is your condition?" was the next question. "Widow of Louis, King of France." "What is your age?" 38. The act of accusation was then read, and the witnesses appeared. Of these there were 41 men of all sorts and conditions of life, and who were ready to swear anything, however improbable, however atrocious, against the Queen. All through the long hours of that awful day the different witnesses were questioned and cross-questioned. She saw again faces familiar to her in past years, faces that must have recalled Versailles and the Trianon, and with what feelings of horror must she have recognized Simon, her son's jailer and persecutor, among that crowd of witnesses. When the charges relative to the Queen's treatment of her son were again alluded to, the Queen deigned no reply. Seeing this, one of the jurors called the attention of the President to her silence. One can imagine what a hush must at that moment have fallen on that great crowd, eager to hear what the Queen would answer to such an infamy. But Marie Antoinette was equal, aye, more than equal to the occasion. She rose proudly from her chair, and in a majestic voice exclaimed, "If I have not answered, it is because nature herself refuses to answer such an accusation made to a mother. I appeal to all that may be present." A thrill ran through that vast hall, a thrill that has not ceased to be felt by all who can enter into what the feelings of that mother were at such a moment. No wonder that when Robespierre heard what a sensation had been made by the sublime manner in which the Queen had met that charge, and in the effect it had upon the audience, he, being then at dinner, should have broken his plate with rage, and cursed the folly of Faucourt Tinville in preferring it. At last all was over, and the queen was asked if she had anything to say. "I was a queen, and you took away my crown, a wife, and you killed my husband, a mother, and you deprived me of my children. My blood alone remains. Take it, but do not make me suffer long." Then, in the dignity of silence, and without the moving of a muscle, she listened to the sentence condemning her to die. It was 10 minutes past 4 in the morning of the 16th of October. The queen had, with hardly an interval, endured this trial more than 24 hours. Rising from her seat, she walked away calmly and serenely, leaving her judges, or rather murderers, without one look of reproach or shade of anger. But on nearing the portion of the hall where, beyond the barriers, the mob was collected, she raised somewhat her noble head. A great French painter had left a picture of this scene. The queen faces the spectator as she walks along the side of the barriers, above which the crowd are eagerly scanning her. Behind follow the gens d'armes, with shouldered muskets. Beyond, under the dim light of a lamp, appear the faces of the judges, a lurid background. De la Roche has introduced the thin, handsome face of a youth who seems to feel the iniquity of the transaction keenly. We recognize the features of Bonaparte. Next to the almighty angelic sublimity of the figure of the queen, the most touching thing in the picture is the face of a young girl who gazes with a look of ineffable pity through her tears at the queen as she walks by. "Truly," writes Sainte-Beuve, "I do not believe," he says, "that a monument of more atrocious stupidity or of greater ignominy for our species can exist than this trial of Marie Antoinette, when one reflects that a century which considered itself enlightened and of the most refined civilization ends with public acts of such barbarity. One begins to doubt of human nature itself, and to fear this brute, which is always in human nature, has the ascendancy." All Paris was under arms on the morning of the 16th of October. The roll of the drum was heard through all the sections. 30,000 troops lined the streets along which lay the route of the Queen's Passage. The bridges were guarded with cannon, by which stood the gunners with lighted matches. Artillery was placed also upon the squares and points of junction. At 10 o'clock no carriage was allowed in any of the streets that lie between the Concierge and the Place de la Révolution. All Paris was patrolled, and all this martial pomp, which sounds as though the army of the enemy were at the very gates of Paris, had been brought out to see a woman die. Before the Concierge, before these beautiful iron gates on which the royal arms of France and the golden lilies are conspicuous, the crowd was thickest. Every window had its groups of spectators, every housetop had its crowd of people. There stands the wretched open cart with its single horse, its plank the only seat. There is a stir among the crowd, and the queen ascends the prison steps. On seeing the cart, she makes an involuntary pause. It is but an instant. Then, with proud step and undaunted mien, Marie Antoinette advances. A moment more, and she is sealed in the cart. Sanson takes his place behind her. Both he and his assistant have their three-cornered hats under their arms. On that occasion, the only people who behaved with decency were the executioners. Slowly the cart winds its way through the Rue Saint-Honoré. The rabble yell, shout, and mouth at her, which for the last time falls on her ears that hateful cry, "Abbas la Autrienne! Abbas la Autrienne!" Yet as much a queen as she is, this silent white-robed figure, so simple yet so grand in its forlornness, as when in her gilded coach, surrounded by a brilliant bodyguard of cavalry, she swept through the avenues des Champs-Élysées to the echoing shouts of "Vive la Reine!" Quote, "You all know the Place de la Concorde. 'Tis hard by the Tuileries wall. Mid terraces, fountains, and statues, there rises an obelisk tall." End quote. Ah, what a sight was this mighty Place de la Concorde, then the Place de la Révolution, on that bright October morning, filled with a vast and silent throng, while the splendid palace and gardens of the Tuileries, where so often the Queen had been hailed with acclamations, the spacious Elysian fields, the pride of Paris, were all spread around, as if in mockery of the sacrifice which was there to be offered, and in the center, sublime in its terrific grandeur, towered the blood-red posts of the guillotine. Slowly the cart made its way between the noble buildings of the Garde Mobile and the Admiralty, and finally reached the foot of the scaffold. As the Queen mounted the slippery steps, she trod upon the foot of the executioner. "Pardon me," said Marie Antoinette with as much courtesy as if she were addressing a grand seigneur in the palace of Versailles. Kneeling, she uttered a brief prayer, and then turning her eyes to the distant towers of the temple, exclaimed, "Adieu, my children, I go to rejoin your father." She was bound to the plank, the gleaming axe slid through the groove, and the long and dreadful tragedy of the life of Marie Antoinette was closed. That night, upon the records of the cemetery of the Madeleine, was made this entry: "For the coffin of the widow Capet, 6 livres." The Revolution, says de Tocqueville, will ever remain in darkness to those who do not look beyond it. It can only be comprehended by the light of the ages which preceded it. Without a clear view of society in the olden times, of its laws, its faults, its prejudices, its sufferings, and its greatness, it is impossible to understand the conduct of the French during the 60 years which have followed its fall. If absolute power could ever be fitly confided to mortal men, where could nobler depositaries of that high trust have been found than in the succession of great men who fill up the interval in the history of France from the accession of Henry IV. To the death of Louis XIV.? What ruler of mankind was ever gifted with a spirit more genial or with views more comprehensive than those of Henry IV., or with an integrity and patriotism more noble than of Sully, or with an energy of will superior to that of Richelieu, or with subtlety more profound than that of Mazarin, or with a zeal and activity surpassing that of Colbert, or with greater decision of character than Louvois, or with a majesty transcending that of Louis XIV. And yet, what were the results of so much genius and intellectual power when entrusted with political powers so vast and unrestricted? The favorable results were to add to the greatness of France and to give birth to some undying traditions, pointing to her still more extensive aggrandizement. The unfavorable results were to produce every possible variety of internal and external misgovernment, to promote wars more sanguinary than had ever before been waged between Christian nations, to produce a waste of treasure so vast that the simple truth seems fabulous, to kindle persecutions which altogether eclipse in their enormity those to which the early Christians were subjected by the emperors of Rome, and to corrupt the moral sense of the people by an exhibition, at the court of their sovereigns, of a profligacy of manners better befitting a prince of the barbarians than a king of France. According to the doctrine of Monsieur Thomas, there is a general law which regulates the progress of political society. Emerging from chaos, where its elements battle with each other in wild confusion, it makes a steadfast, though it may be a tardy, progress toward that perfect symmetry and order in which its ultimate perfection consists. Thus the anarchy of the 10th and 11th centuries was the chaotic period of France. Out of that abyss first rose the feudal oligarchy, a state of orderly disorder. Then succeeding the Capetan despotism, destined to crush, one by one, the countless feudal privileges, whether legislative, administrative, or judicial. When the iron grasp of royalty had subdued and conquered them all, then royalty, in the midst of the triumphs she had won, presented herself to the nation in the person of Louis XIV., the king par excellence, the one gigantic privilege, the conqueror and survivor of all the rest. This was the golden age of kings. The crown was everything, the people nothing. Robbed under the name of custom and of law, the peasants toiled joylessly from the cradle to the grave. Their sons were sent to strew Europe with their bodies, and wars undertaken at the nod of a courtesan. Their wives and daughters were torn from them, and for the purpose of supporting lasciviousness and riotous splendor, of building parks of serfs, of pensioning discarded favorites, and of enriching corrupt minions of every stamp, they were taxed. So taxed that the light and air of heaven hardly came to them free, and sunk in the dregs of indigence. A short crop compelled them to live on food that the hounds of their taskmasters would reject, and finally, when in their agony they asked some mitigation of their hard fate, they were answered by the bayonets of foreign mercenaries. And a people, stout manhood, gentle womanhood, gray-haired age, and tender infancy, might turn their pale faces upward and shriek for food, while fierce, licentious nobles would scornfully bid them eat grass. Such was the condition of the greater part of the French people during the reign of that vilest of monarchs, King Louis XV. Royalty had sinned right royally. Right royally must royalty atone for it, and the guillotine upon the Place de la Concorde was but the expiation of St. Bartholomew, of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and of the Parc aux Cerfs. And though we know that a people crushed and downtrodden are striving to free themselves from lawless oppression, we cannot but sympathize with Marie Antoinette, through no fault of her own made Queen of France, to reap the whirlwind of wicked deeds sown by her husband's royal ancestors. Frederick the Great amid the battle smoke at Soor, or Napoleon upon the ensanguined field of Waterloo, never struggled harder in support of their respective causes than did she in the salons of Versailles and the Tuileries to sustain the falling monarchy. And when at last the long conflict was terminated, and her combined enemies were victorious, when, bereft of her throne, of her husband, of her children, and of her liberty, she was a prisoner in the hands of those whose unalterable object was her destruction, she bore her accumulated miseries with a serene resignation, an intrepid fortitude, a true heroism of soul, of which the history of the world does not afford a brighter example. In the royal burying vault of the Bourbons at the Cathedral of Saint-Denis now rest the remains of her, once the pride and joy of France, the beautiful, unfortunate Queen Marie Antoinette. Grandeur, triumphs, sorrows, all are over. Quote, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. End quote. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Girls' Book of Famous Queens by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. The Empress Josephine, A.D. 1763 to 1814, Part 1. Upon my head they placed a fruitless crown. Shakespeare. Farewell, a long farewell to all my greatness. Shakespeare. Stranger than fiction are the facts of history, and nowhere among the imaginary characters of romance and poetry can be found a story of a life more marvelously varied in experience, more weirdly strange in its many thrilling scenes of unutterable misery or dazzlingly triumphant splendor than the history of the Empress Josephine affords. But remarkable as were the events of her life, her character was still more remarkable. With no early advantages of education outside of the fashionable accomplishments of music, drawing, and dancing, by her self-taught acquirements and diligent study, together with an intuitive perception and aptitude, which enabled her mind to grasp the gravest questions, she was in after life a most brilliant conversationalist, and by her comprehensive genius and marvelous political foresight, she became the safest, wisest, and most far-seeing of all Napoleon's advisers and counselors. When influenced by her persuasive voice, prompted by a heart incapable of any motive but that of the sternest rectitude, and most exalted in unselfish devotion, Napoleon's acts were always to be commended, and so highly did he prize her counsel that he called her his mentor. Never did she advise him to a false step, and history has shown that, regarding those plans and deeds of Napoleon, which results have proved to have been unwise or grievous mistakes, the gentle voice of Josephine had never failed to give prophetic warning. As Napoleon stands forth preeminent amongst the famous men of history, so does the name of Josephine shine with undying luster among those of the most celebrated heroines of the world. We are dazzled by her gorgeous state and magnificence as empress. We admire her keen intellect and exquisite tact, which never fail to suggest the most perfect and pleasing demeanor under every emergency in a time of many unsettled political opinions and tottering thrones. But we love the gentle, unselfish woman whose heart ever responded to every call for sympathy, whose hand was ever open to bestow benefits, and whose marvelous heroism could support her in the midst of such terrible reverses and peculiar trials as only a woman's heart could suffer, and only a woman's love could endure. In writing the history of Josephine, we are forced to look upon the darker side of Napoleon's character. From the time he ceased to heed her loving voice, the persuasive sweetness of which he himself acknowledged, declaring that the first applause of the French people sounded to my ear sweet as the voice of Josephine, from that time, the hitherto invincible Napoleon made one false step after another, allowing himself to be influenced by ambitious flatterers and deceived by evil counselors. Following the ignis fatuus of an overweening ambition and thirst for power, which had taken the place of the noble spirit of aspiring to the uplifting of his countrymen and defending the sacred rights of the people, which had actuated his former deeds, and covered his name with the splendid glory and well-deserved honor which he had before achieved. But now, even his transcendent genius and glorious deeds of valor are to be tarnished by grievous mistakes and even crime. The first false step taken, his downfall, was as terrible and rapid as his uprising had been sudden and glorious. Already evil counselors are whispering in his ear their diabolical advice. Just here, with all our admiration for Napoleon, we are amazed at him, that a man possessing such a great genius and with such far-reaching intuitions should have allowed his mind and deeds to be influenced by the base flatterers who surrounded him is strange indeed. That Napoleon should not have discovered the Mephistopheles in Fouché is surprising. Equally amazing that he should have become so blinded as to turn from his truest friends and most unselfish advisers, and have bared his breast to the poisonous fangs of the wily serpents who hissed around him like a nest of rattlesnakes. That steadfastness of purpose which made Napoleon so invincible in overcoming the most stupendous difficulties when his cause was righteous, and which made him the wonder of the world, became the greatest obstacle in his way when his cause was wrong and his resolves pernicious. The very element in his nature which made him transcendent for good rendered him also powerful for evil when his resolution had once been taken in a wrong direction. His unconquerable will, which bore him upward through the most overwhelming difficulties, and crowned him with well-merited success, when his aspirations were inspired by true patriotism and the laudable desire to benefit his country, that same unconquerable will became his bane, and led him into the most lamentable errors, when his former high aspirations had been supplanted by personal ambition and inordinate desire for power. We cannot give a consecutive history of Napoleon's errors and downfall in this sketch, but they will appear from time to time as we trace a short outline of the life of Josephine. We do not pretend to say that Josephine always consciously guided Napoleon's career and molded the events of his life. His own genius raised him to his exalted position. We admit, but we do contend that with Josephine he prospered, and without her he fell. And according to many authorities, it was Josephine's bridal gift to him that gave him the command of the army of Italy, for it was Barras who recommended Bonaparte to the Convention, and it was Barras who assured Madame de Beauharnais that if she married General Bonaparte, he would contrive to have him appointed to that command. We have space but to give 2 scenes in the life of Josephine before she became Madame Bonaparte. The former occurred upon the island of Martinique, when Josephine was a young girl, the latter after she had become a Vicomtesse de Beauharnais. One day, when Josephine was about 15 years of age, she was walking through the spacious grounds of her uncle's West Indian plantation in the island of Martinique, when she observed a number of Negro girls gathered around an old woman who was engaged in telling their fortunes. Josephine, with girlish curiosity, drew near, whereupon the old sibyl seized her hand, and reading the lines there, appeared to be greatly moved. "What do you see?" inquired Josephine. "You will not believe me if I speak," answered the fortune-teller. "Speak on, good mother," said Josephine. "What have I to fear or hope?" "On your own head be it then. Listen," said the old sibyl. "You will be married soon. That union will not be happy. You will become a widow, and then you will be Queen of France. Some happy years will be yours, but you will die in a hospital amid civil commotion," after saying which the old woman speedily disappeared. Josephine thought little of this matter at the time, and only laughed about it with her friends, and when she was residing at Navarre after the divorce, she thus commented upon it, quote, "On account of the seeming absurdity of this ridiculous prediction, I thought little of the affair, but afterwards, when my husband had perished on the scaffold, in spite of my better judgment, this prediction forcibly recurred to my mind, and though I was then myself in prison, the transaction assumed a less improbable character, and when I myself had been also condemned to die, I comforted my companions who were weeping around me by smilingly exclaiming, that not only should I not die, but that I should become Queen of France." "Why then do you not appoint your household?" asked Madame de Arguin, who was also one of the prisoners of the Revolution. "Ah, that is true, I had forgotten. Well, my dear, you shall be maid of honor, I promise you the situation." Upon this, the tears of those ladies flowed more abundantly, for they thought, on seeing my coolness at such a crisis, that misfortune had affected my reason. Such, ladies, is the truth about this so celebrated prophecy. The end gives me but little inquietude. I live here peacefully in retirement. I have no concern with politics. I endeavor to do all the good in my power, and thus I hope to die calmly in my bed." End quote. After the death of the Vicomte de Beauharnais on the scaffold, his wife Josephine, who had also been imprisoned by the Jacobians, was at length condemned to die. A few days before her terrible doom was to have been sealed, Josephine and Madame de Fontenay, also a prisoner, were standing together at the barred window of their prison. Monsieur Tallien, a man of much influence with the rising power which was opposing the tyranny of Robespierre, was in love with Madame de Fontenay, and daily walked past the convent of the Carmelites, where Josephine and the other ladies of high birth were imprisoned. Observing Monsieur Tallien, Madame de Fontenay made a sign for him to draw near, and she then dropped from the window a piece of cabbage leaf, in which she had enclosed the following note: "My trial is decreed, the result is certain. If you love me as you say, urge every means to save France and me." Roused by the danger of her whom he loved, Monsieur Tallien proceeded to the Convention, and making an impassioned and eloquent speech, denouncing Robespierre, he turned the tide of popular opinion against the tyrant, and in a short time Robespierre's head fell under the bloody guillotine, where he had already caused so many thousands to perish. The manner in which Josephine received the news of her enemy's death was strange and interesting. It was the day before that upon which it had been decreed that Madame de Beauharnais should be put to death. Josephine was standing at the window of her prison, calmly gazing upon the outward world, while her fellow prisoners were weeping around, overcome with the thought of the terrible doom which awaited their loved friend. But Josephine's fortitude did not desert her, and she was endeavoring to comfort her mourning companions, when her attention was arrested by a woman in the street below, who seemed trying to give her some information by various strange signs. At first, the woman held up her robe, pointing to it several times. Josephine called out through the grated window, "Robe?" And the woman eagerly made a sign of assent, and picking up a stone, which in French is pierre, she held it up. Josephine cried out, "Pierre?" And the woman joyfully nodded, and then pointed first to her robe, then to the stone, whereupon Josephine wonderingly exclaimed, "Robespierre?" And the woman again assented with every mark of delight, and continued to draw her hand around her throat, making the signs of cutting off a head. The glad cry soon resounded through the prison, "Robespierre is dead!" Thus was the axe lifted from the neck of Josephine, and she soon walked forth free, saying, smiling to her friends, "You see I am not guillotined, and I shall yet be Queen of France." Thus, not only had the life of the future Empress of France, but the fate of that great kingdom itself depended at one time upon a tiny cabbage leaf thrown by a hand of a feeble woman. After Josephine de Beauharnais was betrothed to General Bonaparte, on one occasion she requested him to accompany her to the residence of Monsieur Ragueneau, an old lawyer who had long been her confidential friend and adviser, that she might inform him of her coming marriage. On arriving at the lawyer's office, Josephine withdrew her hand from the arm of Bonaparte and requested him to wait for her in the outer apartment until she had spoken with her old friend alone. Neglecting, however, to close the door which separated the two offices, Bonaparte was able to overhear the conversation between his intended bride and the old lawyer. "Monsieur Ragueneau," said Madame de Beauharnais, "I have come to inform you of my approaching marriage." "And with whom, madame?" exclaimed the astonished lawyer. "I am about to marry General Bonaparte, sir." "General Bonaparte, do you say? Pshaw, madame! A soldier of fortune who has his way to make." "He will make it, my good friend," replied Josephine with flushed cheeks. "When and how?" was the incredulous retort. "But first, what is he worth at present?" "Nothing, save his house in the Rue Chantereine." "A shed! A likely fortune indeed! And so you are really resolved to marry this adventurer?" "I am." "So much the worse for you, madame." "Explain yourself, sir," said Josephine with offended dignity. "Because, madame, you had much better remain a widow than marry a paltry general, without either name or prospects. You must assuredly be mad. Will your Bonaparte ever be a Dumouriez or a Pichegru? Will he ever be the equal of our great Republican generals? I have a right to doubt it. Moreover, let me tell you that the profession of arms is worthless now, and I would much rather know that you were about to marry an army contractor than General Bonaparte." "Everyone to his taste, monsieur," disdainfully replied Josephine, stung to the quick by the contemptuous tone of the old man, who had always heretofore been fatherly to her. "You, sir, it would appear, regard marriage merely as an affair of finance," and she rose with queenly dignity to take her leave. "And you, madame," broke in the excited and angry old man, "you see in it only a matter of sentiment and what you, no doubt, call love. Again, I repeat, all the worse for you, madame, all the worse for you. I had given you more credit for good sense than to suspect that you would allow yourself to be dazzled by a pair of gold epaulets. Reflect before you make such a sacrifice, for rest assured that if you are rash enough to persist in this foolish scheme, you will repent your folly all the days of your life. Who ever heard of a rational woman throwing herself away upon a man whose whole fortune consists in his sword and his greatcoat?" General Bonaparte had listened to this extraordinary conversation with rising excitement, and when he heard the words sword and greatcoat so contemptuously uttered, he sprang from his chair with blazing eyes, forgetting the presence of the astonished clerks, but recovering himself instantly, he sat down again, determined not to expose himself to ridicule. Josephine soon appeared, looking highly annoyed and indignant, followed by the irate old lawyer, but Bonaparte, giving him no time for further insult, drew the hand of his betrothed within his arm, and making a silent and contemptuous bow, withdrew. Josephine had no idea that Bonaparte had been an unwilling listener, but she noticed his marked increase of kind and courtly attention on the way home, and not until the day of the coronation did either Josephine or Ragueneau entertain the slightest suspicion that their conversation had been overheard by Bonaparte. On the day of the coronation, when the Emperor and Empress were about to proceed to the palace of the Archbishop, Napoleon sent one of his chamberlains to Monsieur Ragueneau with a command that the Emperor desired his immediate presence at the Tuileries. The astonished lawyer, arriving with breathless haste, overwhelmed with mingled feelings of fear and hope at such unexpected summons, was ushered into the grand salon, where Napoleon, attired in his royal robes, was conversing with Josephine, who was also arrayed in her glorious coronation costume. "Ah, here you are at last, Monsieur Ragueneau," said Napoleon, with a quizzical smile upon his imposing countenance. "I am very happy to see you." "Sire," began the trembling old man, not knowing whether that august smile betokened promotion or decapitation. "My good sir," continued the Emperor, not giving him time to reply, "do you remember a day in 1796 when I accompanied to your house Madame de Beauharnais, now Empress of the French?" emphasizing the word Empress with all the depth of his magnetic voice. "Do you remember the eulogy which you uttered on the military profession and the personal panegyric of which I was the object? Well, what say you now? Were you a true prophet? You declared that my fortune would always consist of my sword and my greatcoat, that I should never make a name nor position like Dumouriez or Pichegru, and that Madame de Beauharnais was insane to sacrifice herself to a mere general. I have made my way, nevertheless, as you perceive, and in despite of your sagacious predictions. Think you that the army contractor would have bestowed a brighter boon upon his wife after 8 years of marriage than a crown, and that crown the imperial diadem of France? As he ceased speaking, Napoleon lovingly raised the hand of Josephine to his lips, while she looked with amazement upon this bewildering scene. The poor old lawyer, overwhelmed with consternation, stood trembling in dumb despair. His eyes were cast upon the floor, and his limbs shook as with an ague fit, while the emperor gazed upon him with an amused smile, highly enjoying his discomfiture. At last the frightened man stammered, "Sire, I could not foresee. Sire, did you really overhear?" "Every word, Monsieur Ragodeau. You are aware that walls have ears, and I owe you a severe reprisal, for, if my excellent Josephine had listened to your advice, it would have cost her a throne, and me the best of wives. You are a great culprit, Monsieur Ragodeau." At those terrible words of reprisal and culprit, the poor old man turned pale as a corpse. His tottering limbs almost refused to support his agitated form. "How could I tell? How could I imagine?" he gasped out. "I thought only of her fatherless children. I had loved them for years. I was anxious to see them once more restored to prosperity and happiness." "I believe you," said the emperor, touched by the emotion of the gray-haired old man, who had been a friend to his wife in her days of need. "You could not tell, you could not foresee," and for a moment Napoleon paused, and then continued in more solemn tones, "The future is beyond the grasp of any living man." Then, resuming his bantering way, "So now we will return to the present, and, as I cannot altogether overlook the injury which you sought to inflict upon me, I condemn you to go to this day to Notre Dame, and to witness the ceremony of my coronation. Not in a corner, not behind a pillar, which will prevent my having ocular evidence of your obedience, but in the seat that I shall cause to be retained for you. Do you hear, sir? I must see you both in the cathedral and in the line of the procession." Transported with the overwhelming relief and the ecstatic joy of such an honor, the poor old lawyer was hardly able to express his gratitude, and could scarcely maintain his dignity as he bowed himself from the royal presence, and hastened to prepare for the coming august ceremony. Napoleon having jested with his wife over the abject terror of the trembling culprit, the emperor and empress entered their carriage and proceeded to the archbishopric. As they left the cathedral after the magnificent ceremony of the coronation, Napoleon recognized the old lawyer in the crowd, and as their eyes met, the emperor smiled graciously upon his former enemy. The smile was answered by so profound a bow that Napoleon afterwards laughingly declared to Josephine that for several seconds he was in doubt whether the sage prophet of 1796 would ever be able again to assume the perpendicular. During Napoleon's campaigns, Josephine was at all times in receipt of news from the army brought to her by couriers from Bonaparte. No matter at what time the dispatches arrived, day or night, she always received them with her own hands, and made inquiries of the courier of all in the army whom she knew. She would always say some pleasant thing to him and reward him with a more or less costly gift, according to the importance of the news received. At one time, when Beauharnais had remarked to Josephine, "Madame, I really believe that in spite of yourself you will be made queen or empress," Josephine exclaimed, "Beauharnais, such ambition is far from my thoughts. That I may always continue the wife of the First Consul is all that I desire." During the Prussian campaign, nothing was talked of throughout Germany but Napoleon's generous conduct with respect to Prince Hatzfeld. Among the letters seized at Berlin and delivered to Napoleon was one from the prince to the King of Prussia, in which he revealed the condition and strength of the French army. The prince was arrested and tried as a spy and condemned to death. The remainder of the scene is described in Napoleon's letter to Josephine, which is as follows, quote, "I have received your letter in which you seem to reproach me for speaking ill of women. It is true that I dislike female intriguers above all things. I am used to kind, gentle, and conciliatory women. I love them, and if they have spoiled me, it is not my fault but yours. However, you will see that I have done an act of kindness to one deserving woman. I allude to Madame de Hatzfeld. When I showed her her husband's letter, she stood weeping, and in a tone of mingled grief and ingenuous, said, 'It is indeed his writing.' This went to my heart, and I said, 'Well, madame, throw the letter into the fire, and then I shall have no proof against your husband.' She burned the letter and was restored to happiness. Her husband now is safe. 2 hours later, and he would have been lost. You see, therefore, that I like women who are simple, gentle, and amiable, because they alone resemble you." End quote. Josephine's kindness and consideration for the comfort of every one in her household, even down to the lowest menial, was proverbial. When traveling with Napoleon, a picket guard was appointed by the emperor for her service. One cold night in the early dawn she heard marching and coughing under her window. She wondered who could be out so late in the chill of that hour, and upon inquiry she learned that it was a sentinel posted there. She thereupon sent for the officer of the guard and said to him, "Sir, I have no need of a sentinel at night. These brave men have endured enough in the army when they followed it to the wars. They must rest while in my service. I don't want them to catch cold." The officer, smiling at the apprehensive solicitude of the Empress and touched by her unexpected kindness, dismissed the sentinel, and his place was not supplied. Napoleon is said to have talked but little. When out of his own house, if he chanced to stop and speak with anyone, it was considered of enough importance to be remarked and reported. The following is Josephine's portrait of Napoleon at home. He had a fine intellect, a sensible and grateful heart, simple tastes, and the qualities of an amiable man. To the sentiments of an honest man he united a prodigious local memory. When Josephine spoke of her husband, she always said, "The Emperor says," "The Emperor wishes," "The Emperor orders," etc. She very rarely called him by his name in public, and in private she called him Bonaparte, while her tender name for him was Mon Ami. When speaking of her, Napoleon usually called her the Empress, or he would say, "I am going to see my wife." But in addressing her, he called her Josephine, unless he spoke with severity, or on some serious occasion, when he called her Madame, without other title or name. It cannot be denied that Josephine had a great weakness for extravagant jewels and adornments, but as she dressed always with perfect taste and elegance, as she was as lavish in her bounties as she was in her personal expenditures, she may be pardoned this feminine weakness. She at least never offended the eyes of admirers of good taste, and her pleasing person, so becomingly adorned, was one of the most charming sights of the court of the empire. This was another cause of the jealousy of her sisters-in-law, and even Pauline, the Bonaparte beauty, was often most sorely chagrined to find her own boasted charms thrown in the shade by the refined elegance and queenly bearing of the emperor's wife. An amusing story is told of the mortification of this proud beauty upon one grand occasion, when she had resolved for once to outshine her hated sister-in-law. Pauline, Madame Leclerc, after wearing her widow's weeds for as short a time as possible after the death of her first husband, General Leclerc, had wedded a real prince, and was accordingly to make her debut at court as Princess Borghese. Pauline has kept her own counsel about her grand toilette for that momentous occasion, but the rumor is afloat that she intends to make a grand coup with her gorgeous appearance, and quite extinguish her august sister-in-law. Josephine, having heard that she was to be crushed into utter insignificance by the vain beauty, quietly determined a little stratagem of her own. Confident of being mistress in the art of dress, she accordingly resolved to assume a costume which should delight by its very simplicity, but a simplicity so artistically arranged that the very splendor of her rival should but heighten the effect of her own toilette. Her dress was of the finest Indian muslin, bordered with gold and embroidery, and gracefully draped to show the perfect elegance of her figure. Her hair was dressed à la grecque, and banded with pearls, while antique gems and pearls formed her sole ornaments. "Ravissante!" exclaimed her ladies, as she entered the salon, and even Napoleon's usual gravity relents as he cries, "Josephine, je suis jolie, tu es divine," and he kisses her on the forehead, pinching her ear laughingly, which was his favorite manner of bestowing a gracious caress. The time passes, but no princess. Napoleon impatiently retires from the salon. His time is too precious to wait longer the official visit, as he calls it, of the prince and princess. At length the clatter of horses' hoofs is heard. A carriage grand enough with its gliding and emblazonry to have borne the grand monarch himself dashes into the Cour d'Honneur of St. Cloud. 6 gaily caparisoned horses are harnessed to this gorgeous vehicle, and a large retinue of outriders surround it, bearing torches. On the grand staircase are stationed the entire staff of domestics to receive their princely guests. Presently, the hostess opens the doors of the salon and announces with becoming grandiloquence, "Monsieur le Prince and Madame la Princesse Borghese." The grand entrée is made with imposing hauteur, and Pauline sees with satisfaction that she has made a sensation. But her vain heart is ruffled because she is obliged to cross the room to Josephine instead of being met by her, as la grande princesse had of course expected. But she comforted her wounded pride with the thought that this promenade would give her the opportunity to display her velvet train embroidered with diamonds. Pauline was indeed magnificent. Her costume was a pale green velvet embroidered with gold and thickly sprinkled with flashing brilliants. The front of her dress was a tablier of diamonds, with diamond stomacher, and the same glistening jewels upon her sleeves. Her handsome head was adorned with a diadem of emeralds and diamonds, and the same gems sparkled upon snowy arms, wrists, and throat. In fact, she was loaded with the entire wealth of diamonds possessed by the princely family of Borghese, and as it was reported that when she came back from St. Domingo, where her former husband died, she had guarded carefully a coffin containing the supposed remains of her late husband, but in reality filled with diamonds and other precious stones. If this was true, Pauline doubtless had diamonds of her own to add to the vaunted store of the family of her second princely husband. Be that as it may, Pauline flashed in diamonds from head to foot, nay more, even to the end of her gorgeous train, where the rich jewels also sparkled. She was indeed dazzling. Josephine and Pauline are at length seated side by side. The proud princess is forced to acknowledge that Josephine's toilette is charming, and all beholders are confirmed in their opinion that Madame Bonaparte's taste is faultless. But horrors! What has happened? Pauline, la princesse, has grown pale as death. Is she ill? Oh, worse than that. Oh, awful catastrophe! Pauline, gazing into a large mirror before her, expecting to be ravished with her own beauty, perceives this dreadful fact. The furniture and draperies of the newly furnished salon, while giving full effect to Josephine's costume, actually transform herself into a hideous spectacle. Wearing a green velvet gown, she has seated herself upon a blue velvet sofa. It is positively too shocking for her nerves to endure. Had her boasted triumph encountered such ignominious defeat? Hastily rising, she made her adieus and departed to weep in mortified chagrin and baffled pride. Poor Pauline! Kind-hearted Josephine had not intended to achieve such an unexpected triumph. The Empress Josephine was very generous to her attendant ladies, often making them costly presents, as she frequently gave them handsome costumes and pretty novelties, which she had worn but once or twice. The ladies at length entered into quite a trade with certain Jews, who came to the court to display their merchandise. As the robes of the Empress were often too rich for the ladies who received them to wear themselves, they exchanged them for piece goods, which the Jewish merchants brought for sale. These garments of the Empress became quite the rage, and at one ball Josephine might have beheld the ladies in an entire quadrille arrayed in her cast-off robes. Even princesses were frequently the purchasers of these gowns from the Jews, who had obtained them in exchange for the merchandise with which they had supplied the ladies of Josephine's court. At one time, an ambassador arrived from Persia, bringing very magnificent presents to the Emperor Napoleon and costly cashmeres to Josephine. For some time, His Persian Excellency was all the rage, and the ladies of the French court vied with each other in endeavoring to show attention to these Eastern guests. The parties given by the Persian ambassador and his suite at their residences were largely attended, and much curiosity was evinced to partake of the foreign tea and queer cakes offered by their Persian hosts. The Empress at length determined to attend one of their parties incognito, being accompanied by several of her ladies. On being introduced to the ambassador, Josephine received a gracious smile, and the Persian presented her with a small bottle of attar of roses, a kind of present which, among the Persians, denoted a mark of high honor and respect. Josephine tasted several mysterious Persian dishes and expressed admiration of His Excellency's pipe, which was brought to him by two slaves, who kneeled when they offered it to their august master. Josephine noticed that the tips of His Excellency's fingernails were colored with different tints. The ambassador, being impressed with the manner and grace of the Empress, invited her to be seated by his side on his divan. She graciously declined the attention, saying that such an honor belonged only to privileged persons, fearing that her identity would be made known. The Persian then asked through his interpreter if she would be willing to go and reside with him in Persia, promising that he would give her a high position. Scarcely restraining her mirth, Josephine replied that she was married and had 2 children, and that her duty and interest would keep her in France. And with as much haste as courtesy would allow, the Empress and her ladies retired from the presence of their Persian host. On the day of the ambassador's public presentation at court, Josephine, arrayed in all her imperial magnificence, received him with a gracious smile. The poor, dumbfounded Persian, who recognized in the Empress the woman whom he had vainly tried to captivate, was completely amazed, and his manner and attitude expressed his astonished mortification. But Josephine, with winning smile, quickly relieved him of his embarrassment, saying, in her sweet, persuasive tones, "You must admit, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, that I had good reason for telling you that I preferred to remain in France. If you think well of me, you will remain faithful to that beautiful wife of yours." And with a sign of respect, the humiliated Persian withdrew. At Josephine's early receptions as wife of the first consul, the costumes of the guests were very heterogeneous in style. The fashions of the Republic had been copied after ancient Greek and Roman styles, and the ladies of the Republic flaunted their Grecian tunics and Roman sandals with great pride. But after a time it was remarked that military boots and pantaloons, clanking swords and cockades were in a considerable minority, and that silk stockings, shoes with buckles, dress swords, and chapeaux sous les bras were the rules. Some of the company had, however, endeavored to spare their feelings too complete a shock by an attempt to unite the past and the present. While returning to powder and embroidery, lace ruffles and cravats, they contrived to retain in their costumes some reminiscence of the fast-vanishing and much-regretted sans-culottism of the Republic. This resulted in amusing and startling incongruities. But during the Empire, Napoleon was particular about the etiquette of his court. He regarded it as the chief barrier of the throne and of great importance. He caused an exact account of all the ceremonies in use at the courts of Louis XIV and Louis XV to be drawn up, and he directed the most scrupulous attention to be paid to their performance. Josephine was sufficiently a daughter of the Revolution to smile at too strict etiquette, she said. It was perhaps appropriate for princesses born to the throne and accustomed to the restraints it imposes, but she, who had lived so many years as a private person, ought, she considered, to be less exacting, less severely punctilious in her intercourse with those who knew and remembered the circumstances of her former life. And although she learned to wear her crown and mantle of state and to sit on her throne right royally, she was ever unfailingly indulgent in the matter of etiquette and always pleased to throw aside its restraints. After the imperial decree had ennobled many to whom the mysteries of the court had hitherto been sealed books, very amusing incidents occurred. The Faubourg Saint-Germain resented the indignity which had been offered by their patrician prejudices, and the newly created nobles were often treated with superb disdain by those entitled to such rank from birth. The Duchess de Chevreuse desired her waiting woman to inform her laundress that she should no longer entrust her with her linen until she becomes a countess, and the Comte de Brissac addressed a note to his bootmaker as follows. Quote, "My dear Baron, do not fail to bring me my new boots tomorrow." And when on the next day the astonished tradesman assured him that he had been the recipient of no such title, de Brissac exclaimed with elegant impertinence, "Can this be possible? You really astonish me. Console yourself, however, Mazanet, for rest assured that you will be included in the next baking." End quote. But it was hardly to be wondered at, perhaps, that the old nobles sneered at some of the new-titled persons, whose own presumptuous pride made them fit subjects for mirth. This throng of new courtiers, most of whom had sworn eternal hatred to kings and royalty, now danced attendance at the levees of the emperor, and vied with each other to obtain a look or word from his imperial highness, that they might repay him for it with the pompous titles of Sire and Your Majesty, which they did with an air of self-gratulation, which appeared as if the individual considered himself to be ennobled by the privilege of merely uttering the magic words. Among the strange actions related to some of these newly baked dignitaries, one or two are quite amusing. The wife of a marshal purchased several dresses of old brocade, such as were worn at the court of Louis XV, and kept them spread out upon chairs in the hall leading to her bedroom, as if placed there to air. When her curious visitors asked her what she was going to do with them, she replied with apparent carelessness under which lurked much pompous pride, "Do with them? Oh, nothing at all. But they belong to my grandmother, and I wish to keep them as long as I can for her sake." Books on heraldry brought fabulous prices, and the father behind his counter and the mother at her washtub were entertained by their pretty daughters, endeavoring to master the high-bred French titles of the Ancien Regime. One soap dealer whose daughter had married an officer in the army and had embellished the panels of her carriage with a gloved hand grasping a sword, the military crest of her husband, innocently thanked his daughter for having tried to copy the golden arm which figured above his shop door, though he regretted that she should have had it painted to look like iron, and generously stated that had he known of it, he would willingly have paid the difference of cost himself. The return to Paris of several grandes dames promised a gradual reorganization of La Bonne Compagnie, and several of the contractors' wives were ambitious to be received in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and one of them, Madame Privis, who was desirous of opening her salon to the beau monde, having read Madame de Genlis's work, Adele et Theodore, at once exclaimed to her husband, "Privis, this is the lady for us," whereupon Madame Privis arrayed herself in resplendent robes, and attended by a Negro servant in Moorish costume, she entered her gorgeous carriage and proceeded to take Madame de Genlis by storm. She had not the least doubt of the success of her errand, which was no less than the attempt to secure Madame de Genlis, who had returned to Paris in pinched circumstances to come to a magnificent hotel in the Rue Saint-Dominique, and, as a lady, receive for her, in short, put her in the way of learning the old etiquette with which she should honor people who were quite comme il faut. And so with pompous brusqueness she announces the object of her visit to Madame de Genlis. She would give her a salary of 12,000 francs. She would promise not to tyrannize over her, and even if she had a dear friend, she also would be welcome. What more could she require? Madame, I thank you for your obliging offer, which I have the honor to inform you it is not in my power to accept, replied Madame de Genlis, rising with the courtly manner of a grande dame of the court of the Grand Monarch. You refuse it? Cried Madame Previs in astonishment. Why, I offer much more than you can get for your books, and besides, you would have friends in us, friends with a fortune of 5 millions. C'est beau cas, eh? Madame, replied Madame de Genlis, I have answered you, it is impossible. Well, adieu then, my bonne dame. Previs and I made sure you would jump at the offer. In case you should change your mind, I'll leave you my address. Write me if you think better of it. And with her plumes waving in ruffled pride, and her velvets and satins rustling in their gorgeous costliness, Madame Previs bounced out of the room, forgetting her assumed elegance of manner at the affront offered to her darling dollars. Josephine's manners and representation were charming. She appeared a very queen at the Emperor's public receptions. Her air and attitude were dignified, graceful, and yet natural. She conversed with ease and fluency, employing the choicest terms of expression, and the spectator could not resist a pleased astonishment at the gracious bearing which charmed all classes of society, and at her alluring tact which enabled her to address crowds of persons in quick succession, and yet with a pleasing and appropriate word to each, turning with equal ease from a tradesman to a monarch. The Emperor was one day about to undertake some important business when Josephine besought him to put it off for a time, remarking that it was Friday, which was regarded as an unlucky day. Napoleon replied, "'Tis so, perhaps, to you, madame, but it is the most fortunate in my life. I shall never forget that it was the day of our marriage." The Empress was deeply touched at this mark of devotion from her husband, and she ceased to enforce her request. The time for the coronation ceremony had arrived. Josephine felt the solemnity as well as the grandeur of the occasion, as is evinced from these few lines written by Pope Pius VII at this time. Quote, "Ah, truly do I feel that in becoming Empress of the French, I ought also to become to them as mother at the same time. What would it avail to bear them in my heart if I proved my affections for them only by my intentions? Deeds are what the people have a right to demand from those who govern them." End quote. And truly, Josephine exemplified her words by her actions. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Girls' Book of Famous Queens by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. The Empress Josephine, A.D. 1763 to 1814, Part 2. On the 2nd of December, 1804, all was stir in Paris and the Tuileries from an early hour. On this morning, which was to witness the completion of her greatness, Josephine rose about 8 o'clock and immediately commenced her momentous grand toilette. The body drapery of the Empress was of white satin, beautifully embroidered in gold and ornamented on the breast with diamonds. The mantle was of crimson velvet lined with satin and ermine, studded with golden bees and fastened by an aigrette of diamonds. The coronation jewels consisted of a crown, a diadem, and a ceinture. The first used for the actual crowning and worn only on state occasions consisted of 8 branches, 4 wrought in palm and 4 in myrtle leaves of gold, encrusted with diamonds. Round the circlet ran a corded fillet set with 8 very large emeralds, and the bandeau which immediately enclosed the head shone with resplendent amethysts. The diadem worn before the coronation and on the more ordinary state occasions was composed of 4 rows of the finest pearls interlaced with foliage of diamonds, the workmanship of which equaled the materials. In front were several brilliants, the largest weighing 149 grains. The ceinture was of gold, so pure as to be quite elastic, enriched with 39 rose-colored diamonds. Napoleon's coronation robes were equally magnificent. His close dress was of white velvet, embroidered in gold, with diamond buttons. His stockings of white silk, the gussets wrought in gold, harmonized with the buskins of white velvet, laced and bordered with gold. His upper garment, as also the short mantle, were of crimson velvet, richly embroidered in gold, with diamond fastenings. This mantle was similar to that of the Empress, but much heavier, weighing upwards of 80 pounds. "All very fine, Monsieur le Drôle," said Napoleon to his favorite valet, playfully pinching his ear. "All very fine, but we shall see the accounts." At 11 precisely, the cavalcade moved from the Tuileries towards Notre Dame. The imperial carriage, drawn by 8 bays, had been constructed with the entire paneling of glass. a circumstance which accounts for the mistake made by their majesties, who first seated themselves like criminals with their backs to the horses. Josephine was the first to discover this error, which she instantly rectified by lightly assuming the proper position, saying at the same time to the emperor, "Mon ami, unless you prefer riding vis-a-vis, this is your seat," pointing to the rich cushion on the right. Napoleon, laughing heartily at his blunder, moved to the place indicated. The procession advanced, attended by 10,000 horsemen, the flower of the Gallic chivalry, who defiled between double lines of infantry, selected from the bravest soldiers, and extending above a mile and a half, while more than 400,000 spectators filled up every space whence a lance could be obtained. The thunders of innumerable artillery, the acclamations of the assembled multitude, expressed the general enthusiasm, and, as if to light up the gorgeous spectacle, the sun suddenly broke through the mist which till then had hung heavily over the city. The cortege stopped at the archiepiscopal palace, whence a temporary covered gallery, hung with the banners of the 16 cohorts of the Legion of Honor, conducted into the interior of the cathedral and to the throne. To this latter was an ascent of 22 semicircular steps, covered with blue cloth, gemmed with golden bees, and crowded with the grand officers of the empire. On the throne itself, hung with crimson velvet under a canopy of the same, appeared Napoleon, with Josephine on his left, attended by the princesses of the empire, and on his right his two brothers, with the arch-chancellor and arch-treasurer. The religious ceremony continued nearly 4 hours, enlivened by music composed for the occasion, and sung by more than 300 performers. The martial band was still more numerous, which executed in the intervals marches afterwards adopted and still used in the armies of France. Napoleon, in the midst of the sentry, stood up and laid his hand upon the imperial crown, a simple diadem of gold wrought into a chaplet of interwoven oak and laurel, and placed it on his own head. Afterward, Napoleon took the crown destined for the Empress, and first, putting it for an instant on his own, placed it upon his consort's brow, as she knelt before him on the platform of the throne. The appearance of Josephine was at this moment most touching. Even then, she had not forgotten that she was once an obscure woman. Tears of deep emotion fell from her eyes. She remained for a moment kneeling with hands crossed upon her bosom, then, slowly and gracefully rising, fixed upon her husband a look of gratitude and tenderness. Napoleon returned the glance. It was a silent but conscious interchange of the hopes, the promises, and the memories of years. Cardinal Fesch, as Grand Almoner of France, now placed the Gospels on the throne. Napoleon stood up, laid his hand on the secret volume, and in his deep and solemn tones pronounced the oaths with such firmness and elevation of voice that each word was distinctly heard by the vast assembly. Shouts of "Long live the Emperor! God bless the Emperor!" resounded through the cathedral, and were caught and repeated by the multitude without. The organ pealed forth Te Deum, and the imposing ceremony was over. The cortege re-entered the palace at 6:30 in the evening. Josephine retired to her closet to give vent in secret to the fullness of her heart, and to implore the protection of him by whom kings reign. Josephine's mode of life after she became empress is thus described. At the Tuileries, at St. Cloud, and during the grand journeys of the court, her habit was to rise at 8 in the morning and commence her toilet. While her hair was being dressed, she would glance over 6 journals and receive her modistes or such other persons as she could not admit into the salon. When she was fully dressed, which operation lasted ordinarily about an hour, she would pass into the salon at 10 or 11 o'clock, where she found the dames de service and those whom she had invited to breakfast with her. At noon she sat at table at least an hour. Breakfast was in some sort her only meal, for on leaving her bed she was in the habit of taking nothing but a cup of tea with a little citron. I do not speak of her breakfasting with the emperor, for he was always so engaged that he scarcely had time to eat. After breakfast, if the weather was good, she would ride out in a calash and go to Malmaison or on a hunting party. In case she did not go out, she received calls from all such persons as had obtained the promise of a meeting, of which she was advised either by the Dame Leonor or the Chamberlain de Service. These two functionaries could introduce only such persons as the Empress was unacquainted with, or knew but slightly, whilst all the ladies who were admitted to her court came whenever they pleased, without a card of invitation, unless there was a concert or a spectacle, a matter appertaining to the Emperor's chief chamberlain. From breakfast until 4 o'clock, Josephine would receive 2 or 3 private visits in her separate apartment, or repose upon a sofa. At 4 she retired to her cabinet, undressed, went to reading, and took a little refreshment. This lasted till 5, when a second toilet commenced. She rarely received a call at this time, because it was the hour at which the emperor came, unless engaged in council. Mademoiselle Avrillon, femme de chambre of the Empress Josephine, tells several amusing stories regarding these visits of Napoleon while his wife was making her grand toilette, and the many suggestions he made as to the becomingness of certain attire, and his marked antipathy to some styles. The poor femme de chambre dreaded these visits as much as Josephine enjoyed them, for the Emperor would always turn the entire wardrobe topsy-turvy in making the selections of his favorite costumes, and the jewel caskets would suffer equal disarrangement. On one occasion, when Josephine had unconsciously donned an attire displeasing to the taste of her husband, he ruthlessly spattered ink upon the obnoxious gown so that the amiable Empress was obliged to remove the offending robe and array herself to please her particular lord. The Emperor and Empress usually dined together alone at 6 o'clock, and afterwards Josephine again entered the salon, where she found the dames de service. In the evening the ministers, marshals, generals, and others made their calls. Josephine conversed with ease with every one, now and then playing a game of backgammon or whist. If the Emperor came in, which was never before 9 o'clock, he remained only about a quarter of an hour unless he wished to form a party at play, and then he would appoint the persons to compose it. His party always consisted of ladies, never of gentlemen. But woe betide his partner, for such was the preoccupation of his mind that he paid no attention to the card he was playing, and did not notice his mistakes. No one dared to make any remark upon his mode of playing. After going through with this kind of game, the Emperor left the apartment, Josephine meanwhile remaining in the salon until it was time to retire. At Malmaison, the only difference in her mode of life was that she saw somewhat less company, and spent much time in walking through the delightful grounds of this rustic retreat. She had established at Malmaison a botanical garden, a menagerie, and a school of agriculture. Josephine preserved her simple tastes and her love for rural life even after she became Empress. One of her greatest delights was the embellishment of her beautiful gardens. She was well versed in botany and natural history, and France and Europe are indebted to her for the camellia. Napoleon's happiest days were spent at Malmaison, and after the divorce he continued to visit Josephine at this retreat. He would lead her into the park, remain an hour or two, bring her back to the salon, and then get into his carriage. She received him with perfect politeness and dignity of manner, going forward to meet him, and when he left, accompanying him to the door of the vestibule. The appearance of Josephine after she became Empress is thus described. Her features were small and finely modeled, the curves tending rather to fullness, and the profile inclining to Grecian, but without any statue-like coldness of outline. The habitual character of her countenance was a placid sweetness, which perhaps would have given at first an impression of lack of energy, but this could have been for an instant only, for the real charm of this mild countenance resided in its power of varied expression, changing with each vicissitude of thought and sentiment. Never, says a very honest admirer, did any woman better justify the saying, "The eyes are the mirror of the soul." Josephine's were of a deep blue, clear and brilliant, even imposing in their expression, when turned fully upon anyone, but in her usual manner they lay half concealed beneath their long and silky eyelashes. She had a habit of looking thus with a mild, subdued glance upon those she loved, throwing into her regard such winning tenderness as might not easily be resisted, and even in his darkest moods Napoleon confessed its tranquilizing power. Josephine's long hair was glossy chestnut brown, whose sunny richness harmonized delightfully with a clear and transparent complexion and neck of almost dazzling whiteness. Her eyebrows were a shade darker, arching regularly, and penciled with extreme delicacy. The perfect modulation of her voice constituted one of her most pleasing attractions, and rendered her conversation extremely captivating. It was difficult for Napoleon ever to resist the persuasive voice of Josephine. On the eve of Napoleon's departure for Germany in April 1809, having taken leave of Josephine, she had retired to her apartment and thrown herself upon her bed in deep distress, because she could not obtain his consent to allow her to accompany him to Strasbourg. The Emperor, returning unexpectedly to her room at the last moment, said to Josephine, "You have played the part of Empress long enough. You must now become again the wife of a general. I leave immediately. You will accompany me to Strasbourg." Josephine herself thus tells the story. "I was not at all prepared for the journey, for only a few days before he had refused to permit me to accompany him on the campaign. At 3 o'clock in the morning we were traveling speedily on the Alsace road. My husband scarcely gave me time to throw on a night cloak, and all my women had left the chateau in du Sablé, so that when morning came the officers who accompanied us could scarcely preserve their gravity at seeing us in such a plight. Napoleon was extreme in everything, and it was never until the decisive moment came that he expressed his final resolution. I had been so long accustomed to his singular character that I ceased to be astonished at the striking contrast which it exhibited. Our journey was full of gaiety. We met sundry original characters on the way, who furnished us abundance of amusement. We arrived at Strasbourg. My husband had a secret presentiment that he should return victorious. He said to me on leaving me, "Josephine watches over all that I love, and my guardian angel will never cease to utter her prayers for the safety and success of her husband." He knows me well, that mortal whose astonishing destiny had opened to him the road to the most splendid throne on earth. I cherished not a thought, I formed not a wish, which was not directed to his glory. If certain political drones have dared accuse me of levity in my conduct, let those unjust censors remember that it was under the mask of sincere friendship that I sought to overawe certain powerful personages. Had I regarded them with an eye of indifference, they might have surrounded Napoleon with perils from which no human prudence could have rescued him. Often did I, in concert with him, carry on a correspondence. I flattered all parties, for I loved to do justice to all. When Napoleon supposed he had grounds of complaint against any of his military officers, I warmly pleaded their cause. He would tell me, "It depends only on me whether I will be rid of that officer. I have only to pronounce his doom." "You are right," I would reply. "You are right, but such language does not become your generous and noble nature." "And who can oppose me in it?" was his quick reply. "Yourself, Napoleon. 'Twould arm against your person a multitude of brave men who are necessary to you. Certainly a great man should fear nothing, but he captivates all hearts when he pardons. The first function of kings and the firmest pillar of a throne is justice." Thus, Josephine's influence was always on the side of mercy and justice. She possessed the most perfect tact, which rendered her address irresistibly winning when partisans were to be gained for Napoleon. She was entirely engrossed in the welfare and glory of him to whom her heart was most unselfishly devoted and loyal. She gained for him friends on every side, as Napoleon himself acknowledged, saying, "I conquer empires, but Josephine wins hearts." Bonaparte was never so prosperous, so well served, and so well beloved as during the years when he was blessed with her counsels and aided by the adoring love of the faithful woman, who was always his best adviser and most constant friend. When on one occasion Josephine warned Napoleon to be on his guard against the advice which might be given him by his flatterers, he replied, "You are right, madame. I know how to guard myself against all their influences. You are my wife and friend. I want none other. Your lot is bound to mine forever, and woe to that one of us who shall be the first to break our oath." And yet, in 1809, he could not guard himself against the bees of his court, who hummed in his ears, "You must separate from the Empress Josephine. A princess of the blood of the Caesars will esteem it a glory to give heirs to the great Napoleon. Then will his dynasty be established forever." The divorce in 1809 was brought about by the joint efforts of all the members of the Bonaparte family, aided by some of Napoleon's most confidential servants, whom Josephine, either as Madame Bonaparte or Empress, had failed to make her friends, notwithstanding her ceaseless endeavors to harmonize all the hostile elements around her. Even as early as the time when Napoleon was in Egypt, these intriguers first tried to lay snares for the unsuspicious and magnanimous Josephine, and various scandals were originated and reported to the absent Bonaparte. Junot was made their tool either willingly or unwillingly, and the evil whispers became louder and louder. During the first months of the Egyptian expedition, Bonaparte's letters to his wife were affectionate and confiding, but the poison was soon at work, and the rumors which Junot had repeated to Bonaparte roused his jealous anger. Poor Josephine knew naught of these dread scandals until the letters received from her husband, accusing her of errors of which she was guiltless, stabbed her to the heart. Her appeals against these injurious aspersions were in accordance with her own noble nature. We can only quote a few lines from her letter to Napoleon. "Can it be possible, my friend? Is it the letter indeed yours which I have just received? Scarcely can I give it credence on comparing the present with those now before me, and to which your love gave so many charms. My eyes cannot doubt that those pages which rend my heart are too surely yours, but my soul refuses to admit that yours could have dictated those lines, which, to the ardent joy experienced on hearing from you, have caused to succeed the mortal grief of reading the expressions of a displeasure, the more afflicting to me that it must have proved a source of fearful pain to you. I am entirely ignorant in what I have offended to create an enemy so determined to ruin my repose by interrupting yours, but surely it must be a great reason which can thus induce some one unceasingly to renew against me calumnies of such a specious nature as to be admitted, for even a moment, by one who hitherto has deemed me worthy of his entire affectionate and confidence. O my friend, in place of lending an ear to impostors who, from motives which I cannot explain, seek to ruin our happiness, why do you not rather reduce them to silence by the recital of your benefits to a woman whose character has never incurred the suspicion of ingratitude? On hearing what you have done for me and for my children, my traducers would be silent. Your conduct, admired as it has been throughout the whole of Europe, has in my heart but awakened deeper adoration of the husband who made choice of me, poor as I was and unhappy. Every step which you take adds to the splendor of the name I bear, and is such a moment seized to persuade you that I no longer love you? What absurdity, or rather what vileness, on the part of your companions, jealous as they are of your marked superiority! I tremble when I think of the dangers which surround you. God knows when or where this letter may reach you. May it restore to you a repose which you ought never to have foregone, and more than ever give you an assurance that while I live you will be dear to me, as on the day of our last separation. Farewell, my only friend. Confide in me, love me, and receive 1,000 tender caresses. This touching letter, from which we have only quoted a few lines, was probably not received by Bonaparte until after his return to France. And Napoleon, returning to Paris, found Josephine absent, for she had started to meet him in wild impatience to welcome him, but missing him on the road, he arrived home first and found his house deserted. But his mother, sisters, and sisters-in-law, and, in short, every member of his family except Louis, who had attended Madame Bonaparte to Lyons, came to him immediately and insinuated the basest scandals about his devoted wife, who was only absent because she had flown to meet him. But the impression made upon him by his deserted home and the false accusations of his family were profound and terrible, and 9 years afterwards, when the tie between himself and Josephine was broken, he showed that he had not forgotten that time. From not finding his wife with his family, he inferred that she felt herself unworthy of his presence and feared to meet the man she had wronged, and he considered her journey to Lyons a mere pretense, so cruelly had these evil slanderers blackened her lovely and devoted character. After the reconciliation which followed, Bonaparte seemed for a time to have forgotten these evil lies, but his family were intensely chagrined. Madame Pauline Leclerc was most vexed at the pardon which Napoleon had granted his wife. Bonaparte's mother was also very ill-pleased, for she had never liked Josephine. Madame Bachianoki gave free vent to her ill-humor and disdain, and Bonaparte's brothers were at open war with Josephine. No wonder that with such a host of evil-minded, envious relations, poor Josephine was most terribly maligned. Bonaparte's brothers, desirous of obtaining entire dominion over Napoleon, strenuously endeavored to lessen the influence which Josephine possessed over him. Napoleon would probably have adhered to his first idea of adopting Eugene de Beauharnais as his successor, had it not been for his own family, all eager for wealth and honors, all jealous of any favors shown to Josephine or her children, all of them constantly urging a divorce. "Divorce her at once," Joseph Bonaparte exclaimed. "You are not married to her. The woman may die, and it will be then said you have poisoned her, that you have found it to your interest to do so." Napoleon was staggered at these monstrous suggestions. His countenance became of a death-like paleness as these terrible insinuations fell upon his ear. After a moment or two of silence, he murmured, "You have forced me on an idea which would never have occurred to me, and with it the possibility of a divorce." Thus was the evil working, which should end in the cruel blow to Josephine and the downfall of Napoleon. Years elapsed before Napoleon was induced to act upon these suggestions, but the tempters had begun their diabolical work. As Napoleon's marriage with Josephine had at first been only a civil ceremony, the religious service having been only performed at the time of the coronation, when religious worship had been reinstated in France, Joseph Bonaparte basely insinuated that the tie between them was not binding, and, as by some mistake the necessary witnesses had not been present at the after-religious ceremony, and a signature was said to be wanting to make the certificate of marriage complete, these circumstances were afterwards laid stress upon, in declaring that their marriage had been irregular and could therefore be annulled. And either by evil intent or inadvertence, a notice of the religious ceremony did not appear in the Moniteur, which described the coronation at great length. Thus was the web spun by the political spiders closer and closer around their poor innocent victim, Josephine, and she became the subject of their vilest plots. Napoleon's attachment to Josephine withstood all suggestions during the period preceding the Empire, and Josephine herself afterwards declared that unless urged by others, he would not of himself have thought of a separation. But at length, instigated by Fouché and his own relations and other evil advisers, Napoleon determined to divorce Josephine. This same wily Fouché hinted to Josephine her coming doom, and advised that she should first broach the subject to the emperor, but Josephine indignantly refused. It was on a Sunday, on returning from church, that Fouché, the minister of the police, leading Josephine to the embrasure of a window in the chateau at Fontainebleau, gave her the first shock on the subject of the divorce, which did not take place until 2 years after. The family of Bonaparte became more openly hostile to Josephine. One of the writers of her memoirs says, "Joseph could not endure her, while on the other hand his wife rendered her the fullest justice. As to Madame Marat, she was by no means careful to conceal her thoughts, and on many occasions sought to humiliate Napoleon's wife. Madame Bacchioli, Napoleon's eldest sister, considered Josephine as the earliest instrument of her brother's greatness. But, said she, the moment her power becomes too great, it must be broken down, and that without pity. She was one of the first to advise that unrighteous separation which worked so much prejudice to the emperor and his whole family. Madame Laetitia, Napoleon's mother, occasioned real trouble and vexation to her daughter-in-law. Their feelings were in perpetual opposition. The one was remarkable for her acts of benevolence, the other for her extreme parsimony. The mother loudly disapproved of the luxury which reigned at her son's court, and charged the fault to Josephine. When Joseph Bonaparte became King of Naples, his sister Caroline, then Grand Duchess of Berg, avoided as much as possible her modest sister-in-law, the Queen of Naples. But finding herself obliged to give her the title of Your Majesty, she dared at length to complain to Napoleon that he had not yet given her a crown. Napoleon replied, Your complaint astonishes me, madame. To hear you, one might suppose I had deprived you of your right of succession to the throne of your ancestor. No one of Napoleon's evil advisers was more crafty, insidious, and unscrupulous than Fouché. Like a Mephistopheles with sardonic smile, he held his fingers on the keys which played the tune of politics. Through his minions, the police, he entered even the closed doors of His Majesty's cabinet and caught the rumors which dropped in idle gossip from the rosy lips of the beauties of the court. After his cool affront to Josephine, in endeavoring to persuade her that she should herself suggest to Napoleon the divorce, she begged the emperor to remove Fouché from his office of Minister of Police. But Bonaparte, with strange blindness, kept the wily serpent near him, and banished from his presence his own guardian angel. And when at last he had been stung himself by the treacherous fangs of the insidious viper, and Napoleon became at length convinced that Fouché was maintaining a correspondence with England through his spies, the emperor dismissed him, but it was too late. The same Fouché who had thrust the dagger into the heart of Josephine afterwards proved to be one of the chief instigators of the plots which caused the second abdication of Napoleon. Beauharnais thus pithily describes him. Fouché had opinions, but he belonged to no party, and his political success is explained by the readiness with which he always served the party he knew must triumph, and which he himself overthrew in its turn. He maintained himself in favor from the days of blood and terror until the time of the Second Restoration, only by abandoning and sacrificing those who were attached to him. In all things he looked only to himself, and to this egotism he sacrificed both subjects and governments. Such were the secret causes of the sway exercised by Fouché during the Convention, the Directory, the Empire, and after the return of the Bourbons. He helped to found and to destroy every one of these successive governments. Napoleon afterwards realized some of the treachery of this arch-traitor, and thus spoke of him as Saint Helena. Fouché is a miscreant of all colors, a priest, a terrorist, and one who took an active part in many bloody scenes of the Revolution. He is a man who can worm all your secrets out of you with an air of calmness and of unconcern. What wonder that poor unsuspicious Josephine was betrayed by such a Judas? This smiling Mephistopheles might have thus counseled with his crafty soul. And so Her Majesty beseeches that I be dismissed. We'll see, my lady, whether you or I shall conquer in this contest. You think you hold your husband's heart, but I hold the ear of his proud ambition. Which, think you, will prevail? You are surrounded by his relations, who hate you with envious and jealous hatred, than which there is none more bitter. I am their confidant. Ha! Methinks my cards in hand shall win that game, ever against the Queen of Hearts. Beauharnais relates the following conversation with Fouché, which bears upon this point. I said a few words to him about Bonaparte's regret at not having children. My object was to learn Fouché's opinion on this subject, and it was not without a feeling of indignation I heard him say, It is to be hoped the Empress will soon die. Her death will remove many difficulties. Sooner or later he must take a wife who will bear him a child, for as long as he has no direct heir, there is every chance that his death will be the signal for a revolution. His brothers are perfectly incapable of filling his place, and a new party would rise up in favor of the Bourbons, which must be prevented above all things. And yet this same Fouché afterwards intrigued for the return of the Bourbons. Just before Napoleon signed his second abdication, a provisional government was established with Fouché at the head. This crafty schemer was at that time the agent of Louis XVIII and of the Duke of Wellington, and so it was Fouché who, as a leader in the Chamber of Deputies, forced Napoleon to sign the second abdication. The Marquis de Bonnay wrote concerning his intrigues. I know for a certainty that Monsieur de M., who was sent to Vienna by Fouché, has taken part in a dialogue to the following effect. Do not go to war with us, and we will rid you of that man. Well then, rid us of him at once. Would you like the King of Rome or a regency? No. The Duke of Orleans? No. Well, Louis XVIII, since it must be so, but no nobility, no priestcraft, and above all, no blockos. Begin by ridding us of Bonaparte and all his race. And rid them of Bonaparte, Fouché did, and again this wily diplomat or base traitor, according as the reader sides with one or the other party, came once more to the front and received again the office of Minister of Police under Louis XVIII. Thus Fouché had played his cards and won, and Josephine and Napoleon had lost. Surely the title which Lanfrey applies to Napoleon would most fittingly describe Fouché, an incorrigible gambler. During their private conferences previous to the direct announcement of his determination, Napoleon endeavored to persuade Josephine of the political necessity of a separation, veiling his real intentions so that they should appear only hints of the measure. Sometimes these vague hints would be met by Josephine with tears and supplications. At other times she would rise in calm dignity and defend her claims with unanswerable facts and predictions. There are several most interesting accounts given of various conversations between them at different times before the final announcement. The following is perhaps the most impressive. On one occasion, Josephine dared predict to him that the day he separated himself from her, his bright star of destiny should fade, and that their parting hour would be the beginning of his downfall. "You need," she said, "a friend, and you have nothing but flatterers. Do you believe that your generals are truly attached to you? No. The most of them only wait a propitious moment to turn their arms against you. Do you think they will, with unconcern, see the Emperor Napoleon searching for a wife among the daughters of kings? No, they have been bred in the same school as yourself. They have earned true nobility at the price of their blood, and the blazonry upon their armor, of which they are so justly proud, is but the evidence of valor which has given them the prodigious power they now enjoy in Europe. But remember, in you they but behold their equal. If they sustain the glory of your throne, it is only because your elevation seems their work. They believe you great because the rays of your grandeur are reflected by themselves. If they burn incense to you, they breathe with delight the incense of a power which they share. But the moment a foreign wife shall come and seat herself at your side, the court will cease to be directed by the same influence. You are too new a man to attach to your person the ancient families. You may load them with favors. You have it in your power, and it is your duty to make them forget the wrongs inseparable from the Revolution. But beware you do not humble the old generals who serve their country before you. Banish from your halls that too severe etiquette which was not made for them. Their wives and children ought not to be made to blush, either in your presence or in that of your future companion. The swords of the brave will ever be your surest safeguard. I myself have ever been careful to conciliate all parties, and to be indulgent to all opinions, so much so that since your fortunes have become so wonderful, I have in a manner taught your officers to forget the immense distance which exists between General Bonaparte and the Emperor Napoleon." Some days before the divorce, Josephine is reported to have thus addressed Napoleon: "Bonaparte, even now you have no confidence in the stability of your power. You want an ally, and the very sovereign whom you have lately vanquished, the sovereign who has just grounds to hate you, sees himself flattered by the very man who has so lately overrun his country. If such an enormous sacrifice as the giving his daughter to you in marriage be necessary to give peace to his subjects, you cannot but know that he will secretly despise you and say to himself, 'The man who so lately made me tremble, who imposed such cruel conditions upon me, is on the eve of some dreadful catastrophe. Did he suppose himself firmly seated upon his throne, he would not need to resort to a foreign alliance, and the very circumstance that the mighty conqueror is so anxious to obtain a companion of illustrious birth is evidence that he intends, should a storm ever arise, to lean upon that foreign support.'" It was indeed strange that the cry of the Revolution, "Down with the Austrian," did not warn Napoleon that it would be an impolitic action to place another Austrian woman upon the throne of France. The Empress Josephine, after having long dreaded the terrible misfortune which at length overwhelmed her, was totally unprepared for the shock when it fell. She had for a time been lulled into a fancied security, and had regained tranquillity just as the blow came. Nothing had been done to prepare her for it. Even when all Europe was talking of this probable event, and after negotiations had been entered into regarding her successor, still no direct word had been spoken to the poor victim of this atrocious cruelty and perfidious crime. The letter in which Napoleon told her of his approaching arrival at Fontainebleau still exists. Its tone is particularly affectionate, and he thus wrote: "I am feasting on the thought of seeing thee again. I embrace thee, ever thine." These were his words sent from Nymphenburg, October 21, 1809. When he arrived at Fontainebleau, however, Josephine perceived that he was constrained and cold, which alarmed her, and the triumphant airs of her sworn enemies, his sisters and brothers, and mother, who hastened to greet him with officious homage, betokened that some new affront would soon be offered her. While she was obliged to conceal beneath a smiling countenance her consuming anxieties in the midst of the brilliant fêtes of the court, she found that the communication between her suite of apartments and those of the emperor had been closed by his orders, which announced to her that her dreaded doom was nigh. The Duchess de Abrantes gives this account of a visit to Josephine just previous to the public announcement of the divorce. I had an interview with the Empress at Malmaison. I had sent her a plant from the Pyrenees, and she wished me to see it in the hothouse. But in vain she attempted to employ herself with those objects which pleased her the most. Her eyes were frequently suffused with tears. She was pale, and her whole manner marked indisposition. "It is very cold," she said, drawing her shawl about her. But alas, it was the chill of grief creeping about her heart, like the cold hand of death. "Madame Junot," she said, "remember what I say to you this day here, in this hothouse, this place which is now a paradise, but which may soon become a desert to me. Remember that this separation will be my death, and it is they who will have killed me. I shall be driven in disgrace from him who has given me a crown. Yet God is my witness that I love him more than my life, and much more than that throne, that crown which he has given me. The Empress may have appeared more beautiful, but never more attractive than at that moment. If Napoleon had seen her then, surely he could never have divorced her." Lanfrey thus comments upon this event. On the evening of November 30th, the prefect of the palace was on duty in an apartment adjoining the drawing-room, where the Emperor and Josephine were sitting, when he heard piercing cries, and with amazement recognized the voice of the Empress. A few moments afterwards, the door opened, and Napoleon, having called him in, he beheld the Empress suffering from a violent nervous attack, and uttering exclamations of distress and despair. He then helped Napoleon to carry her into her own apartment. In fact, the much-dreaded explosion had taken place. The Emperor had at first determined to await the arrival of the Prince Eugene in Paris, in order that the presence and consolations of the son whom Josephine so tenderly loved might soften the bitterness of his intended communication. When he announced the terrible news to her who alone was ignorant of it, to the woman who, by having brought him among her wedding presents the chief command of the army in Italy, had so eminently contributed towards his exalted fortune, 8 days had already elapsed since he had desired Champagne to ask for him the hand of the Emperor Alexander's sister. It was Russia, his ally, not Austria, whom he thought it better to address first. As the sad scene which had revealed the domestic trouble in the imperial family was soon publicly known, the divorce became the subject of conversation at the court and throughout the nation. The unfortunate Josephine was supported, it is true, by the affection of her children, who felt the blow scarcely less keenly than herself, but being convinced of the absolute futility of resistance, she had, after the deepest anguish, submitted rather than resigned herself to that strong will which henceforward became inflexible. In order to feign consent, it was necessary that she should show herself in public. Hence she was dragged about to all the grand official receptions, and the scandal-loving public watched her closely in order to note the extent and progress of her misfortune. The echoes of the palace more than once repeated her sobs and complaints, but it was desirable that this victim of pride and policy should appear content to sacrifice herself, and she was not allowed the satisfaction even of a display of grief. In the fetes given at the commencement of December to celebrate the anniversary of the coronation, Paris beheld her with death in her heart and a smile on her lips, bearing the despair which was a torture to her, with Grace playing her part of sovereign for the last time, surrounded by her children who, to use the expression of a contemporary, were dancing at their mother's funeral. Upon his arrival in Paris, after the blow had fallen upon poor Josephine, Prince Eugene had a mournful interview with his afflicted mother. "'Tis not," said that noble woman in the agony of her heart, "'tis not that I regret the throne, my son, but I feel that I am leaving the Emperor to a prey to the evil-minded men who seek his ruin. I shall be no longer here to warn him against their false-hearted counsels. The task reserved for me henceforth will be to pity him, and to pray for him and the French people whom I love. My children will imitate my example." Beauharnais gives the following words of Josephine regarding her divorce. "I was ushered into the drawing-room at Malmaison, where I found Josephine and Hortense. When I entered, Josephine stretched out her hand to me, saying, 'Ah, my friend.' These words she pronounced with deep emotion, and tears prevented her from continuing. She threw herself on the ottoman on the left of the fireplace, and beckoned me to sit down beside her. Hortense stood by the fireplace, endeavoring to conceal her tears. After a struggle to overcome her feelings, Josephine said, 'I have drained my cup of misery. He has cast me off, forsaken me. He conferred upon me the vain title of Empress only to render my fall the more marked. Ah, I knew the destiny that awaited me, for what would he not sacrifice to his ambition?' As she finished these words, one of Queen Hortense's ladies entered with a message to her. Hortense withdrew, so that I was left alone with Josephine." She seemed to wish for the relief of disclosing her sorrows. Josephine confirmed what Duroc had told me respecting the 2 apartments at Fontainebleau. Then, coming to the period when Bonaparte had declared to her the necessity of a separation, she said, "My dear Bourrienne, during all the years you were with us, you know I made you the confidant of my thoughts, and kept you acquainted with my sad forebodings. They are now cruelly fulfilled. I acted the part of a good wife to the very last. I have suffered all, and I am resigned." What fortitude did it require latterly to endure my situation when, though no longer his wife, I was obliged to seem so in the eyes of the world? With what eyes do the courtiers look upon a reputed wife? I was in a state of vague uncertainty worse than death until the fatal day when he at length avowed to me what I had long before read in his looks. On the 30th of November, 1809, we were dining together as usual. I had not uttered a word during that sad dinner, and he had broken silence only to ask one of the servants what it was o'clock. As soon as Bonaparte had taken his coffee, he dismissed all the attendants, and I remained alone with him. I saw in the expression of his countenance what was passing in his mind, and I knew that my hour was come. He stepped up to me. He was trembling, and I shuddered. He took my hand, pressed it to his heart, and after gazing at me a few moments in silence, he uttered these fatal words. "Josephine, my dear Josephine, you know how I have loved you. To you alone I owe the only moments of happiness I have tasted in this world. But, Josephine, my destiny is not to be controlled by my will. My dearest affections must yield to the interests of France." "Say no more," I exclaimed. "I understand you. I expected this, but the blow is not the less mortal." "I cannot say another word," continued Josephine. "I know not what happened after. I seemed to lose my reason. I became insensible, and when I recovered I found myself in my chamber. Your friend Courvoisier and my poor daughter were with me. Bonaparte came to see me in the evening, and oh, Bourrienne, how can I describe to you what I felt at sight of him? Even the interest he evinced for me seemed an additional cruelty. Alas, I had good reason to fear ever becoming an empress." The 15th of December, 1809, was the fatal day appointed for the consummation of the divorce. The Imperial Council of State was convened, and the official announcements of the coming separation were made. Napoleon's address on this occasion is well known. The prepared response which Josephine attempted to read in acceptation of this cruel decree was too much for even her marvelous fortitude to endure, and Eugene was obliged to take the paper from his weeping mother and finish for her the heart-breaking avowal which her quivering lips refused to utter. Upon the following day the council was again assembled with the imperial family in the grand salon at the Tuileries to witness the legal consummation of the divorce. All were in court costume. Napoleon entered the apartment clothed in the imposing robes of state. Pale as a corpse, he stood leaning against a pillar with folded arms, motionless as a statue. Again, the poor victim of this cruel sacrifice must appear. The keen-edged knife of the political guillotine of blind ambition must this day perform its final act of political decapitation. The door opens. A sad figure appears. Some reports clothe the sorrowful weeping woman in white muslin, others in black satin. As the latter seems more fitting to this funeral scene, we incline to that supposition which would surely appear more appropriate than bridal white for this moment of public repudiation. The graceful woman, bending like a weeping willow before the storm of sorrow which is crushing her to the earth, walks slowly to the seat prepared for her, followed by her son and daughter. The pallor of death is upon her brow. A coffin would have seemed less cruel than the mocking chair of state waiting for her. Had she been Marie Antoinette upon the scaffold, she could scarcely have suffered more, for Marie Antoinette could at least love her dead husband without reproach, while the living husband of poor Josephine holds in his hand the cruel dagger which is piercing her bleeding heart, and his word tears from her brow her rightful royal diadem of wifehood. The iniquitous decree is read. The quivering victim must pronounce her own sentence. Pressing her handkerchief to her streaming eyes for a moment, she slowly rises, and the oath of acceptance passes her pallid lips. The pen is handed to her, and she signs her own death warrant, and then glides like a mournful spectre from the grand salon of state, the imperial grandeur of which, together with the presence of her triumphant foes, mock her unutterable woe. It is the evening of the same day. The weeping woman has still another heart-rendering duty to perform. She must take her final farewell of the man who has stabbed her to the heart, of the husband whom she still adores with every heartbeat of her loyal, loving soul, of the emperor who has crowned her only to tear from her brow his royal gift and bestow it upon another. Was ever woman's soul torn with such conflicting emotions? Pride and love have fought a terrible battle within her heart since the cruel public sacrifice of the morning, but love has conquered, yes, so royally conquered that there is no place left in her soul for aught but overpowering devotion to the adored husband of her heart. Napoleon had retired to his apartments. His valet was about to be dismissed for the night when the door opens, and upon the threshold stands Josephine, more irresistible in her infinite sorrow than in her most imperial robes of dazzling splendor. Her tender eyes are glistening through her tears, her hair falls in disordered locks around her quivering face, her hands are clasped in agonizing despair. For one moment she gazes upon the face of him who has been her life and happiness. Then, forgetting all but her overpowering love, she throws herself into his arms, exclaiming in tones of commingled tenderness and heartbroken anguish, "My husband, my husband!" Napoleon was overpowered at last. With streaming eyes, he beckoned to his valet to retire, and the husband and wife were left alone for their last sad interview. When an hour afterwards Josephine retired from the apartment, still sobbing with irresistible emotion, the valet entered to remove the lights and found Napoleon with his face buried in the pillow and form convulsed with choking sobs. The next morning at 11 o'clock, Josephine was to bid a last adieu to the Tuileries. At the appointed hour she appeared, heavily veiled and leaning upon the arm of one of her lady attendants. Silently she walked through the spacious halls, where all the household had assembled to take final leave of their loved mistress. Not a word was spoken, and as Josephine entered the close carriage, she waved an adieu to the weeping friends around her, and without another glance at the grand palace, which had witnessed her proud happiness and unutterable woe, she was driven rapidly to her future sad retreat at Malmaison. But the envious hate of the Bonaparte family received its just reward on the occasion of the marriage of Napoleon to Maria Louisa, and they were then obliged to swallow a more bitter pill of mortified pride than any which had been administered to them during the reign of Josephine. Madame Mère Bonaparte and the queens of Holland and Naples, the princesses Eliza and Pauline, and the kings Louis and Jerome, were gathered to discuss the coming marriage ceremony of the future empress. Murat, the handsome king of Naples, entered attired in his rich gala dress of fawn-colored satin embroidered with silver and wearing a purple mantle lined with ermine and clasped with jewels. The hilt and sheath of his sword sparkled with gems, and his belt was covered with rubies. He wore a sort of cap of purple, surrounded by an open crown of precious stones, while his boots were of purple velvet, edged with fur, and his knee breeches and vest were of white satin. As he entered the apartment, so proud and so handsome, all of his family exclaimed, "What a handsome dress!" "Yes, I flatter myself," said Marat, gazing into the long mirror before which La Princesse Borghese was paying court to her own beauty. "But do you know, fair ladies, that you are about to be disgraced in the eyes of all Europe?" continued Marat, holding up a printed paper. "What is it?" exclaimed all in a breath. "Read, Mesdames les Reines," replied Marat, "and you will learn that all, queens as you are, you will tomorrow in the chapel of the Louvre, during the marriage ceremony, have the honor of bearing the train of the imperial mantle of your august sister-in-law." "Napoleon can never request of us such an insulting office," said one. "It is no request," said Jerome, "the emperor commands it." "As for me," cried La Princesse Borghese, "I would like to see myself touch her odious mantle." "Do not excite yourself, sister," said the Queen of Naples. "This matter does not concern either you or the Grand Duchess. You are neither of you queens." "But I am more than a parvenue queen," gasped Pauline between her sobs. "My husband was a noble from birth." "I, for one, will not officiate as the waiting woman of my sister-in-law," said the Queen of Naples haughtily. "I could not venture to hint at such a degradation to my wife, the daughter of the King of Württemberg," declared Jerome. "Sons and daughters, son-in-law and daughter-in-law," said Madame Mère. "Bear in mind that Napoleon is accustomed to be obeyed. He is entirely wrong in this matter, but if he is resolved, you will obey." "The others may do as they like, but not I, Madame Mère," said the spoiled beauty Pauline. "You, like the rest," replied Madame Bonaparte with decision. At that moment the doors were thrown open and the usher announced, "The Emperor." It was in vain that Pauline tried to conceal her tears of rage, or that the Queen of Naples endeavored to smooth her ruffled brow, or that Marat hastily sheathed his splendid sword, which he had just drawn in mock defiance to the imperial command. "Madame la Princesse Borghese, explain what all this means," said Napoleon with severity. "My sisters and I do not think it proper to carry the mantle of your wife," Pauline exclaimed defiantly. "What, do you all refuse?" asked the Emperor. "I cannot disgrace my crown," sobbed Caroline Marat. "I will not publicly outrage my unhappy mother," bravely said Hortense. "And you, Eliza," remarked Napoleon, "you probably dread the reproaches of your husband. Ladies, what did I owe to you when I was called upon to reign over France? I have placed you all on such a giddy elevation that it has turned your heads. I have bestowed upon your husbands and yourselves kingdoms, principalities, and splendid establishments. I have overwhelmed you with wealth and honors. What are you without me? Which of you could sustain yourself if I did not stretch out my hand to support you? Oh, so this is the tone that you assume. Your thrones belong to you by feudal right? Mark me, ladies, the Arch-Chancellor of State shall make to you, or rather to your husbands, an official declaration in which ever one among you ventures to disobey my commands shall be considered a culprit and shall be put under the ban of the empire. And as regards to you, Madame Borghese, who honors us by your alliance, as soon as the marriage fetes have terminated, you will leave Paris. And as you first gave the signal of resistance, so you shall be the first to obey. It is my express determination that the Empress, Archduchess of Austria, shall receive all the homage due to her birth and rank." The Emperor then hastily withdrew. The poor Princess Borghese fell upon the floor in violent hysterics, and Napoleon, having been apprised of the fact, sent his physician to attend her, bearing also the information to her that it was the command of the Emperor that she should be perfectly recovered before the next day. So Pauline could not feign sickness, and was obliged to resign herself to her fate. But even Napoleon himself could not conquer women's tears, and although his unwilling relations were forced to obey his imperial command, the fatal train of the Empress, measuring 12 yards in length, was borne by weeping queens and princesses, who did not even try to conceal their tears of mortification, and they doubtless then realized that an Empress of royal birth was not after all such a desirable acquisition to their family as they had supposed. If poor Josephine had not been too generous to be spiteful, and too sad to note aught but her own humiliation and woe, she might have felt herself somewhat avenged by her unconscious successor. As the gorgeous spectacle passed through the magnificent gallery which connected the Tuileries with the Louvre, a child exclaimed to its mother, "Mamma, why does the Queen of Holland cry? I thought queens were always laughing." Poor Hortense! It was indeed cruel in the extreme that she should have been forced to bear the mantle of the woman who was so unjustly supplanting her own mother. Whenever Josephine's friends conversed in her presence regarding the woman who had taken her place, she was careful to avoid the slightest remark which could be construed into a censure of Maria Louisa, though her sorrow could not be concealed. "He will never love her," she exclaimed with deep feeling. "He has sacrificed everything to his politics, but his first wife, yes, his first wife will forever possess his confidence." And she did not deceive herself in this belief, for the ex-empress had reason upon many occasions to exult in the irresistible ascendancy she still exercised over Napoleon. On the hearing of the birth of the King of Rome, Josephine evinced her generous sympathy by making a present to the baby Archduke of a little carriage drawn by 2 superb merinos. The Emperor was much pleased with this kind attention, but when he spoke of it to Maria Louisa, the Austrian was offended, for she could never endure to hear a word of praise regarding the woman who had preceded her, and she always tried to prevent Napoleon's visits to his former wife. But the Emperor never ceased to honor Josephine by frequent letters, hurried visits, and constant delicate attentions. Josephine was never forgotten by him, and he always spoke of her with new and increasing interest. He was displeased with certain of his courtiers who affected to forget the forsaken Josephine. "Have you been to Malmaison?" he would inquire of them. "How does the Empress?" And these fickle courtiers perceived that if they would please their emperor, they must pay their respects to Josephine. Often when returning from a hunt, Napoleon would go and surprise Josephine at Malmaison with a visit, and walk with her in the garden, conversing with the greatest interest about all his affairs. She was still his most intimate confidant. To Josephine alone could he confide his inmost thoughts, sure of never being betrayed and always receiving her most devoted interest. The Emperor would often send word to the Grand Ecuyer to detain the Empress Maria Louisa at the riding school, and then took advantage of the moment of liberty to go and surprise Josephine at Malmaison. It is said that Napoleon was much displeased with a Madame de la R, because, having been in Josephine's service, she proposed to fulfill the same duties for the Empress Maria Louisa. "No," he said with indignation, "she shall not. Although I am charged with ingratitude towards my wife, I will have no imitators, especially among the persons whom she has honored with her confidence and loaded with her favors." After her divorce, Josephine passed her time alternately at Malmaison and the Chateau of Navarre. She here dispensed daily bounty to multitudes of poor families, who were the recipients of her generous benevolence and the objects of her personal care. The following touching incident is said to have occurred just before Napoleon set out on his fatal campaign to Russia. The Empress Josephine was seated in her gallery of paintings when the Emperor came upon her unawares and found her reading that passage in the life of Diocletian relating to his abdication. "O ye, who have seen me seated on a throne, come now and see the lettuce which I have planted with my own hands." Napoleon appeared to be singularly impressed by these words, and said to Josephine with unusual tenderness, "My wife," for so he continued to call her, "I shall perhaps terminate my course in the same way and take pride in showing the beautiful fruits of your gardens, cultivated by my own hands, to the envoys of the different nations who may come to visit Napoleon the philosopher." "So much the better," answered Josephine, "then should we be happy indeed." But soon her eyes filled with tears, and she said with inexpressible sadness, My friend, you have a new wife and a son. I desire henceforth only to aid you by my counsels. But should you ever be free, or should the blast of adversity ever deliver you to your enemies, come, come, O Bonaparte, to my cherished asylum." Josephine was very desirous to behold the young king of Rome. Madame Montesquieu, by the order of the emperor, went to Trianon with her august élève. Hither Josephine went, and when she beheld the young prince, she lavished her caresses upon his baby face, exclaiming with streaming eyes, "I now pardon her freely for the wrong she did me in coming to usurp my place. I am now willing to overlook all my husband's errors and concern myself solely about the happiness of a father." Napoleon's overthrow was the result of political errors into which he was led by evil advisers. They were: 1. The unjust war in Spain, an almost insupportable draft upon the blood and treasure of France, and utterly unproductive of profit or glory. 2. The divorce of his wife Josephine, a matter of cold-blooded calculation, a wrong determination as to the results to arise from the respective positions of the objects upon the political chessboard. It was discarding a French woman for an Austrian princess. It offended France. It shocked all hearts by an apparent indifference to love of a noble-minded, innocent, faithful, and beautiful woman. 3. The unfortunate campaign to Russia, an effort which France was not then strong enough to sustain, though it was one of the grandest displays of military power in the history of the world. And yet, with all Napoleon's plans, it was not his son who afterwards sat upon the French throne, but the grandson of Josephine, the son of Hortense and Louis Bonaparte, who subsequently reigned over France as Emperor Napoleon III. What had the cruel and iniquitous divorce availed after all? Thus a wise providence seems to declare to the sons of men through the sequences resulting from such historical events, "Ye shall not do evil, presuming to imagine that thereby good may arise." Napoleon's unfortunate and unjust war with Spain proved in the end to have been an enterprise regarding which the keen intuitions of Josephine had not deceived her. She was endowed with an instinct so perfect, which enabled her to foresee the future with such marvelous skill, that it amounted with her almost to a gift of genius, and she was seldom deceived respecting the good or evil tendency of any of Napoleon's measures. When informed that the emperor intended to place Joseph Bonaparte upon the throne of Spain, she declared that she was seized with a feeling of indescribable alarm. When Bonaparte separated from Josephine, he left the woman who had exercised a great influence upon his destinies. It was she who had in a manner launched him upon fortune's car, who knew how to uphold him in spite of envy, who was the guardian angel sent by Providence upon the earth to repair 1,000 wrongs, and from the moment he repudiated her, Napoleon, the invincible Napoleon, began to be a prey to fearful forebodings. This false step was a triumph to his enemies, and all Europe was amazed that a man whose former achievements had covered him with glory should thus, with a sort of ostentation, run after the daughter of a sovereign whom he had subdued by force of arms. From that moment, such was the general exclamation, that Napoleon shall start the scandalous project of a divorce, and not content with severing the bonds, which are for him not less sacred than advantageous, shall dare aspire to the hand of the august daughter of the Caesars. Napoleon is no longer anything of himself, he is but an ambitious man. He will tremble for the result of the part he is acting, for he will seek to sustain himself by force and not by popular favor. As the disasters of his last days gathered around Napoleon, he said to Josephine on one occasion when paying her a visit at Malmaison, "Josephine, when my soul is filled with pain, I feel the need of a true friend into whose bosom I may pour my sorrows. What astonishes me is that men should study every other science except that of happiness. 'Tis only in retirement that I have found it, and that I may perhaps hereafter meet with it." Josephine said regarding the taking of Paris by the allied sovereigns, "My courtiers could not long conceal from me the occupation of the capital. I found myself almost in the sad condition of the family of Darius. Should I await the orders of my husband's conquerors, or should I go and implore their generosity? The melancholy state to which Bonaparte was reduced wholly engrossed my feelings and my thoughts. I was resolved to share his death or to follow him into exile." Noble-hearted woman, what a contrast does this feeling present to that which actuated his second wife, who abandoned him as readily and with as little compunction or concern, as though her child had been the son of a German boor, and not of one as great as Caesar or Alexander. While Josephine was at Navarre and anxiously awaiting the next news from the captured city, she received word from the minister Talleyrand, inviting her to return to Malmaison to meet there the Emperor Alexander and the King of Prussia, who had expressed a wish to see the queen of that palace of enchantments. Of her interview with these sovereigns, Josephine says, "I thanked those magnanimous princes for having had the generosity to honor with their presence the forsaken wife of Bonaparte. I recommended to their kind consideration that brave army which had long displayed such prodigies of valor. I pleaded the cause of those brave soldiers who still formed a bulwark around the hero of Austerlitz, and I earnestly claimed, the liberty of the man whom I still loved. I forgot all his wrongs towards me and thought only of his misfortunes. The Emperor Alexander of Russia said to Josephine, "I congratulate you on having reigned over the French, a nation so worthy to be well governed. I congratulate you on having known how to make friends while on the throne, friends who have followed you into retirement. 'Tis to you, madame, that France is in a great measure indebted for the tranquillity she enjoyed during the first years of your husband's reign." Had Napoleon continued to listen to your advice, he would probably now have reigned over a great and generous people. All the sovereigns in Europe, and myself the first, would ultimately have applauded the wisdom of his institutions and the strength of his government. When Napoleon returned from Elba to Paris and was once more receiving the acclamations of his adherents at the Tuileries, he is said to have fallen into a melting mood a few nights after his return thither, and he sent for Monsieur Horan, one of the physicians who had attended Josephine in her last illness. After talking about his former wife with much feeling, to whom he certainly was attached even when he so cruelly abandoned her, he said to the physician, "So, Monsieur Horan, you did not leave the Empress during her malady?" "No, sire." "What was the cause of that malady?" "Uneasiness of mind, grief." "You believe that?" And Napoleon laid a strong emphasis on the word believe, looking steadfastly in the doctor's face. He then asked, "Was she long ill? Did she suffer much?" "She was ill a week, sire. Her Majesty suffered little pain." "Did she see that she was dying? Did she show courage?" "A sign Her Majesty made when she could no longer express herself leaves me no doubt that she felt her end approaching. She seemed to contemplate it without fear." "Well, well." And then Napoleon, much affected, drew close to Monsieur Horan and added, "You say that she was in grief. From what did that arise?" "From passing events, sire, from your Majesty's position last year." "Ah, she used to speak of me then?" "Often, very often." Here Napoleon drew his hand across his eyes, which were filled with tears. He then said, "Good woman, my excellent Josephine, she loved me truly, did she not?" "Ah, she was a Frenchwoman." "Oh, yes, sire, she loved you, and she would have proved it had it not been for dread of displeasing you. She had conceived an idea." "How? What would she have done?" "She one day said that as Empress of the French she would drive through Paris with 8 horses to her coach, and all her household in gala livery, to go and rejoin you at Fontainebleau and never quit you more." "She would have done it. She was capable of doing it," exclaimed Napoleon with deep emotion and eyes full of tears. And then he asked the physician the most minute questions about the last hours of Josephine, the nature of her disease, the friends and attendants who were around her at the hour of her death, and the conduct of her 2 children, Eugene and Hortense. How different was Josephine's fidelity to the man who had ever cut her to the heart by his cruel desertion when he was at the height of his glory, but whom in his dire misfortunes she did not cease to love and desire to aid from the cold apathy of the woman who had taken her rightful place. After the fall of the emperor and his departure to the island of Elba, Josephine fell into a profound melancholy. For several days she preferred to remain alone. Her ladies noticed that she often perused a letter which the emperor had written to her from Brienne, in which he said, "Josephine, while revisiting the spot where I passed my early childhood, and comparing the peaceful hours I then enjoyed with the agitations which I now experience, I am constrained to say to myself I fear death no longer. To me it would this day be a blessing, but I would once more see Josephine." Speaking of Napoleon at this time, she is reported to have said, "I am the only one to whom he entrusted all his secrets, all except the one which has caused his ruin. And had he communicated that to me in season, I should still have enjoyed his presence, and by means of my counsels he would perhaps have escaped these new calamities." Among the last words uttered by the faithful Josephine were these regarding Napoleon, whose love portrait she then gazed upon. "Banished to an island under a foreign sky, torn from France, from a wife and a beloved son, from all his friends, fallen from the palaces of kings among the hills of Elba, overcome by cares and fatigues, sad and melancholy, alone amidst the dwellers upon that island, there still remains to him one faithful Pylades, and a few warriors who have voluntarily shared his exile. Bonaparte can never find consolation in his deep misfortunes except in the reflection that there still remains to him one true friend who hath never ceased to watch over his precious life. But alas, she is lost for him." Josephine, Bonaparte's last friend, Josephine the first object of his ambition and the only woman whom he truly loved. Bonaparte was fortunate while her lot was connected with his. His afterlife was less miserable while she survived. Dying, she still wished to press his hand. His name was the last word she uttered, and her last tear fell upon his portrait. Time destroys great reputations, but that of Napoleon's first wife will be deathless while women's self-sacrificing love remains. "At least," said Josephine with dying breath, "at least I shall carry with me some regrets. I have aimed at the good of the French people. I have done all in my power to promote it, and I may say with truth to all who attend me in my last moments, that never, no never, did the first wife of Napoleon Bonaparte cause a tear to flow." Beautiful May had already clothed the gardens of Malmaison with verdure and adorned them with radiant flowers. The sunset tints crimsoned the western horizon and tipped the white clouds with purple and gold. The birds in the groves were softly caroling their vesper songs, and the gentle breeze, swaying the delicate leaves, fanned with caressing touch the fevered cheek of the dying Josephine, who, with eyes fast dimming in death, gazed once more through the open window upon the loved beauties of her favorite Malmaison, which on this 29th of May, 1814, seemed to have put on new loveliness to comfort the gentle spirit so soon to take a fond and last farewell. As the shadows of twilight deepened, and the dying empress looked once more on the portrait of her idolized husband, the emperor, she exclaimed, "L'Isle d'Elbe, Napoleon," and closed her eyes on earth, and passed beyond the portals of mortal life. The death of Josephine threw all France into tears, and even strangers shared in the general sorrow. They witnessed the universal regrets her death occasioned, and it may be truly said, to the praise of both the friends and foes of Bonaparte, that on this mournful occasion all united to scatter flowers upon the tomb of the woman who had adorned the happy days of the illustrious exile. On the 2nd of June, the funeral honors were paid to the mortal remains of the Empress Josephine in the parish church at Ruel. Commissioners from the sovereigns of Russia and Prussia headed the procession, which proceeded from Malmaison to Ruel. Many foreign princes, marshals, generals, and officers of the French and allied armies escorted the renowned remains. The military consisted of Russian hussars and the National Guards of France. The chief mourners were Prince Eugene, the Grand Duke of Baden, Marquis de Beauharnais, brother-in-law, Count de Tascher, nephew, Count de Beauharnais, cousin, and the grandchildren of the deceased empress. The funeral oration was pronounced by the Archbishop of Tours, while the bishops of Evreux and Versailles assisted in the religious ceremonies. The body of the empress was enclosed in a leaden coffin, which was afterwards placed in one of sycamore wood covered with black cloth. The casket was deposited in a vault in the church at Ruel, over which was raised a chapelle ardente, formed of funeral hangings. The altar, richly decorated in the form of a tomb, and the altarpiece representing a cross were surmounted by a canopy. On the right was placed a statue of immortality, on the left that of religion. A sepulchre lamp was suspended in the middle of the chapelle ardente. Queen Hortense, who had been conveyed to the church before the funeral obsequies, knelt for a long time beside the tomb with her brother after the other mourners had left the church. The spot is now marked by a monument of white marble representing the empress kneeling in her coronation robes, and bears this simple and touching inscription: Eugene and Hortense to Josephine. The widow and the orphan went daily to weep by her tomb. Many of her faithful friends continued to make visits to the last resting place of her whose memory was honored by universal respect and sincere mourning. The poor and the rich alike honored her life and mourned her death. What now remains to Josephine is the recollection of her good deeds, a more fitting memorial than costly monument or marble sarcophagus of most elaborate art. As an empress, none can claim a more exalted place as a personification of grace, beauty, and queenly dignity. But it is as a woman, as a wife and mother, that the brightest halo of glory crowns the pure brow of Josephine, and as love's martyr she has gained the highest place amongst the self-sacrificing women of historic fame. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Girls' Book of Famous Queens by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. The Empress Eugenie, A.D. 1826. Quote, "Then happy low lie down, uneasy lies the head that wears a crown." End quote. Shakespeare. Everything happens in France, says La Rochefoucauld, and indeed it would seem so. The history of no other country of modern times presents such a series of rapid changes, decided extremes, and strange incongruities. Monarchies, empires, republics follow each other in rapid succession, Yet through it all, in base servility or in fierce revolt, in licentiousness or prudery, in anarchy or order, in despotism or demagogy, under Valois, Bourbon, or Bonaparte, from Versailles and Louis XIV to Malmaison of the First and Compagnie of the Second Empire, we see the same thoughts, the same ideas, the same traits of character, though veiled under different garbs. In 1685, the House of Bourbon was at the zenith of its glory. France, crushed with oppression, bowed beneath its yoke. 150,000 souls rioted in luxury. 25 millions toiled to administer to their luxury. The people cried for bread, and proud, licentious nobles bid them eat grass, while the monarch from his gilded palace thundered forth his arbitrary dictum, L'État, c'est moi. The kingdom is in a deplorable state, said Mirabeau. It can only be regenerated by some great internal convulsion. But woe to those who live to see that. The French people do not do things by halves. The convulsion comes. The French people do not do things by halves. The throne falls with a crash, and the guillotine stands in the Place de la Concorde. Then comes the Empire. Glory is the only object sought, and glory is attained. France is ablaze with glory. Rivoli, Austerlitz, Waterloo, and the First Empire, with its glories and its triumphs, its crowns and its scepters, its stars and its crosses, fades like a dream and is gone. The Bourbons return to the homes of their ancestors. Again the storm arises, and the Republic is proclaimed. The Republic becomes the Empire. Laurels, crowns, triumph. Glory is sought, but 'tis pacific glory. The Empire is peace. France prospers. But a dark cloud gathers on the horizon. The thunder peals. War rages fast and furious. Defeat, disaster, ruin. The Empire has fallen to pieces. Bourbon and Bonaparte wander through Europe. 'Tis the height of the Paris season, and with its gaily dressed crowds and splendid equipages, the Avenue des Champs-Élysées wears a festive, smiling air. Bright shines the sun, gilding with its rays the dome and turrets of the Tuileries, the terraces and statues, the obelisk of Luxor, and sending back the waters of the fountains in showers of glittering diamonds, while far in the distance the massive outline of the Arc de Triomphe looms lofty against the clear blue sky. Carriages, horsemen, and pedestrians, a countless throng, are on their way to and from the Bois de Boulogne. But one alone attracts universal attention, a tall and graceful figure clad in a dark green habit, and above whose head there floats a snow-white plume. She sits proud and erect upon her splendid thoroughbred. Paris sees with admiration, and in every mouth there is but one question. Who is yonder fair equestrian, who sits so splendidly, who rides so fearlessly? 'Tis Eugenie de Montijo, Comtesse de Tabar. Born in Spain in 1826 in the province of Granada, her early days were passed among the picturesque scenery with which the pen of Irving has made us familiar. Her father, the Count de Montijo and Tabar, was a grandee of Spain, and from him she inherited many titles of nobility. Washington Irving, who was then in Spain, knew her mother, Maria Manuela Kirkpatrick, and was a frequent visitor at her house, where he soon made friends with the little Eugenie, and in later years, when she was dazzling Europe with the costliness of her costumes and the splendor of her court, he recalled with interest and amusement the many times he had held upon his knee the future Empress of the French, when she was an alert, dark-eyed little girl, doubtless very happy to be entertained with such stories of her native land as he could tell her. From Spain she was sent to Toulouse and afterwards to Bristol to pursue her education, and when she left school, beautiful and accomplished, easy in manners and fluent in conversation, which she could carry on with apparently equal ease in Spanish, English, or in French, possessing more than average information and displaying a readiness and aptness of repartee approaching the brilliancy of wit, with a beauty striking and exceptional, a form slender and perfectly molded, a complexion brilliantly fair and black eyes, large and expressive, it is not surprising that she became successively the belle of the season in London, Paris, and Madrid. While in London, she was introduced to Louis Napoleon, then in exile from France, and distinguished chiefly for the disastrous failure of his first attempt to overthrow the government of Louis Philippe. In 1851, she met him again. He was then called Napoleon III, and she was regarded as one of the leaders of fashion in Paris. His attentions to her gradually became marked and suggestive, and finally he offered to share with her his throne. On the 22nd of January, 1853, the approaching nuptials were announced publicly to the Senate. In this communication, Napoleon thus expressed himself. "I come then, gentlemen," he said, "to announce that I have preferred the woman whom I love and whom I respect to one who is unknown and whose alliance would have had advantages mingled with sacrifices. She who has been the object of my preference is of princely descent, French in heart by education and the recollection of the blood shed by her father in the cause of the empire. She has, as a Spaniard, the advantage of not having in France a family to whom it might be necessary to give honors and fortune. Endowed with all the qualities of mind, she will be the ornament of the throne. In the day of danger, she will be one of its courageous supporters. A Catholic, she will address to heaven the same prayers with me for the happiness of France. In fine, by her grace and her goodness, she will, I firmly hope, endeavor to revive in the same position the virtues of the Empress Josephine. On the 29th of January, the civil marriage of Louis Napoleon with Mademoiselle de Montijo took place at the Tuileries, and on the following day the religious ceremonies were celebrated at the Cathedral of Notre Dame. Never had the arches of that venerable pile looked down upon a more brilliant assemblage. The imperial couple sat on 2 thrones erected in front of the high altar, and the representatives of the army, of the Senate, of the municipal authorities, and of the diplomatic corps surrounded them. All the pomp and splendor of the Catholic service, all the opulence of France's great capital, all the beauty and brilliancy of the court, all the grim majesty of the military, science, art, and lavish luxury, all were united and exhausted on the incidents and displays of this momentous occasion. At last all was over, and to the echoing shouts of "Viva la Imperatrice!" Eugenie de Montijo returned with her imperial consort to the palace of the Tuileries. The career of the great Napoleonic dynasty is without a parallel either in ancient or modern times. Long since, the universal judgment of mankind has decided that its founder, Napoleon I, was in every respect as great a hero, and probably greater, than Alexander, Caesar, or Charlemagne, the 3 most renowned representatives of ambitious daring in the world's history. The variety and extent of Napoleon's abilities, both as a commander, a legislator, and a ruler, place him above all his rivals, while the splendor of his victories, the extent of his conquests, and the grandeur of his elevation exceeds theirs in an eminent degree. But in addition to all these elements of superior greatness, the family of Napoleon I add an unequal attraction to his career. None of his illustrious rivals could boast of a wife as graceful and bewitching as Josephine, or as high-born and nobly descended as Maria Louisa. None could claim brothers as sagacious as Joseph, as gallant as Marat, as capable as Lucian, as romantic as Jerome. None could point to as many relatives who were sovereign princes and princesses, and who owed their lofty elevation to his own powerful arm. And none had a successor equal in talent and in desperate, successful daring to Napoleon III. Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, son of Louis Napoleon, King of Holland and Hortense, daughter of the Empress Josephine and of her first husband, the Viscount de Beauharnais, was born at Paris on the 20th of April, 1808. Along the whole line of the Grande Armée, and throughout the entire extent of the empire from Hamburg to Genoa, and from the Danube to the Atlantic, salvos of artillery announced the happy event. This was an honor which fell to the lot of only 2 members of the imperial family, Louis Napoleon and the King of Rome, for they only were born under the imperial regime. It is not our purpose in this short sketch of the life of the Empress Eugenie to trace the career of Napoleon III, except in so much only as it bears upon her own. The Revolution of 1848 was over, and France needed a monarch skilled to rule in a reign of peace. 3 very poor specimens of that article had been tried in the persons of Louis XVIII, Charles X, and Louis Philippe, and had proved miserable failures. They did no great harm because they did nothing at all. Providence wrested the useless scepter from the last and bestowed it upon Napoleon III. Truly, there is nothing so successful as success, and never has it been more clearly illustrated than in the history of Louis Napoleon. All writers who have narrated the events of his life, when in the full plenitude of his power he sat upon his throne at the Tuileries, have extolled him as a demigod, and praised in most extravagant terms his wonderful abilities. But those who have written since the fall of the empire denounce him as a cold and selfish conspirator and revolutionist, roué and libertine, and declare that among the rulers of Christendom in modern times there is not one whose record is so utterly devoid of any redeeming act, so entirely dictated by selfishness, lust, and sordid greed, as that of Charles Louis Napoleon. Between these 2 extremes lies the truth, and among the defeats and disasters of 1870 we must not forget the glories and triumphs of 1855. This much is certain, that from the time of his attainment of the supreme power, Louis Napoleon exhibited administrative talent of the first order. France was governed with the regularity and system of a gigantic piece of machinery. More vigor, energy, and harmony had never before pervaded the administration. It was said of Augustus that he found Rome brick and left it marble. That saying would not be exaggerated if applied to Louis Napoleon in Paris. The gay capital of the empire was a special object of his care, and Paris seemed to have thrown off the dingy and faded habiliments of past ages, which still clung to her, and to have assumed the freshness, beauty, and energy of youth. Public monuments, palaces, temples, and boulevards were, by his orders, embellished, enlarged, renovated, and repaired. Old Paris disappeared, and new Paris started up in its place. Dark, dirty, ill-paved, and worse-drained streets were replaced by noble boulevards full of palaces. He completed the Louvre, reconstructed the Tuileries, regenerated the Palais Royal, and interminably prolonged the Rue de Rivoli. His acts and deeds speak for themselves, and they prove, on undeniable evidence, that France was never better governed than by him. A people as fickle as the wind, as restless as the sea, a people as whimsical as women, as fanciful as children, a people with whom novelty is a mania and faction a disease, a people brave, intelligent, and generous by fits, and treacherous, frivolous, and vindictive by starts. Such a people could have been governed at that crisis only by such a ruler. And single-handed, by the sheer force of his genius and the moral power which is the bodyguard of genius, he governed them wisely and well. In spite of almost invincible opposition, in the face of almost unsurmountable obstacles, he raised them step by step to be regarded as the most enlightened nation of Europe. He unsparingly promoted their national welfare. He perceptibly diminished their national evils. In short, for nearly 20 years, he was the glory of France and the wonder of the world. The alliance between France and England having terminated so gloriously for the arms and diplomacy of both countries, the Emperor and Empress of the French, in 1855, visited Queen Victoria in her own dominions, probably the first instance on record in which a reigning French monarch set foot upon the soil of his hereditary foes. The rejoicings on this occasion were prodigious, and Louis Napoleon, who had once paced the streets of London, a penniless wanderer, was received in the same capital with universal greetings, with flying banners, with military salutes, with the congratulations of the sovereign and nobility, and with the joyful acclamations of the millions. Albert and Victoria in a short time returned the compliment, and the scene was transferred from London to Paris. On that memorable occasion, France's gay and brilliant capital, that great center of the world's civilization and luxury, assumed unwonted hues of splendor, exhibited scenes of unusual festivity and rejoicing, and exhausted her varied and infinite resources to impress, delight, and charm her august visitors. The felicity of Louis Napoleon was now about to receive a further augmentation, and his sudden and vigorous empire to be strengthened by an additional element of perpetuity and power. On the 16th of March, 1856, a son was born at the Palace of the Tuileries. On that occasion, the Emperor thus addressed the Senate. "The Senate has participated in my joy on hearing that Heaven has given me a son, and you have hailed as a happy event the birth of a child of France. I intentionally make use of that expression. In fact, the Emperor Napoleon, my uncle, who had applied to the new system created by the Revolution all that was great and elevated in the old regime, had resumed that ancient denomination of the children of France. The reason is, gentlemen, that when an heir is born who is destined to perpetuate a national system, that child is not only the scion of a family, but also in truth the son of the whole country, and that appellation points out to him his duties. If this were true under the old monarchy, which represented exclusively the privileged class, how much more so is it now when the sovereign is the elect of the nation, the first citizen of the country, and the representative of the interests of all? I thank you for the kind wishes which you have expressed for this child of France and for the Empress." The birth of the Prince Imperial realized national hopes long deferred, and never was title more perfectly representative of truth and fact than that of Fils de France, the son of France, the son of the nation, the gift of Providence to the people. It was in this sense that the title was bestowed, and in this sense that it was interpreted by the country. Throughout France, the joy manifested was excessive, and the municipal authorities and public bodies of all kinds came forward with affectionate eagerness to manifest their sympathy in the happiness of their sovereign. What prophet could then have foretold that Napoleon, Eugene, Louis Jean Joseph, Prince Imperial, and Fils de France, whose birth was now so proudly hailed, whose future seemed so brilliant, and who was heir to the grandest throne in Europe, would in a few years be an exile in a foreign land, and that ultimately, at the early age of 23, the javelins of hostile savages would terminate his career amid the wilds of Africa? It is a bright May afternoon in the year 1857, and every avenue leading to the vast area of the Champ de Mars is crowded with endless masses of troops, marching with stately tread and martial music to the grand rendezvous, for His Majesty Napoleon III is to hold, in honor of the Grand Duke Constantine of Russia, one of those public reviews by which he exhibits to such great advantage the strength and majesty of his army. As far as the eye can reach, along both banks of the Seine and through the immense perspective of the adjacent boulevards, glittering arms of cavalry and infantry flash brightly in the rays of the refulgent sun. As the hour of 2 tolls from the lofty towers of the Invalides, 70,000 men, disposed so as to produce the most sublime and impressive effect, stand motionless in military array, awaiting the approach of that single man who has so heroically grasped and maintained the scepter of dominion in France. The noble façade of the École Militaire, the splendid dome of the Hôtel des Invalides, the towering mass of the Arc de Triomphe, and 100 other monuments of architectural beauty and historic celebrity are within the view, combining with the majesty of military power assembled in their center, a coup d'éolé of unrivaled magnificence. At length the graceful waving of red and white plumes and the gleam of polished silver helmets on the Pont des Jeannettes, the roll of 1,000 drums, and the music of 1,000 trumpets indicate the approach of Louis Napoleon and his illustrious guest. Surrounded by his magnificent état-major, composed of the chief officers of all the regiments, the Emperor rides with military precision into the center of the gorgeous array. The Champ de Mars, familiar as it has been with the glories of the First Empire, has never seen the conqueror of Marengo and Austerlitz surrounded with a halo of greater martial grandeur than this which now encompasses this man, who has never seen a solitary conflict of arms, or commanded a single battalion in the field. On the right of the Emperor, in the costume of a Russian admiral, rides the Grand Duke Constantine, and on his left the Prince Napoleon and the Duke of Nassau, while behind them, in a sumptuous carriage arrayed in the most gorgeous and elegant of toilets, the very picture of loveliness and beauty, comes the Empress Eugenie. 3 times the splendid cortege passes through the field, after which the Emperor, the Empress, and the Grand Duke take up their positions under the central pavilion of the École Militaire, and the defile begins. During 3 hours, 70,000 men, composed of 74 battalions of foot, 60 squadrons of cavalry, and 150 pieces of artillery, all arrayed in new uniforms, with untarnished arms and accoutrements, march by to the inspiring notes of martial melody, and beneath a bright and propitious sky. Many of the regiments bear immortal names upon their banners, which must forcibly remind the Grand Duke Constantine of those far-famed and bloody struggles in which the colossal power of the First Empire strove with desperate energy and effort to crush forever the throne of the Muscovite kings. Nevertheless, the Grand Duke looks on complacently and utters nothing but polite phrases of praise and commendation. With such pageantries, Louis Napoleon regaled and impressed the splendor-loving Parisians. All the pacific splendors of the First Empire were restored, and he neglected no means of impressing upon his subjects and upon the world the greatness of his power and the security with which he sat upon his throne. In the early part of the month of January 1858, as the carriage of the Emperor and Empress was approaching the Italian Opera House, 3 bombs were aimed at their persons and exploded beneath the wheels. Many persons were wounded, and some of those forming the imperial escort were killed, but Napoleon and Eugenie escaped unharmed. The chief conspirators were Italian refugees, some of whom suffered the well-merited penalty of death for their sanguinary but unsuccessful purpose. In an address soon after to the legislature, the Emperor mentioned the event. "I thank Heaven," he said, "for the visible protection which it has granted to the Empress and myself, and I deeply deplore that a plan for destroying one life should have ended in the loss of so many. Yet this thwarted scheme can teach us some useful lessons. The recourse to such desperate means is but a proof of the feebleness and impotence of the conspirators." And again, there never was an assassination which served the interests of the men who armed the murderer. Neither the party who struck Caesar nor that which slew Henry IV profited by their overthrow. God sometimes permits the death of the just, but he never allows the triumph of the evil agent. Thus, these attempts neither disturb my security in the present nor my trust in the future. If I live, the empire lives with me. If I fall, the empire will be strengthened by my death, for the indignation of the people and of the army will be a new support for the throne of my son. Let us then face the future with confidence and calmly devote ourselves to the welfare and to the honor of our country. Dieu protège la France. Alas, that Louis Napoleon, the prudent and sagacious administrator of 1858, and the wise and powerful monarch of 1867, should have become the short-sighted and inefficient general of 1870. And when, upon the ensanguined field of Sedan, the star of the Second Empire fell to rise no more, and the bloody demons of the Commune were carrying destruction and death through the streets of beautiful Paris, Europe and America, in short the civilized world, re-echoed the sentiment, exclaiming in the fullness of their anxious minds, Dieu protège la France! The year 1867 was a memorable one in the annals of the Second Empire, for in it was held the Exposition Universelle, in which the arts, the sciences, and industries of the whole world were displayed with unequaled magnificence. France on that occasion fraternized with all nations, and her resplendent capital was the admiration of eyes of the universe. Here was the culmination of the happy reign of Louis Napoleon and Eugenie. The empire was peace, and nations of every clime beheld the marvelous progress of France under the administration of her sagacious rulers. Unclouded happiness pervaded the land, and untarnished glory shed a luster over the empire. The 1st of July, 1867, a lovely day. The sun shone brightly in a clear sky, and beautiful Paris never looked so fair. The exposition was at its height, and the gay capital was crowned with distinguished visitors. On this day, Napoleon III was to distribute prizes to the successful competitors. In the most gorgeous of state carriages, blazing with red and gold, drawn by 8 horses, splendidly caparisoned, and preceded and followed by cent guards, squadrons of lancers, and officers and servants of the imperial household, the Emperor and Empress left the Tuileries, and at precisely 2 o'clock arrived at the Palais des Industries in the Champs-Élysées. The interior of the edifice had been magnificently decorated for that occasion. The semicircular glass roof was lined with a thin white drapery dotted over with golden stars and bordered with a band of pale green. The galleries were hung with elegantly arranged crimson velvet draperies trimmed with gold lace, while on the fronts of the columns that supported the roof were displayed the armorial bearings of the different nations that had taken part in the exhibition. All around the floor of the vast hall were ranged, tier upon tier, rows of crimson-colored benches, enough to seat 20,000 people. In the center of one side of the hall, and interrupting the terraces of encircling benches, was the imperial throne, gorgeous in crimson and gold, and whose velvet and golden bee-spotted canopy, surmounted by a massive crown, towered to the very roof. In great folds of velvet of the richest hue, darker than crimson and lighter than purple, and relieved with embroidery of gold, the curtains sloped gracefully to the crimson and black moquette carpet of the dais, filling the eye with a splendid blaze of color. Here the Emperor Napoleon sat enthroned in the midst of his guests and of his court. On his right was the Sultan of Turkey in a blue and gold uniform, and wearing upon his breast the ribbon of the Legion of Honor and a diamond star. On his left sat the Empress Eugenie, dressed in white, spotted with gold, with a mauve satin train. On her head she wore a green wreath surmounted by diamonds in her ears, a diamond necklace which fell in long pendants upon her breast, and a diamond stomacher. This glittering attire, in contrast with the dark draperies of the throne, was very effective. Next to the Sultan sat the Prince of Wales, then came the Prince of Orange, the Prince of Saxony, and the Prince Imperial, and next to him the Grand Duchess Marie, the Duke of Aosta, the Duke of Cambridge, and the Princess Matilda, by the side of whom, in a crimson and gold brocaded petticoat and a black tunic, bordered with gold lace, sat the brother of the Japanese tycoon. On the left of the Empress were the Prince Royal of Prussia, the Princess of Saxony, Prince Humbert of Italy, Prince Napoleon, and Abdul Hamid, son of the Sultan. In the second row were the members of the Marat and Bonaparte families, and behind all were the marshals of France, the ministers of state, the officers of the imperial household, and the Turkish beys and pachas in attendance upon the Sultan. Between 20 and 30,000 people were present at the ceremony, the ladies attired in splendid toilets of the lightest and brightest tints, while the gentlemen were either in evening dress, in some picturesque national costume, or in uniform. Nothing could be more striking than the immense variety of the latter. There were Turks in fezzes and turbans, surtouts literally covered with gold lace and in long robes of gorgeous colors, Hungarian magnates in blue velvet tunics bejeweled all over, crimson pantaloons fringed with gold, and felt hats with diamond aigrettes and clusters of feathers, Japanese dignitaries in cloth of gold with light blue petticoats, scarlet breeches, white stockings, patent leather shoes, and spiked hats fringed with gold or silver lace, Tunisians in green and gold with diamond ornaments in front of their crimson fezzes, Austrian Uhlans in their well-known and picturesque uniforms, Persians wearing the tall national headdress, and Siamese in their flat hats, short brocaded tunics, and baggy satin breeches. There were, moreover, the members of the Council of State, senators, deputies, and prefects in their elaborately embroidered costumes, with the Lord Mayors of London and Dublin, aldermen, sheriffs, councilmen, masters of arts, and doctors of divinity. Beyond these were endless varieties of French, Russian, German, Italian, Dutch, and British military and naval uniforms. Stars, crosses, and ribbons of every order under the sun met the eye in all directions. The proceedings were opened with Gluck's overture to Iphigenie and Allied. At its conclusion, Monsieur Roher, vice president of the exposition, addressed the emperor at considerable length. The emperor thus replied, "Gentlemen, after an interval of 12 years, I have come for the second time to distribute rewards to those who have most distinguished themselves in those works which enrich nations, embellish life, and soften manners. The poets of antiquity sang the praises of those great games in which the various nations of Greece assembled to contend for the prize of the race. What would they say today were they to be present at these Olympic games of the world in which all nations, contesting by intellect, seem to launch themselves simultaneously in the infinite career of progress towards an ideal incessantly approached, without ever being able to be attained? From all parts of the earth, the representatives of science, of art, and of industry have hastened to vie with each other, and we may say that peoples and kings have both come to do honor to the efforts of labor, and to crown them by their presence with the idea of conciliation and peace. The exhibition of 1867 may be justly termed universal, for it unites the elements of all the riches of the globe. Side by side with the latest improvements of modern art appear the products of the remotest ages, so that they represent at one and the same time the genius of all nations and all ages. It is universal, for in addition to the marvels luxury brings forth for the few, it displays also that which is demanded by the necessities of the many. The interests of the laboring classes have never aroused more lively solicitude. Their moral and material wants, their education, the conditions of life at a cheap rate, the most productive combinations of association, have been the object of patient inquiries and serious study. Thus all improvements go forward. If science, by turning matter to account, liberates labor, the cultivation of the mind, by subduing vices, prejudices, and vulgar passions, also liberate humanity. Let us congratulate ourselves, gentlemen, upon having received among us the majority of the sovereigns and princes of Europe, and so many distinguished visitors. Let us be proud of having shown to them France as she is, great, prosperous, and free. One must be destitute of all patriotic faith to doubt her greatness, must close one's eyes to evidence to deny her prosperity, must thank the Imperial Commission, the members of the jury, and the different committees, for the intelligent zeal they have displayed in the accomplishment of their tasks. I thank them also in the name of the Prince Imperial, whom, notwithstanding his tender age, I have been happy to associate in this great undertaking, of which he will retain the remembrance. I hope the exhibition of 1867 will mark a new era of harmony and progress. Assured that Providence blesses the efforts of all who, like ourselves, desire good, I believe in the definitive triumph of the great principles of morality and justice, which, while satisfying all legitimate desires, are alone able to consolidate thrones, to elevate nations, and to ennoble humanity. The names of the exhibitors to whom the chief prizes, gold or silver medals, had been awarded were then read. They had been marshaled in procession, two and two, under the distinctive banners of the various groups into which the exhibition was divided. The whole number was about 900. One by one, as each name was called, the exhibitors ascended the steps of the throne and received from the hands of the emperor the ribbon belonging to the decoration of the Legion of Honor. At the close of the distribution, the imperial party, leaving their seats on the throne and headed by the corps diplomatique, passed entirely round the hall amid the most enthusiastic plaudits, while the orchestra of 1,200 pieces played the chorus of Handel's oratorio of Judas Maccabeus. See, the conquering hero comes. In the matter of dress, if in no other, the name of the Empress Eugenie will be historical. It was within her province to decide what fashions should prevail in France, in Europe, in America, and in some parts of Asia, and the marvelous modes she introduced among the ladies of all countries have immortalized her. Her own costumes were of the most elaborate construction, and were changed with the greatest frequency. She displayed 3 or 4 dresses in the course of each day, and even the most expensive were never worn more than twice. Many writers derive their income from describing in the journals of the day these successive creations of the Paris milliner and dressmaker. She accumulated a collection of fans, furs, laces, and jewels that probably surpassed any other in existence. During the period that elapsed between her marriage and her flight, she received $20,000 pin money every month, which sum she never failed to spend to the last cent. Never in modern times have the fashions been more elaborate and extravagant than while this queen of fashion occupied the palaces of France. Eugenie was fitted by nature to play the part of Lady Bountiful and dwell in the House Beautiful. The city of Paris voted her a large sum for the purchase of jewels. She accepted the money, but requested permission to devote it to founding an institution for the education of young girls of the working classes. She further bestowed in charity $20,000 of a present of $50,000 given her at the same time by the emperor, and her reign was marked by many other striking gifts to charitable and scientific objects. The empress was partial to colored servitors. At one time she had a Nubian page, and on his death took a young Abyssinian into her service, whose daily duty it was to stand immediately behind her chair at dinner, in front of the line of tall, fresh-colored, clean-shaven, powdered lackeys in green, scarlet, and gold liveries, who encircled the imperial dining table. The empress also gave a great number of splendid and costly entertainments at the Tuileries, Compiègne, Fontainebleau, and elsewhere. State balls were numerous, especially during the latter years of the empire. These took place usually at the Tuileries, the invitations having been drawn up by the High Chamberlain from a carefully prepared list of some 10,000 persons, were distributed by mounted servants in the imperial livery of green and gold. The guests arrived at the vast marble vestibule, and ascending the grand staircase were received on the landing by a splendidly attired official, who took from them their cards of invitation. The ball took place in the Salle des Marchaux, the largest and most splendidly decorated salon in the palace, and at its conclusion supper was served in the Galerie de Diane. All the old forms of etiquette in vogue at the court of Louis XIV were revived, and had the Grand Monarch been present at a ball in the Tuileries Palace, he would no doubt have felt as much at home as far as all forms and ceremonies were concerned, as in his own Galerie de Glace at Versailles. Twice during the absence of the emperor, once in 1865 when he was in Algeria, and again in 1870 during the Franco-Prussian War, Eugenie was left the nominal head of the state with the title of Empress Regent. At the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, she was present in the yacht L'Agile and took a chief part in the celebration. The Agile formed one of the inauguration fleet of 45 vessels and took the lead in making the passage to the Red Sea, where, with the Empress on board, it arrived on the 22nd of November, returning the next day to the Mediterranean. It was mid-afternoon on such a May day as is seen only under Parisian skies, but the invitation of the sky could not alone account for the multitudes thronging the leafy park, the blooming parterres of the gardens, and the broad ways of the Champs-Élysées. The court was about to set out for St. Cloud, and the pleasure-loving Parisians were to be treated to a spectacle. Gorgeous lines of soldiery formed in statuesque ranks along the pebbly walks and hot asphalt ways facing the palace. Save for the waving plumes, the glistening wall rested immobile and silent as the granite sphinxes whose solemn eyes blinked sleepily under the ardent sunshine. There was just the perception of a movement in the shining cuirasses as the swelling notes of a cavalry bugle echoed and re-echoed in sonorous blasts through the crowded aisles of the park and died away far over the turrets of the palace. The imperial guards, flaming in scarlet and glittering casques, formed in serried ranks from the Rivoli gates and the Place du Carrousel to the border of the Seine. Outriders in the magenta and gold of the line dashed in excited movement along the gravelled roadways, adjusting the obstacles for the imperial advent. Squadrons of the guards formed on each side of the wide way through which the procession was to pass to the Champs-Élysées. On a signal from the trumpets they divided, facing their horses inward, and waited, immovable as the Egyptian figures, at the Golden Gate. A thin column of smoke curled upward from the arch of the carousel. A loud cracking detonation of artillery announced that Majesty was about to leave the palace. Another that Majesty was in the vestibule, and the long line of fire made by the red-breeched troopers moved, as with the one impulse, into an attitude of respectful attention. From the central porch of the Tuileries, as the guards came to a salute, a short, stout figure, clad in a gentleman's walking dress, appeared and slowly descended the velvet-carpeted steps. To the salutations of the soldiers and the populace he slightly raised his hat. The crowd in the rear broke out into shouts of "Vive l'Empereur!" Halting as the lackeys held the door of the landau open, the emperor half turned. A lady, tall, slight, and graceful, appeared in the group at the doorway. She was speaking with animation to the chamberlain, with her face to the multitude. Her black eyes were full of life and vivacity, and her hair, coiled in great masses over her shapely head, shone like burnished copper as the sunbeams fall upon it. She tripped lightly down the broad steps, a sunshade in her right hand serving as a walking cane, while with her left she upheld with charming daintiness a robe of silver-gray color. As the outlines of her figure became distinct upon the crimson carpet, a tumultuous cry of "Vive la Impératrice" resounded far back in the shrubberies of the garden. The lady bowed with gracious recognition, and giving her hand to the emperor, stepped into the landau. At the same moment, a graceful youth of 14, mounted on a jet-black pony, shot out from the entrance of the carousel, and riding close to the carriage, reined in suddenly, and raising his hat, brought it down to the saddle as he bent to the occupants. "Viva le Prince Impérial!" shouted the crowd, and the emperor, empress, and prince bowed gravely in response. The trumpets broke into another long blast, the postilions touched their horses, Majesty was en route, the prince riding beside the imperial carriage, the troopers falling into groups of 4. Who of all that crowd, filling the palace gardens and thronging the banks of the Seine, would have then told Caesar that he should never again pass those fateful portals in state? The Parisians afterwards recalled the event as the Romans had the journey of the great Julius, from the tearful pleadings of Calpurnia to the base of Pompey's statue. But there was nothing of the Ides of March in the emperor's reception on the present occasion. The acclamations of the multitude were spontaneous and hearty, and all hats flew off when the benignant smiles of Eugenie supplemented the gracious inclinations of Napoleon. On the 15th of July, 1870, Louis Napoleon declared war with Prussia. The numerous vicissitudes of his eventful life may have suggested to him the possibility that the war, if long protracted, might prove unfavorable to his hopes, but no seer could have predicted to him that in 7 weeks from that day he would be defeated, dethroned, and a prisoner in the hands of the one man among all the crowned heads of Europe whom he most hated, and that all the hopes which he had cherished of perpetuation of a Bonaparte dynasty in France would be at an end. We cannot in this short sketch attempt to portray the progress of this war, which, in its rapid movement, its terrible destructiveness, and its stupendous results, is without a parallel in history. Suffice it that, with the defeat of the French army at Sedan, the star fell. An empire which had progressed through nearly 20 years ran out in a moment like a reel of thread. Napoleon was sent as a state prisoner to Wilhelmshohe. The Germans entered France, marched to Paris, and William, King of Prussia, slept in the palace of the Grand Monarch. And now occurred one of those strange anomalies which the history of France so often presents. It is the 18th of January, 1871. The Grand Gallery of Versailles is filled with an eager, anxious throng. But it is not such a throng as has been wont to gather here. Where are the cavaliers with their red-heeled boots and slashed doublets, and the grandes dames with their lofty plumes and flashing jewels? The top boot, the clanking spur, the sword and sabre-talk, these are the accoutrements of this band of stern, martial men who now stand beneath Lebrun's gorgeous frescoes. At one end of the gallery a throne is erected, and its presence reminds us of that silver throne erected here in 1685, at whose foot the Doge of Genoa bowed in homage, and upon whose summit the personification of pompous pride and royal prerogative stood King Louis XIV. But no king or emperor of France stands upon the throne of the Versailles Gallery on this 18th day of January, 1871. A king is there, it is true, but he is William, King of Prussia, who is this day to be proclaimed Emperor of Germany. It seems like fate, like an avenging nemesis, that in this palace of Versailles, whose marble portals bear the inscription "To all the glories of France," in this grand Galerie des Glaces, the scene of so many glories and triumphs of the houses of Bourbon and of Bonaparte, the crown of united Germany should be placed, with mighty shout and loud acclaim, upon the head of that stern old warrior, William I of Hohenzollern. The last 4 weeks of her abode in France, the Empress Eugenie spent at the Tuileries. Those were days of confusion and distress. The series of defeats which culminated at Sedan had already begun, and a proclamation had appeared declaring Paris in a state of siege. Still the Empress was hopeful. She thought with a lady's romantic ideas about military possibilities, says the narrator, that everything could be retrieved by a grand coup. But then came the news of the Emperor's surrender at Sedan. Eugenie was up all night. Council after council was held as new reports and scraps of information arrived. Finally, it was decided that she should ride on horseback through the streets of Paris and herself proclaim to the unpopular legislature its dissolution. This resolution, however, was never carried into effect for lack of a riding dress. A plain black habit with the cross of the Legion of Honor pinned upon her breast was what she had decided to wear. Was it a fatality that out of the 360 dresses then hanging in their wardrobes at the Tuileries, the needed one was missing? A few days before, there had been a general stampede of servants who had gone off carrying great quantities of imperial property, and the dark riding dress which the Empress now sought had probably been among the spoils of her domestics. There was only one habit to be found, and that was neither black nor plain. It was a dress of gorgeous green embroidered with gold, and designed to be worn with a three-cornered Louis XV hat, the costume of the imperial hunt at Fontainebleau. This was pronounced with evident justice to be too theatrical, and the enterprise was consequently abandoned. What grotesque mischances mar great destinies and shift potent purposes! The lack of a spur by the messenger whom Louis XVI had sent to call Monsieur de Maréchal to the post of Prime Minister delayed his departure, and thus, by giving Madame Adelaide time to write in favor of her friend the Count du Maurepas, to that feeblest of monarchs, who, not being able to withstand the strongly worded appeal of his strong-minded aunt, recalled his messenger as he was mounting his horse, caused an entire change in the policy of the ministry of the kingdom. And now the lack of a petticoat, on the testimony of Thiers himself, who spoke of it afterward, brought about the expulsion of a dynasty, for had the woman, pathetic in her misfortune, ridden out among the multitude like Elizabeth to Tilbury Fort, the chivalrous sentiment of Paris would have acclaimed her, and the history of a people would have been written in less lurid colors. Upon the 4th of September, the mob so long feared made its appearance. The infuriated insurgents, to the number of 150,000, crowded the Tuileries gardens, the Place de la Concorde, and the Champs-Élysées, shouting, "Down with the Empire! Down with Bonaparte! Death to the man of December!" At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Signor Nigra, the Italian ambassador, entered the Empress's apartment to tell her that the time for flight had come. "You have not an instant to lose," he said. "The revolutionists are entering the palace by the Place du Carrousel." And now, for the first time, Eugenie's courage wavered, but she mastered her emotion, and giving her hand to the ambassador with a melancholy flash of her old imperial grandeur, said calmly, "I will take leave of our friends." The door of the white drawing-room was thrown open, and the Empress appeared for a moment on the threshold, an inexpressibly touching figure, in her simple black dress and white collar. She made a courtesy and waved her hand, trying hard to smile, while many, not all of them women, were sobbing aloud. Then, with gentle persuasion, Prince Richard Metternich, the Austrian ambassador, drew her back, and the door was closed again. Through the magnificent galleries of the Louvre, hung with the masterpieces of Rubens, Van Dyck, Leonardo, Poussin, Claude, and the imperishable dynasties of art, fled the Empress Eugenie and her few faithful followers. The square of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois was empty. A cab stood by the curb. The veiled Empress and Madame Cartier, her lady-in-waiting, escorted by Signor Nigra, Prince Metternich, and Monsieur Ferdinand de Lesseps, approached it. Sinking back upon the cushions, Eugenie for an instant raised her veil to catch a last glimpse of the Louvre. As her eye rested on the fatal colonnade where Catherine de' Medici and the king had stood on the night of St. Bartholomew, a little ragamuffin, seated on the stone foundation of the golden railing, started up, shouting, "There is the Empress!" A group of artisans lounging at the corner vaguely caught the cry and came forward, but Monsieur Ferdinand de Lesseps, with admirable presence of mind, caught the urchin, whirled him round, and sent him sprawling in the roadway, saying furiously, "Ah, you are crying Vive l'Empereur, are you? That will teach you to hurrah for the Bonapartes when the Republic is proclaimed." The group on the sidewalk approved this laudable sentiment. Monsieur de Lesseps sprang inside with the Empress. The cab was whirled away, and thus ended for Eugenie de Montijo the empty dream of greatness by which she had been so long beguiled. Leaving Paris, she embarked on board the yacht Gazelle and was conveyed to England, where Victoria and the royal family received her with great kindness, and placed at her disposal the beautiful country residence of Camden Place, Chislehurst. Here she was joined by the Prince Imperial and later by Louis Napoleon. Camden Place, Chislehurst, 1871. A gentleman 63 years of age, a lady, and a youth of 15 are resting in the pleasure grounds of an English rural mansion. This does not seem much, but this gentleman is he who, a 12 months since, was Emperor of the French nation and the most powerful monarch in Europe. He is a student and a writer, as well as an actor of history, which must have taught him the value of an imperial title. Can he think it worth the pursuit or possession, having once sat upon a throne which was perhaps not so agreeable as his present seat on the Chislehurst garden chair? If he desires for himself or for his son to leave Camden Place or a similar abode, and go back to the Tuileries Palace, we can only say it is a matter of taste. But Louis Napoleon was not destined to behold again the Tuileries Palace. On the 9th of January, 1873, he died, consoled by the presence of the Empress, but not of the Prince Imperial, who, summoned from Woolwich, arrived too late to see him alive. All the hopes and affections of the widowed Empress then centered in her son, and his recent fate cannot but be remembered. He joined the expedition to Zululand, and on the 1st of June, 1879, perished by the javelins of the savages, while scouting with a few companions. On the 10th of July, the body arrived in England, and on the 12th, the final ceremony took place at Chislehurst. It was a soldier's funeral, but there was no glare and glitter of martial splendor. Mind rather than matter was preeminent in giving voice to the public sorrow. At the head of the military pageant, whose every feature was pervaded with a genuine pathos, marched the cadets of the Royal Military Academy, Woolwich, with arms reversed. Then, to the solemn strains of the Dead March, the Royal Artillery Band. Then the cross before the gun, and then the gun drawn by 6 dark brown horses, by whose side rode mounted artillerymen. The coffin above the gun was wrapped in the English and French flags. The sword of the prince, his belt, and sabre-top were placed upon it, while on a cushion were the great cross and ribbon of the Legion of Honor. By the side of the coffin walked the pallbearers, the Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of Connaught, the Crown Prince of Sweden and Norway, and Monsieur Roher on the left, the Duke of Edinburgh, the Prince of Wales, Prince Leopold, and the Duke of Bassano on the right. Behind the coffin came the prince's favorite horse, Stag, caparisoned in the white and silver-starred trappings of the imperial stable, and led by Monsieur Gamble, the faithful retainer who had attended the baptism of the prince and who now followed his coffin. Next came the chief mourners, Prince Napoleon and his sons, Prince Victor and Prince Louis, Prince Lucien Bonaparte, Prince Joachim Murat, Prince Napoleon Charles Bonaparte, and Prince Louis Murat. After these came the great officers of the imperial crown and many personages of princely rank not related by kindred. So mournful a ceremony was not regarded in the light of a spectacle, and even the elements accorded with the nature of the scene. There was no sun to flash from the polished helmets of the lancers, or linger on the gold of the splendidly mounted horse artillery. It was an unusual and impressive sight to see that strangely and variously composed line of soldiers on horseback, and priests and mourners on foot, moving slowly along the serpentine road across the great uneven plain of the common, with thousands of spectators stationary on either hand. To those who thought of the widowed, childless empress in her lonely house, and knew that the chief mourners were princes, and that the queen was watching the procession from her black tribune, unless she had left it to console the sorrowing mother, the sight was much more than impressive. The tragic elements which prevailed at the death of the prince, the inexpressible desolation of the imperial mother, the lessons of mutability in human affairs which the case enforced upon the mind, the remembrance of the virtues of the departed young man, and the tale of broken hopes, baffled aspirations, and defeated purposes, which the circumstances so clearly exhibited, preoccupied the thoughts and feelings of the mourners, and shut off for the time being all interest in the mere external traits of the scene. The realities to which it pointed stood out so clearly from the outward semblances in which they were pictured, that the latter were forgotten, and the overpowering force of the former were exclusively recognized. Seldom in recent times has any public ceremonial so closely touched the hearts of those who took part in it. And now, in the little Roman Catholic church at Chislehurst, by the side of the emperor, his father, lies all that was mortal of Napoleon, Eugene, Louis, Jean, Joseph, Prince Imperial. Requiescat in pace. Under the elms at Chislehurst, at the close of a mild spring afternoon, we may see a lady walking. Her figure, once so straight and graceful, is slightly bowed with age, and her fast whitening hair is covered by a widow's cap. And as she turns toward us her sad face, still retaining the traces of its former loveliness, we recognize her whom we have seen seated amid the pomp and pageantry of a court, upon the throne at the Tuileries Palace, and flying with her scanty escort through the galleries of the Louvre, Eugenie de Montijo, Comtesse de Thébes, the once brilliant Empress of the French. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Girls' Book of Famous Queens by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Queen Victoria, A.D. 1819. Quote, broad based upon her people's will, encompassed by the involatile sea. End quote. Tennyson to the Queen. 50 years a queen and still seated upon her ancestral throne. This is the remarkable record of England's present sovereign. This fact alone would make the reign of Queen Victoria illustrious. But more than this, she has reigned during one half of this marvelous 19th century, a period phenomenal among the centuries of history. Although the Victorian era has not produced a Shakespeare, a Homer, a Dante, or a Milton, it will be remembered as an epoch of astounding progress, not only in England and Europe, but throughout the civilized world. The unprecedented onrush of the mighty waves of enlightened civilization, bearing to all lands the blessings of Christian liberty, the flashing and dazzling lights of wonderful inventions and results of scientific researches, which have belted the world with gleaming bands of iron, chained the lightning at man's bidding, caught and imprisoned the waves of sound, unlocked the secrets of the earth, and almost annihilated space and time. These are some of the marvelous achievements of the 19th century which make the history of the past 100 years read like the story of the most amazing transformations ever invented by the imagination in Oriental fairy tales or attributed to the weird magicians of the Arabian Nights. Telegraphs, railroads, telephones, electric lights, phonographs, photography, the discovery of petroleum, the improved use of steam, the invention of Bessemer steel, and the practical use of gaslight for the illumination of cities are all numbered among the inventions and discoveries of the 19th century. But more wonderful still, perhaps, is the rise of the mighty Republic of the United States, which, though beginning in the 18th century as an independent power, has, in the short space of a little more than 100 years, taken the foremost place in the rank of nations, and stands today the miracle of the 19th century. To have reigned for 50 years the sovereign of one of the greatest powers of the world during such a time of human progress and religious liberty will make the Victorian age shine forth in the pages of history as one of the most resplendent epochs in the annals of the world. Alexandrina Victoria, called by her German relations the Little Mayflower, was born on the 24th of May, 1819. She was the granddaughter of George III of England, her father being Edward, Duke of Kent, fourth son of that monarch. Her mother was Victoria, the sister of the Duke of Saxe-Coburg, and widow of the Prince of Leiningen. The baby Princess Victoria was left fatherless at the age of 8 months, and an establishment was formed for the future queen at Kensington Palace, under the superintendence of her mother, the Duchess of Kent. The education of Victoria was carefully watched, although she was not allowed to know that she was heir to the throne until she was 12 years old. At this time it was thought best to make known to the little princess her future prospects, and her tutor, Dr. Davies, gave her a lesson in tracing out the genealogy of English royalty. At length the young princess exclaimed with some astonishment, "Mamma, I cannot see who is to come after Uncle William unless it is myself." Upon being told that this was the fact, she said in an unusually thoughtful manner for one so young, "It is a very solemn thing. Many a child would boast, but they don't know the difficulty. There is splendor, but there is responsibility." Then, with an expressive gesture, she earnestly continued, "I will be good." And the verdict of 50 years of sovereignty has been, good mother, queen, and wife. At 5 o'clock on the morning of the 21st of June, 1837, the Princess Victoria, then a young girl of 18, was awakened from her slumbers and saluted as queen. Hastily throwing over her night robes a loose wrapper, and with slippers on her bare feet and hair in unregarded disorder, she was ushered into an apartment where stood the Archbishop of Canterbury and Lord Conyngham, who had just arrived at Kensington and demanded to see the Queen immediately. State business will not wait for ladies' toilets, and the dishabille of the young princess was rather impressive than unbecoming, as the grave elderly men bent the knee before her and addressed her as Your Majesty. The king was dead and Victoria was queen. Even as the royal salutation fell upon her youthful ears, the fair young girl seemed in a moment to don a new garment of dignity and self-possession. She had been always retiring and obedient to others, to a marked degree, but as the words Your Majesty were addressed to her for the first time, she instantly put out her hand to receive the customary kiss of allegiance, and even attired as she was, looked a very sovereign. From that moment Victoria assumed all the dignity and prerogatives of a queen. She had been the most docile of daughters, but as queen, the Duchess of Kent, her mother, received only her filial affection, and was allowed no privilege of dictating the affairs of state, or even advising her royal daughter regarding her actions or duties as sovereign. The young queen took as her residence Buckingham Palace, making Windsor Castle her country home. Mr. Charles Greville says of her at this time, "The queen's manner and bearing are perfect. It is a remarkable union of naivete, kindness, good nature with propriety and dignity, which make her so admirable and so endearing to those about her, as she certainly is. I have been repeatedly told that they are all warmly attached to her, but albeit all feel the impossibility of for a moment losing the sight of the respect which they owe her. She never ceases to be a queen, and is always the most charming, cheerful, obliging, unaffected queen in the world." On the 28th of June, 1838, occurred the coronation of Queen Victoria. The famous musical composer Felix Mendelssohn, who was then in London, thus writes concerning the imposing pageant. "At 12:15 the procession began to arrive at Westminster Abbey, and by an hour later the whole had been absorbed in the cathedral. Nothing more brilliant could be seen than all the beautiful horses with their rich harness, the carriages and grooms covered with gold embroideries, and the splendidly dressed people inside. All this, too, was encircled by the venerable grey buildings and the crowds of common people under the dull sky, which was only now and then pierced by sunbeams. At first, indeed, it rained, but when the golden, fairy-like carriage, supported by Tritons with their tridents and surmounted by the great crown of England, drove up and the graceful girl was seen bowing right and left, when at that instant the mass of people was completely hidden by their waving handkerchiefs and raised hats, while one roar of cheering almost drowned the pealing of the bells, the blare of the trumpets and thundering of the guns. One had to pinch oneself to make sure it was not all a dream out of the Arabian Nights. Then fell a sudden silence, the silence of a church after the queen had entered the cathedral. I mixed among the crowd, walked up to the door of the abbey, and peered into the solemn obscurity, but my involuntary emotion was dispelled by a sense of the ludicrous, as I looked closely at the dressed-up, modern, cinque cento haberdashers, the beef-eaters, whose cheeks suggest beef and whose noses tell tales of whiskey and claret. Victoria wore a royal robe of crimson velvet, furred with ermine and bordered with gold. A small circlet of gold banded her head, and the collar of the Order of the Garter adorned her neck. 3 swords were borne before her, emblems of justice, defense, and mercy. Her train was carried by 8 young maidens of high rank, dressed in cloth of silver, with roses in their hair. After the queen entered the cathedral and advanced to the foot of the throne, she knelt there for a moment of devotion. As she rose, the Archbishop of Canterbury turned her round to each of the 4 corners of the abbey, saying to the assembled people, "Sirs, I here present unto you the undoubted queen of this realm. Will ye all swear to do her homage?" Each time he asked the question, the air rang with shouts of "Long live Queen Victoria!" The anointing followed, whereupon the Archbishop gave her his benediction. The primate then placed her on the throne, or rather in St. Edward's chair, used by the sovereigns in this ceremony since Edward the Confessor. The young queen then received the ring betrothing her to her people, and the orb of empire, a small globe surmounted by a cross, was placed in her hand, and the scepter of rule was given to her. The crown of England was then laid upon her head by the Archbishop, and at the same moment peers and peeresses donned their coronets, bishops their mitres, heralds their caps, the trumpets sounded, the drums beat, the cannon boomed, and the tower guns answered, and the shouts of the people broke forth in loud and joyous acclamations. The Archbishop then presented the Bible to Her Majesty and bent in homage. He was followed by bishops and lords according to their rank, who each in turn, lifting their coronets, touched the crown on the queen's head and repeated the oath of allegiance. The communion service followed, and the queen, in homage to the King of Kings, removed her crown while she received the sacrament. Then, resuming her royal diadem with the scepter in one hand and the orb of empire in the other, the crowned Queen of England left the abbey, followed by her imposing retinue. Mr. Charles Greville gives us this little bit of human nature enacted between these pompous scenes of solemn ceremony. Lord John Tyne, who officiated for the Dean of Westminster, told me that nobody knew what was to be done, except the Archbishop and himself, who had rehearsed, Lord Willoughby, who was experienced in these matters, and the Duke of Wellington, and consequently there was a continual difficulty and embarrassment, and the Queen never knew what she was to do next. They made her leave her chair and enter into St. Edward's Chapel before the prayers were concluded, much to the discomfiture of the Archbishop. She said to John Tyne, "Pray tell me, what am I to do, for they don't know?" And at the end, when the orb was put into her hand, she said, "What am I to do with it?" "Your Majesty is to carry it, if you please, in your hand." "Am I?" she said. "It is very heavy." The ruby ring was made for her little finger instead of the fourth, on which the rubric prescribes that it should be put. When the Archbishop was to put it on, she extended the former, but he said it must be put on the latter. She said it was too small and she could not get it on. He said it was right to put it there, and as he insisted, she yielded, but had first to take off her other rings. And then this was forced on, but it hurt her very much, and as soon as the ceremony was over, she was obliged to bathe her finger in iced water in order to get it off. Most royal marriages have little to do with love and sentiment, but that of Queen Victoria was a delightful exception. It is a pretty scene, and one full of fascinating charm, which presents the young queen making her offer of marriage to the handsome young Prince Albert, son of the Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Saalfeld. As she was a sovereign, the prince could not without propriety make the offer to her, and so the blushing girl, now the woman rather than the queen, in the presence of the youth who had already gained her love, forgot the sovereign as she timidly took this momentous step. Their married life was beautiful and happy, and within the sacred circle of such a love life none have right to enter, even though royal lives are considered public property. No shadow seems to have come between their perfect confidence, and the sweetest tribute to the character of Queen Victoria fell from the lips of her dying husband, when 20 years after she bent over his deathbed, and he lifted his trembling hand and stroked her cheek, murmuring, "Liebes Frauchen, dear little wife, Gutes Weibchen, good little wife," and resting his aching head upon her shoulder, saying, "It is very comfortable so, dear child," and having kissed her, fell asleep in her arms, to waken no more on this side of the river of death. We can only enumerate the most important political events of Queen Victoria's reign, without detailed description. The Victorian era will only rightly take its place in the annals of history when the entire epoch shall have become the past. While the present is weaving the history for the future upon the loom of time, it is impossible clearly to discern the intricacies of the pattern, or rightly to estimate the importance of the various colored threads which are being employed to work out the finished design. Only when the epoch has become past history can we truly measure its importance in the annals of the world. Although during the past 50 years there has been no change in the sovereign of England, there have been vast and momentous changes in the parties which control the government of that nation. Prominent men in the ministry have arisen and declined, and the position of the English people today as regards their influence in political affairs is much changed from the comparatively insignificant part they played in past epochs. No longer does a despotic Elizabeth hold the lives of her people subject to the caprices of her individual will, and more clearly is the voice of that people not only heard but heeded even in the House of Lords. At the time of Victoria's coronation, a Whig ministry was in power, led by Viscount Melbourne. Queen Victoria was much attached to her first Premier, Lord Melbourne, but soon changes took place in the ministry. The Conservatives, led by Sir Robert Peel, came into power. Sir Robert Peel, remembering the pernicious influence of women intriguers in the time of Queen Anne, insisted that the ladies of Victoria's household should be changed with the change of the ministry. But Victoria was a very different woman and sovereign from the weak-minded Anne. With indignation she wrote, "They want to deprive me of my ladies, and I suppose they would deprive me next of my dressers and my housemaids. But I will show them that I am Queen of England." And show them she did, and the Conservatives were obliged to yield and retire, and Lord Melbourne was recalled to office. But in 1841 the Whigs were again succeeded by the Conservatives, and Sir Robert Peel became Prime Minister. He was succeeded in 1846 by Lord John Russell, who was placed in power by the combined efforts of the Protectionists and Whigs. The revolution in France, which resulted in the overthrow of Louis Philippe and the ascension to the French throne of Prince Louis Napoleon as Napoleon III, occasioned outbursts of the people in various parts of Europe. There were wild threats of an insurrection in London, but the scare passed over and the preservation of order was secured without bloodshed. The renowned Duke of Wellington was the chief military authority in England and the leader in the House of Lords up to the time of his death in 1852, in his 84th year. The Queen greatly mourned his loss. She had given him the distinguished honor of standing godfather to one of her own children, Prince Arthur, and when she heard the news of his death, she wrote, "What a loss! One cannot think of this country without the Duke, our immortal hero. In him centered almost every earthly honor a subject could possess. Above party, looked up to by all, revered by the whole nation, the friend of the sovereign." In this same year, the Conservatives again came into power with the Earl of Derby as Premier. We cannot give the various changes in the English ministry during Victoria's reign. Suffice it to say the Derby ministry retired in 1858 and were succeeded by the Palmerston ministry. Again, Lord Palmerston was obliged by circumstances to resign, and Lord Derby again came into office. But he was soon deposed, and Lord Palmerston returned to office as Prime Minister. On the death of Viscount Palmerston in 1865, Lord John Russell again became Premier, but was soon defeated by the Conservatives, who came into power with the Earl of Derby and Mr. Benjamin Disraeli. Lord Derby afterwards resigned, and Disraeli became Prime Minister and subsequently received the title of Lord Beaconsfield. In 1880, Lord Beaconsfield's party was defeated and a Liberal ministry came in with Mr. Gladstone. Later changes it is not necessary to note here. The English wars during the last 50 years have been wars in Afghanistan, the quelling of various revolts in India, England's alliance with France in the Crimean War, the Abyssinian War in 1867, and the recent war with Egypt, which resulted in the loss of several Englishmen of note, especially the renowned and brave Chinese Gordon, whose imprisonment and inhuman murder by the savage followers of Mahdi at Khartoum called forth loud denunciations against the military measures of the English government. The Franco-German War in 1870, resulting in the downfall of Napoleon III, although not entered into by England, was watched with intense anxiety by Queen Victoria. Two of her daughters, the Princesses Victoria and Alice, were obliged to see their husbands depart for the seat of war, and the beloved Princess Alice devoted herself with untiring energy to the care of the sick and wounded soldiers. For the second time, Queen Victoria welcomed the fallen French monarchs to her realm. She had received the family of Louis Philippe with kindness, and the Empress Eugenie, together with the dethroned emperor and the young Prince Imperial, were equally the recipients of her pity and sympathy. Strange vicissitudes of fortune. During the Crimean War, the Emperor and Empress of the French had visited Queen Victoria, their royal ally. "How strange," says the Queen's Journal, "that I, the granddaughter of George III, should dance with Emperor Napoleon, nephew of England's greatest enemy, now my most intimate and nearest ally, only 6 years ago, living in this country in exile, poor and unthought of." This visit was afterwards returned by Queen Victoria and the Prince Consort, when they were received by Napoleon III with great magnificence in Paris, and attended there the Grand Exposition, as the French were the first to follow the example of the English in the great World's Exhibition, which had been originally conceived of by Prince Albert when he devised the famous Crystal Palace. This great international exhibition, inaugurated and carried out by Prince Albert, this first Crystal Palace of the world, of which the Paris Exposition and others of the kind have been copies, some on a larger scale, but none of equal beauty, is best described in Queen Victoria's own words. The glimpse of the transept through the iron gates, the waving palms, flowers, statues, myriads of people filling the galleries and seats around, with the flourish of trumpets as we entered, gave us a sensation I can never forget, and I felt much moved. We went for a moment to a little side room, where we left our shawls, and where we found Mamma and Mary, and outside which were standing the other princes. In a few seconds we proceeded, Albert leading me, having Vicky at his hand, and Bertie holding mine. The sight as we came to the middle, where the steps and chair, which I did not sit on, were placed, with a beautiful crystal fountain just in front of it, was magical, so vast, so glorious, so touching. One felt, as so many did, whom I have since spoken to, filled with devotion, more so than by any service I have ever heard. The tremendous cheers, the joy expressed in every face, the immensity of the building, the mixture of palms, flowers, trees, statues, fountains, the organ with 200 instruments and 600 voices which sounded like nothing, and my beloved husband, the author of this peace festival, which united the industry of all nations of the earth. All this was moving indeed, and it was and is a day to live forever. God bless my dearest Albert. God bless my dearest country, which has shown itself so great today. One felt grateful to the great God, who seemed to pervade all and to bless all. The only event in it the slightest degree reminded me of was the coronation, but this day's festival was 1,000 times superior. In fact, it is unique and can bear no comparison from its peculiar beauty and combination of such striking and different objects. I mean the slight resemblance only as to its solemnity. The enthusiasm and cheering, too, were much more touching, for in a church naturally all is silent. That we felt happy, thankful, I need not say, proud of all that had passed, of my darling husband's success, and of the behavior of my good people. Thus did the queen gracefully acknowledge her indebtedness to the devoted husband, who, refusing all titles but that of prince consort, spent his life in ministering to her greatness, and consecrated his superior talents of mind in unostentatiously smoothing the difficulties in her royal path. Prince Albert would, without doubt, have made one of the best and most beneficent rulers that England ever had, if he had been the sovereign. It was to his wise head and clear judgment that Victoria was indebted for many of the popular measures of her government during his life, and his loss was indeed irreparable, and her constant devotion to his memory is a more noble tribute to him than the magnificent memorial erected by her in his honor, even though the inscription reads, "To the beloved memory of Albert, the great and good prince consort, raised by his broken-hearted widow, Victoria R." Charlotte M. Yonge, in her recent Jubilee book, The Victorian Half-Century, gives the following incident. We have a charming picture of domestic life in the letters of the great musical composer Mendelssohn, who was in England in the summer of 1842. Prince Albert had asked me to go to him on Saturday at 2 o'clock that I might try his organ before I left England. I found him alone, and as we were talking away, the Queen came in, also alone, in a simple morning dress. She said she was obliged to leave for Claremont in an hour, and then suddenly interrupting herself, exclaimed, "But goodness, what a confusion!" For the wind had littered the whole room, and even the pedals of the organ, which, by the way, made a very pretty feature of the room, with leaves of music from a large portfolio that lay open. As she spoke, she knelt down and began picking up the music. Prince Albert helped, and I, too, was not idle. Then Prince Albert proceeded to explain the stops to me, and she said that she would meanwhile put things straight. I begged that a prince would first play me something that I might boast about in Germany, and he played a chorale by heart, with the pedals so charmingly and clearly and correctly that it would have done credit to any professional, and the Queen, having finished her work, came and sat by him and listened, and looked pleased. Then it was my turn, and I began my chorus from St. Paul. How lovely are the messengers! Before I got to the end of the first verse, they had both joined in the chorus, and all the time Prince Albert managed the stops so cleverly for me, and all by heart, that I was really quite enchanted. Then the young Prince of Gotha came in, and there was more chatting, and the Queen asked if I had written any new songs, and said she was very fond of singing my published ones. "You should sing one to him," said Prince Albert, and after a little begging, she said she would try the Frühlingslied in B flat, "if it is still here," she added, "for all my music is packed for Claremont." Prince Albert went to look for it, but came back saying it was already packed. "But one might perhaps unpack it," said I. "We must send for Lady," she said. I did not catch the name. So the bell was rung, and the servants were sent after it, but without success, and at last the Queen went herself, and whilst she was gone, Prince Albert said to me, "She begs you will accept this present as a remembrance," and gave me a case with a beautiful ring, on which is engraved V.R. 1842. Then the Queen came back and said, "Lady is gone, and has taken all my things with her. It is really most annoying." However, Mendelssohn begged that he might not be the sufferer, and after some consultation, Prince Albert said, "She will sing you something of Gluck's." Then they proceeded to the Queen's sitting-room, where there stood by the piano a mighty rocking-horse and 2 great bird cages. The walls were decorated with pictures, beautifully bound books lay on the tables, and music on the piano. Mendelssohn found among the music a set of songs of his own, and first sending away the parrot, for he will scream louder than I can sing, the Queen sang "Schöner und schöner schmeckt sie," quite charmingly, in strict time and tune, but with one slight error. Mendelssohn confessed that the song was not his, but his sister Fanny's, and she then, with some doubt, undertook to try to sing his Pilgerspruch Lass dich näher, which she did quite faultlessly, and with charming feeling and expression. Mendelssohn says, "I thought to myself one must not pay too many compliments on such an occasion, so I merely thanked her a great many times, on which she said, 'Oh, if only I had not been so frightened. Generally I have such a long breath.' Then I praised her heartily, and with the best conscience in the world, for just that part, with the long C at the close, she had done so well, in taking the 3 notes next to it all in the same breath, as one seldom hears it done, and therefore it amused me doubly that she herself should have begun about it." Afterwards the prince sang "Es ist ein Schnitter," and Mendelssohn improvised till it was time for Her Majesty to start for Claremont. Madame de Bunsen, the English wife of the Prussian ambassador, thus described Queen Victoria. "She is the only piece of female royalty I ever saw who was also a creature such as God Almighty has created. Her smile is a real smile, her grace is natural, although it has received a high polish from cultivation, there is nothing artificial about her. Her present appearance is thus giving. Queen Victoria possesses a short, stout figure, a face with a long upper lip and cold blue eyes of the Georges, straight bandeaus of gray hair, a rather flushed complexion, a most graceful walk, and a sort of sweet, venerable, natural dignity and power about her. On the 1st of January, 1876, Queen Victoria was proclaimed Empress of India. The first wedding among her children was the marriage of her eldest daughter, the Princess Victoria, to Friedrich William, now the Crown Prince of Germany. The Queen herself thus writes in her diary, "Went to look at the rooms prepared for Vicky's honeymoon. Very pretty. It quite agitated me to look at them." And again, regarding the ceremony, she writes, "My last fear of being overcome vanished on seeing Vicky's quiet, calm, and composed manner. It was beautiful to see her kneeling with Fritz, their hands joined, and the train borne by the 8 young ladies, who looked like a cloud of maidens hovering round her." So royal mothers are akin to other mothers when they witness the wedding ceremonies of their children. The Princess Alice was the next to marry, but as her marriage occurred soon after her father's death, the wedding was very quiet. This lovely princess was the favorite of the family. She seemed to inherit a large portion of her lamented father's tastes and traits, and, as the wife of Prince Louis of Hesse, won all hearts. Her sad death from malignant diphtheria, which dread disease had just snatched away a darling little daughter, is remembered by all. Since her death, the Queen has lost another child, her youngest son, Leopold, Duke of Albany. The heir to the throne, the Prince of Wales, married the beautiful and charming Princess Alexandra of Denmark. Many have seen her fascinating face, and English people love to greet her and receive her gracious smiles. Of the sweet Princess of Wales, all speak in lavish terms of praise. The other children of Queen Victoria are the Princess Helena, married to Prince Christian of Schleswig-Holstein, Princess Louise, now Marquis of Lorne, Princess Beatrice, lately married to Prince Henry of Battenberg, Prince Alfred, Duke of Edinburgh, married to the daughter of the Tsar Alexander II of Russia, she being sister to the present Tsar, and Prince Arthur, Duke of Connaught, who married the Princess Marguerite of Prussia, daughter of Prince Frederick Charles of Prussia, called the Red Prince. The 21st of June, 1887, was the 50th anniversary of Queen Victoria's ascension to the throne of England. The occasion was celebrated by an imposing jubilee, but this gorgeous celebration was surpassed 10 years later by her Diamond Jubilee, when the whole nation seemed to give up to rejoicing and pageantry. Only one event was more impressive than that great occasion. It was the funeral of the good Queen on February 3, 1901. She passed away on January 22nd after a reign of 63 years, the longest of any English sovereign. At her own request, the funeral was a military one. The royal catafalque was placed on board the Alberta, which passed between the long lines of warships whose flags were half-masted, and whose crews lined the decks with their arms at attention. Upon land, the coffin was placed on a khaki-colored gun carriage and was followed through the streets of London by a solemn procession headed by the Queen's son, the new monarch, Edward VII, and her grandson, Emperor William of Germany. Minute guns and the tolling of bells announced the progress of the funeral train. Within the grounds of Frogmore House, adjoining Windsor Castle, the Queen had erected a mausoleum for the Prince Consort, and there by his side she was laid to rest. The epitaph written by the Queen herself reads, quote, "Victoria, Albert, here at last I shall rest with thee in Christ shall rise again." End quote. End of section 20. End of the Girls' Book of Famous Queens by Lydia Hoyt Farmer.